Guys, I'm just testing this out. Hopefully it all works well. I got my phone 1 second. Hello? Anyone here? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Making sure everything sounds and does the right things. Hopefully it does, because I'm heading out for a little while. Making sure you guys are in good hands, and I will be talking to you throughout the day, if I can. I'm going to a party, and you can quite literally join the party.
F7B, the red button press will stay active for over twice as long as usual.
Bear with me a second, guys. I'm fixing the audio. There we got something. Take a moment to fix that. Sorry. Should pop in a moment. like that's done it. Let me see if I can get it back to what it was. Sorry guys. Sorry for the muck around. I think that will fix it. 2 seconds, sorry guys. I'm a bit rusty.
Video game loving friends. And that's it from me. I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Should be coming in soon, just a second.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun for you today. We've hacked Mario games, Kirby games, heck, even recently the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got their fair share of wacky hacking goodness. So what are we going to tackle today? Well, I thought the 1986 classic Metroid for the NES might be a good bet. So what do you think? Are you a fan of this game and or its subsequent series? Why not smash a like for the love of Samus, hit subscribe and ring the bell if you're new to the channel, and let's dive deeply into the planet Zebes as we attempt to hack the nostalgic platformer that is Metroid. I should also probably note I've always been a pretty bad
Still fiddling around guys, stay with me. Hello, the Ultimate Space Ghost. Yes, it has been so long. I'm sorry, I'm actually going out for the day. I thought I'll leave this running and see if I can check in with you guys now and then. And I've broken the sound again, haven't I? Oh dear, okay.
game in under 2 hours, then at the password screen you just press start and you'll be able to play the game as a suitless Samus. So that's a pretty neat incentive to crush the game. For me though, I have to rely on cheats to get that far. The Western release of Metroid is also well known for its password system, which was also pretty new to the gaming industry at the time. I won't go into all of them, but a few classic / well known or interesting passwords are as follows. Justin Bailey. It claims that we have all the things and more. This password must be all in caps and then lines filling up the bottom of the password. With this entered, you will start on the last level as suitless Samus and have all items except the Ice Beam. You will still lose health though and you don't have unlimited items, but it's still a cool cheat if you want to do some exploring of the final depths of Zebes. Nappa's Sword. Any major Metroid enthusiast will probably already know this password, but I have to include it because it's so great. With this one you will start at the beginning of the game with unlimited life, unlimited missiles, and all the upgrades, baby! The energy meter is a bit funny. You can technically lose health, but when you hit another enemy it seems to come back, at least in some cases. In my quick play with this password, I found it impossible to die, so that has to say something about this magnificent password. It's really fun to play around with, especially if you are like me and not very good at the game, but still want to see what you can acquire if you played it through. This next one is a bit of garbled nonsense, so I'll just put it on the screen, but if you just want to see arguably the best ending in Metroid, with a suitless bikini wearing Samus, then this password is for you, as it's meant to start you off at the ending screen. However, I think I landed in one of the final levels with all weapons. Since I'm a major noob at this game, I wasn't sure whether to go up or down, so I got eaten by a Metroid one way, and kinda died the other way. It's a neat code though, and you should definitely check it out. This second and last password is also a bit of a garbled mess, so I'll just put it up on the screen for you, but this one lets you fight Ridley if you're good enough to get to him, which is kinda cool. You also start with missiles and a few different weapons, but I'm actually pretty bad at this game in case the footage doesn't demonstrate that. Of course, the actual number of passwords is pretty much limitless, as you get one each time you die in the game. But these were a few that stand out and people have shared online. One could dedicate an entire video just to passwords, but I just wanted to showcase a few. Anyway, with those passwords done, it's on to the actual game genieing, I think. And lucky for us, there are actually a ton of different codes that let us do all kinds of wacky things. So let's start off quickly with the default Game Genie codes from the booklet, shall we? I didn't record all of these as I spent more time on the more interesting codes, but the full default list is as follows. If you want to limit your minimum energy rather than having infinite energy, you can also try the code SXSGNVSE, which sets your minimum energy to 30. I'm not sure exactly why you would want to do this at exactly 30, probably because it's your base energy, but hey, it's a code and it's kinda cool since you can't die. Much like in the password system code mentioned earlier, your energy will fluctuate up and down as you hit enemies, so it's a bit odd. SZUILUVK will give you infinite rockets on pickup. ZENSXLIE will gain 10 rockets on pickup. YENSXLIE will have you gain 15 rockets on pickup. YAXGVPLA starts you off with extra energy. When I tried it, it gave me 70 health, so it's pretty good but not the best code in the world. It just gives you a nice boost at the start of the game. So these codes are pretty cool and all in their own right, but there are some fan discovered ones that are even better, or at least more game altering. A pretty sweet code is ALLGKP, which starts you off in the game with all of the items including the Ice Beam, as well as infinite energy and even missiles. Not bad, hey? If you're wanting a simple code that will let you cruise through the game, then this is definitely the one for you. Again, I should have saved the best till last, but this code is super helpful and probably my favourite of the Game Genie codes. If the game seems too slow for you, then you can try the Game Genie code EENTPU, which sets you up for fast speed mode, and man do you motor around. You can even outrun friggin' bullets! If this is too much like Sonic for you, or you just want to slow things down completely, then try the opposite code, that is EENTAU, which puts you into slow speed mode. You might think that this would make it easier to get past those pesky enemies, however they still move at regular speed. It is only Samus that seems to have acquired the snail ability, as it is almost painful to play the game with this code. Maybe it's something speedrunners could try and utilise? I'd hate to see the completion time though. Another interesting cheat is LLLVSV, which is supposedly meant to put bombs where balls should be for some reason. However, when I used this code and went to the left to get the Morph Ball, if that makes sense, the game reverted back to the starting screen and made it impossible to progress in the game. Game Genie codes can get pretty wacky, and this is just that. Now we are going to move on to some rather interesting graphic related codes that someone named Severed Majestic discovered, so many props to them and their hard work. These are great fun as they do all kinds of weird and wonderful things to the game, so stick around for these bad boys. A good starting point is AOPEPS, This code puts you into a weird frozen kind of front flip position when you aim upwards. It's kind of odd because you're facing down like you're about to do a cannonball, but don't worry, you can still shoot upwards with this cheat. If you just change the first letter of the previous code, you can get some different interesting results, such as GOPEPS. This one, when you aim up, you turn into your morph ball. This is weird enough, but when you push the D-pad another time, you will actually dig into the ground. It's a super weird cheat, especially since you can dig off the screen. If you dig in the wrong spot, your energy will deplete and you will eventually die. However, in the third room, I was able to go through the floor to what I think is part of the game you aren't meant to reach yet. When I got all the way to the bottom, I just went through the floor until I came back down from the top. I was stuck in the ground, but I didn't die. It's the little wins that count.
Sorry, my pronunciation is not the best.
Hey,
but hello.
fancy shooting out of your butt when holding up on the D-pad? Well, with the code POPEPS, you can just do that.
Good to see you.
I'm not entirely sure why you would want to, but at least you can, right? If you want to completely screw up levels, then the Game Genie code LUSTNN will help you do that. I only tested this out on the first level, so I can't say how it will affect the later levels, but it's definitely a change from the normal play of Metroid. Once you get the morph ball, you get stuck because the level is all wacky. In fact, I couldn't even get past the second room because bits of the level were all over the place. This may behave differently on your version of the game though, so be sure to give it a go. Similar to the previous code, EATTUN is another odd level screw up code. When using this cheat code, the level kind of half disappears and is gone. Good luck playing the game like this. You can fall through the floor, lose a bit of health, and then fall from the sky when getting the morph ball. When going right, you can kinda land on the non-existent floor, again losing health, and jump off it again, so the game may actually be possible to beat, but I kinda doubt it unless you combined it with the infinite energy hack. There are some further cheats that will help you with the game. For example, the code PIPEPS will cause most enemies to freeze in their positions. I'd like to say this makes the game a fair bit easier to play, but as the enemies can be frozen in the path you need to take, it can still be a problem. There is actually a similar but better code to this that is KISTOL, which either makes monsters / enemies completely gone or weirdly stuck in the floor. I still somehow managed to die, but it's a fun code to try yourself, as you never know what will happen. AGLISS is another neat cheat if you want to make the game a bit easier. When you kill enemies, they will become energy tanks that give you 20 health. This was really fun and helped me get through a lot of the game that I probably wouldn't have seen otherwise. Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Metroid on the NES with me. If you did, then don't forget to smash a big fat like on this so other Metroid fans can see it too. Subscribe if you are new and ring the bell, and as always a huge thank you to Jacob Clark for being our longtime Patreon supporter. If you want to be as cool as Jake and help out the mayhem, then check out the link to our Patreon page in the description below, and pledge as much or as little as you can to help us keep rocking out this awesome content. Anyway, that's it for today, friends, and I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And today we have a sweet list for all you video game cheaters out there. Today we're going to take a look at some of the best and most memorable video game cheats so far. So strap yourself in, whack a like on this bad boy, and most importantly smash subscribe and ring the bell if you haven't already, as we take on an adventure down cheating lane. Destination? Funsville. The Nintendo Entertainment System was a huge step forward in video game achievement, selling millions of units and bringing families together since 1985. Whilst we all know of the Konami code, up up, down down, left right, BA, there were a few other cheats for other games as well. Nothing unlocked the cheating goodness like the peripheral known as the Game Genie though. Yes, I know I talk a lot about this add-on on this channel, that's only because it's so freaking good! For the first cheat though, I'm going to talk about Super Mario Bros. 2, and more specifically about the cheat code that enables infinite flight. Just enter the code ANNEEGEY and off you go, zooming through levels like Walt won't know what hit him. This is particularly fun when you use Luigi though, as his little legs get moving like he's doing some old style jig. Whilst you do need a Game Genie to get this cheat working, it's still a cheat, and this is my list, damn it. If I want to include an old woman using a walking stick as a cheat, I'll do that too. What's that, Sonny? Shut up, Grandma, I'm doing one of my videos. The Nintendo 64 was almost the golden age of video game cheats. Whether it was entering codes in the special cheat area, passing levels in certain time frames, or just plain old unlockable content, the N64 was where it was at least back in the mid to late 90s. Sure, I could talk about games like Turok and Turok 2 with the pen and ink modes or infinite weapons and ammo, but instead I want to talk about a more subtle cheat that can be unlocked in GoldenEye 64. You know what I'm about to say. DK mode, baby. You can keep your golden guns and your paintball bullets. I want them big heads and long arms. For many this would have probably...
Hello, how you guys going? Hello, just still testing audio, sorry. Hopefully this will be a bit better.
Console by pressing Ctrl-Shift-C and then enter in the code MOTHERLOAD for a whopping 50,000 simoleons. You can also try codes like Kaching or Rosebud from previous Sims games, which will give you $1,000, which is still pretty handy too. If you want to go wild with it, then enter testing cheats true in your console and then type in money and the amount you like. So for example, money 50,000, and bam, you just got yourself 50,000 simoleons. There are a few other neat money hacks for the game that the YouTuber Deligracy put together, and you can find that full video in the description below. So let's see here, we've looked at flying, big heads, cash and lives. Now it's time to bring out the big guns, literally. It's at this point where most lists would turn to the classic Doom God Mode cheat that is IDDQD and makes you invincible, but I wanted to take a look at something a bit different. Let's have a closer look at GTA 5 and a simple code that will have you unlocking all weapons in a jiffy. Simply enter Y, RT, left, LB, A, right, X, LB times 3. If this isn't fun enough for you, then how about unlocking max health and armor as well? Simply press B, LB, Y, RT, A, X, B, right, X, LB times 3 again. Now you are free to take on the cops, blow up some people, or just run around and wreak havoc, GTA style. If the cops keep getting you down, you can even enter a cheat code that will make you invincible for 5 minutes at a time. With the Xbox One controller, the code is right A, right, left, right, RB, right, left, A, Y. So enjoy. Originally released on October 15th, 1997, Age of Empires fast became one of the most popular real-time strategy games out there. There have since been releases of newer versions with upgrades to graphics and mobs and such, but there is something nostalgic and just plain good about the original version. However, if you are tired with the traditional gameplay, you might be interested in this cheat. Simply press enter during the game and type the code Big Daddy, all in caps. What's it do besides sounding totally badass? Well, it spawns what's called a WinZet Z, which is a car that is modelled after the 1995 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Pretty sweet, eh? Well, on top of this incredibly fast sports car, it also houses someone with a rocket launcher inside. Naturally, this can do insane damage, even at great range. It can destroy a freaking house in one shot.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun in store for you today. As per popular demand, it seems like you guys wanted to see some Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island stuff. So who am I to deny the people what they want? The fact that it is also one of my favourite games of all time is purely coincidental, I swear. So what are we gonna do with it? Well, the title of the video probably gave you a hint. We are going to Game Genie this baby into oblivion, with all the cheats I can find. This is actually the first Super Nintendo game to be featured in our Game Genie Hijinks series, so that's pretty cool on its own and also explains why this video is so late to be released. Anyway, if you love Yoshi and hate Baby Mario crying, then be sure to smack a big fat like on this video, share it with your friends, and of course subscribe and ring the bell if you are new to the channel, and just if you love video games. With all that said, let's see what we can break. So before we get into the actual Game Genie codes, there are a few awesomely fun glitch/hack things you can do without any peripheral mayhem that you just have to try. I know we have all wanted to do this at some point whilst playing Yoshi's Island, and that is to actually eat Baby Mario. Sure, it might border on some weird cannibalism, but since you're playing as a Yoshi, I think it's okay. On level 5-5, Goonie Rides, make sure you have a plus 10 or plus 20 star item on board, and head to the area where you can turn into a helicopter and prepare for some good timing. Let a Goonie hit you so Mario flies up into a bubble, and wait until the timer for Mario hits 0. As the timer hits 0, jump, then lick Mario to retrieve him, and in the same jump hit the helicopter bubble. The Toadies will come back for Mario even though you are in a helicopter mode, so the moment they pick him back up, you just have to hit start and use one of your star items to increase the Baby Mario timer. If you do this right, Baby Mario will be floating around whilst you are flying around. From here you can make contact with him, which will send him into a mini bubble. And when your helicopter power-up ends, you will even be able to eat the little bugger, and even turn him into an egg. Now you can run around baby-free. If this isn't some cosmic justice for all those damn annoying tears, then I don't know what is. Another fun thing to try is, if you carefully approach the boss Naval Piranha of level 3, you can actually fire an egg to take him out before the battle even begins. If you manage to get him, Kamek even flies in and expresses his surprise before jetting off. Interestingly, in the German version of Yoshi's Island, this boss is actually called Audrey, in reference to the Little Shop of Horrors. So those things are pretty cool and all, but now onto the actual Game Genieing, I guess. I think as always it's best to start off with the official Game Genie Galoob codes, as some of them are not only cool, but they can also be extremely helpful. Such as the code C2EE-649F, which will give you infinite lives. A pretty handy cheat if you're doing some extreme mode of the game where you can't collect red coins or something. There are a few other live related codes that can help. These range from D9B7-0023 to start the game with 5 lives, all the way to the code 17B7 0023, which starts you off with 99 lives. There isn't much else to say about these other than they are helpful. Similar to these, you can enter the code DC36010D, so when you continue, you start the game with 5 lives, all the way to the code 1736010D, which lets you continue the game with 99 lives. In my opinion, these codes are a little bit redundant, but they do exist, so it's worth mentioning. If you enjoy the sound of Baby Mario crying, and you don't want your star timer to go down when you get hit, then the stock standard code C23F-ADDD will let you do just that. Naturally, this is super helpful as it's just about impossible to die in the game, but you do have to put up with that crying baby, so it's not the best trade-off. For those of you that don't know, with emulation you can actually download a completed version of Yoshi's Island and load it into your game. However, if you don't want to do this, or if you're using hardware, then the Game Genie codes CB69-006D plus 3069-00AD will be super helpful for you, as it will have all the levels in the game completed with 100%. This is like the ultimate cheat really, as you can freely play any level you want at any time you want. A similar but less complete cheat list is CB8A-64D5 plus 108A-6405 plus 3C8A-6465. When you are using this combination of codes, it'll make any level you pass to be complete with 100 points, even if you didn't collect everything. So take that, hidden red coins or missing flowers, now you're playing with power. Having said that, the code C2C8-A465 will actually always show you red coins and even any hidden items after you've used the magnifying glass, making that 100% completion quite a bit easier to obtain even if you want to take your time with the level, and assuming you don't have infinite magnifying glasses. Something that will combat this, or if you're like me and are a bit stingy with your item use, then try the code 1D26-AFA1. With this bad boy in play, any power-ups you use don't actually disappear, giving you infinite items as long as you have them collected. This is a super handy Game Genie code for sure, and just keep pumping up your stars every time you get hit. The last few default codes focus on the red exclamation marks and how long they stay active. With cheats like D98A-AF7B, the red button press will stay active for over twice as long as usual. This can be extremely useful in some situations where hidden arrows are exposed for you to duck down into, or if you just need to run on activated blocks. Other than that, this isn't that helpful, but it can add some variation to the game. And that about wraps up the official Game Genie Galoob codes. Some are awesome, some are just a bit helpful, but one thing's for sure, they do exist, and are game altering. So let's take a look at some non-standard cheat codes now, shall we? I know I have a habit of not saving the best till last, but let's start with what is possibly the best ever Game Genie code for Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. The code 44AO-672B will disable Baby Mario from crying. Praise be to the hacking gods for coming up with this gem. I think we have all wanted to mute those whales at one point or another during the gameplay. However, the alert noise still does play, but it's better than nothing, right? Do you want to take your eggs to the next level and create a brand new weapon? Why not try the Game Genie code EE82-DDOE? When this is in place, stand still on a level surface and throw an egg directly upwards. This rogue egg will now float in place and actually kill any enemy that comes into contact with it. This is pretty sweet, Yoshi just got a new weapon! It's also easier to make different coloured eggs this way, if you want to cheat a little bit further. Have fun messing around with this one anyway. There is another interesting Game Genie code for Yoshi's Island, and that is DD32-6DAD, which will supposedly make your star timer always go up. Unfortunately, it seems a bit buggy, as first try my stars increased by just 1, and then the next time the star timer itself was just always on the screen, and didn't even go back to 10 when I was hit. This is one you might have to try yourself and see how it acts for you. If you still want to play around with the stars, then the cheat code B93D-AFOD may be of interest to you. With this bad boy in play, the star timer doesn't even decrease when you get hit. This is obviously super handy and basically makes you invincible, at least to some degree if you're not around spikes or lava. Further to the official Game Genie Lives codes, there are some fan-discovered ones like EEB7-0023. which will start you off the game with 255 lives. There is also the complimentary code that is EE36-010D, which just lets you continue with 255 lives. Like the original codes, there isn't a lot more to say about these, other than they are super helpful and they do exist. A more useful life code is C2EE-64BF, which not only gives you infinite lives, but it even starts you at the middle ring once you die. That's right, you don't even need to get halfway through the level to get halfway through the level, if that makes sense. I thought I'd save one of the wackiest codes until the last one we will cover. So with that said, enter into your Game Genie the cheat EEA8-6DD5. This code is simply known as Strange Backgrounds, which is a fitting name given it does just that. When you are in a level, just pause and then unpause the game. Now the backgrounds will turn black and everything on top of them will just be kind of transparent. It's a pretty awesome code aesthetically, and also probably one of the more game-breaking of the cheats that we took a look at in this video. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you've enjoyed hacking Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island with me. As I said, it's one of my favourite games, and so I would appreciate it if you could whack a big fat thumbs up on this, subscribe if you are new, leave a comment below, and of course share it with your other Mario or video game loving friends. And that's it from me, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun for you today. We've hacked Mario games, Kirby games, heck, even recently the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got their fair share of wacky hacking goodness.
Super Mayhem. Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun in store for you today. As per popular demand, it seems like you guys wanted to see some Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island stuff. So who am I to deny the people what they want? The fact that it is also one of my favourite games of all time is purely coincidental, I swear. So what are we gonna do with it? Well, the title of the video probably gave you a hint. We are going to Game Genie this baby into oblivion with all the cheats I can find. This is actually the first Super Nintendo game to be featured in our Game Genie Hijinks series, so that's pretty cool on its own and also explains why this video is so late to be released. Anyway, if you love Yoshi and hate Baby Mario crying, then be sure to smack a big fat like on this video, share it with your friends, and of course subscribe and ring the bell if you are new to the channel, and just if you love video games. With all that said, let's see what we can break. So before we get into the actual Game Genie codes, there are a few awesomely fun glitch/hack things you can do without any peripheral mayhem that you just have to try. I know we have all wanted to do this at some point whilst playing Yoshi's Island, and that is to actually eat Baby Mario. Sure, it might border on some weird cannibalism, but since you're playing as a Yoshi, I think it's okay. On level 5-5, Goonie Rides, make sure you have a plus 10 or plus 20 star item on board, and head to the area where you can turn into a helicopter and prepare for some good timing. Let a Goonie hit you so Mario flies up into a bubble, and wait until the timer for Mario hits 0. As the timer hits 0, jump, then lick Mario to retrieve him, and in the same jump hit the helicopter bubble. The Toadies will come back for Mario even though you are in a helicopter mode, so the moment they pick him back up, you just have to hit start and use one of your star items to increase the Baby Mario timer. If you do this right, Baby Mario will be floating around whilst you are flying around. From here you can make contact with him, which will send him into a mini bubble. And when your helicopter power-up ends, you will even be able to eat the little bugger, and even turn him into an egg. Now you can run around baby-free. If this isn't some cosmic justice for all those damn annoying tears, then I don't know what is. Another fun thing to try is, if you carefully approach the boss Naval Piranha of level 3, you can actually fire an egg to take him out before the battle even begins. If you manage to get him, Kamek even flies in and expresses his surprise before jetting off. Interestingly, in the German version of Yoshi's Island, this boss is actually called Audrey, in reference to the Little Shop of Horrors. So those things are pretty cool and all, but now onto the actual Game Genieing, I guess. I think as always it's best to start off with the official Game Genie Galoob codes, as some of them are not only cool, but they can also be extremely helpful. such as the code C2EE-649F, which will give you infinite lives. A pretty handy cheat if you're doing some extreme mode of the game where you can't collect red coins or something. There are a few other live related codes that can help. These range from D9B7-0023 to start the game with 5 lives, all the way to the code 17B7-0023, which starts you off with 99 lives. There isn't much else to say about these other than they are helpful. Similar to these, you can enter the code DC36010D, so when you continue, you start the game with 5 lives, all the way to the code 1736010D, which lets you continue the game with 99 lives. In my opinion, these codes are a little bit redundant, but they do exist, so it's worth mentioning. If you enjoy the sound of Baby Mario crying, and you don't want your star timer to go down when you get hit, then the stock standard code C23F-ADDD will let you do just that. Naturally, this is super helpful as it's just about impossible to die in the game, but you do have to put up with that crying baby, so it's not the best trade-off. For those of you that don't know, with emulation you can actually download a completed version of Yoshi's Island and load it into your game. However, if you don't want to do this, or if you're using hardware, then the Game Genie codes CB69-0060 plus 3069-00AD will be super helpful for you, as it will have all the levels in the game completed with 100%. This is like the ultimate cheat really, as you can freely play any level you want at any time you want. A similar but less complete cheat list is CB8A-64D5 plus 108A-6405 plus 3C8A-6465. When you are using this combination of codes, it'll make any level you pass to be complete with 100 points, even if you didn't collect everything. So take that, hidden red coins or missing flowers, now you're playing with power. Having said that, the code C2C8-A465 will actually always show you red coins and even any hidden items after you've used the magnifying glass, making that 100% completion quite a bit easier to obtain, even if you want to take your time with the level, and assuming you don't have infinite magnifying glasses. Something that will combat this, or if you're like me and are a bit stingy with your item use, then try the code 1D26-AFA1. With this bad boy in play, any power-ups you use don't actually disappear, giving you infinite items as long as you have them collected. This is a super handy Game Genie code for sure, as you can just keep pumping up your stars every time you get hit. The last few default codes focus on the red exclamation marks and how long they stay active. With cheats like D98A-AF7B, the red button press will stay active for over twice as long as usual. This can be extremely useful in some situations where hidden arrows are exposed for you to duck down into, or if you just need to run on activated blocks. Other than that, this isn't that helpful, but it can add some variation to the game. And that about wraps up the official Game Genie Galoob codes. Some are awesome, some are just a bit helpful, but one thing's for sure, they do exist, and are game altering. So let's take a look at some non-standard cheat codes now, shall we? I know I have a habit of not saving the best till last, but let's start with what is possibly the best ever Game Genie code for Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. The code 44AO-672B will disable Baby Mario from crying. Praise be to the hacking gods for coming up with this gem. I think we have all wanted to mute those whales at one point or another during the gameplay. However, the alert noise still does play, but it's better than nothing, right? Do you want to take your eggs to the next level and create a brand new weapon? Why not try the Game Genie code EE82-DDOE. When this is in place, stand still on a level surface and throw an egg directly upwards. This rogue egg will now float in place and actually kill any enemy that comes into contact with it. This is pretty sweet, Yoshi just got a new weapon! It's also easy to make different coloured eggs this way, if you want to cheat a little bit further. Have fun messing around with this one anyway. There is another interesting Game Genie code for Yoshi's Island, and that is DD32-6DAD, which will supposedly make your star timer always go up. Unfortunately, it seems a bit buggy, as first try my stars increased by just 1, and then the next time the star timer itself was just always on the screen, and didn't even go back to 10 when I was hit. This is one you might have to try yourself and see how it acts for you. If you still want to play around with the stars, then the cheat code B93D-AFOD may be of interest to you. With this bad boy in play, the star timer doesn't even decrease when you get hit. This is obviously super handy and basically makes you invincible, at least to some degree if you're not around spikes or lava. Further to the official Game Genie Lives codes, there are some fan-discovered ones like EEB7-0023, which will start you off the game with 255 lives. There is also the complimentary code that is EE36-010D, which just lets you continue with 255 lives. Like the original codes, there isn't a lot more to say about these, other than they are super helpful and they do exist. A more useful life code is C2EE-64BF, which not only gives you infinite lives, but it even starts you at the middle ring once you die. That's right, you don't even need to get halfway through the level to get halfway through the level, if that makes sense. I thought I'd save one of the wackiest codes until the last one we will cover. So with that said, enter into your Game Genie the cheat EEA8-6DD5. This code is simply known as Strange Backgrounds, which is a fitting name given it does just that. When you are in a level, just pause and then unpause the game. Now the backgrounds will turn black and everything on top of them will just be kind of transparent. It's a pretty awesome code aesthetically, and also probably one of the more game-breaking of the cheats that we took a look at in this video. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you've enjoyed hacking Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island with me. As I said, it's one of my favourite games, and so I would appreciate it if you could whack a big fat thumbs up on this, subscribe if you are new, leave a comment below, and of course share it with your other Mario or video game loving friends. And that's it from me, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun for you today. We've hacked Mario games, Kirby games, heck, even recently the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got their fair share of wacky hacking goodness. So what are we going to tackle today? Well, I thought the 1986 classic Metroid for the NES might be a good bet. So what do you think? Are you a fan of this game and or its subsequent series? Why not smash a like for the love of Samus, hit subscribe and ring the bell if you are new to the channel, and let's dive deeply into the planet Zebes as we attempt to hack the nostalgic platformer that is Metroid. I should also probably note I've always been a pretty bad player of this game, so even with hacks, well, I'm still pretty bad. So with that said, let's go! Before we jump too far into the world of Game Genieing, I thought we might take a moment to appreciate that there are actually different endings to the game. This was a pretty forward-thinking move by Nintendo, as it's something that many other games would adopt in the future. So just quickly, here is an overview of the 5 different endings and how to get them. But make sure you stick around for the Game Genie cheats though, you won't want to miss them. For the worst ending, you have to beat the game in 10 plus hours or 5 plus hours as suitless Samus. With this ending, a suited Samus will be looking away. The second worst ending is for between 5 and 10 hours, which just has a suited Samus. The middle ending, which is 3 to 5 hours completion time, has Samus with her helmet taken off. The second best ending is 1 to 3 hours, with the suitless Samus unlock, plus suitless Samus in a leotard waving. And the best ending happens when you beat the game in under 1 hour, which has suitless Samus in a bikini waving. For many players, this was the first time they realised that Samus was actually a female. This may seem pretty standard these days, but for the time having a female protagonist was also pretty forward thinking. So GG Nintendo, GG. I should also mention that if you are able to beat the game in under 2 hours, then at the password screen you just press start and you'll be able to play the game as a suitless Samus. So that's a pretty neat incentive to crush the game. For me though, I have to rely on cheats to get that far. The Western release of Metroid is also well known for its password system, which was also pretty new to the gaming industry at the time. I won't go into all of them, but a few classic / well-known or interesting passwords are as follows. Justin Bailey. It claims that we have all the things and more. This password must be all in caps and then lines filling up the bottom of the password. With this entered, you will start on the last level as suitless Samus and have all items except the Ice Beam. You will still lose health though, and you don't have unlimited items, but it's still a cool cheat if you want to do some exploring of the final depths of Zebes. Nappa's Sword. Any major Metroid enthusiast will probably already know this password, but I have to include it because it's so great. With this one you will start at the beginning of the game with unlimited life, unlimited missiles, and all the upgrades, baby! The energy meter is a bit funny. You can technically lose health, but when you hit another enemy it seems to come back, at least in some cases. In my quick play with this password, I found it impossible to die, so that has to say something about this magnificent password. It's really fun to play around with, especially if you are like me and not very good at the game, but still want to see what you can acquire if you played it through. This next one is a bit of garbled nonsense, so I'll just put it on the screen, but if you just want to see arguably the best ending in Metroid, with a suitless bikini wearing Samus, then this password is for you, as it's meant to start you off at the ending screen. However, I think I landed in one of the final levels with all weapons. Since I'm a major noob at this game, I wasn't sure whether to go up or down, so I got eaten by a Metroid one way, and kinda died the other way. It's a neat code though, and you should definitely check it out. This second and last password is also a bit of a garbled mess, so I'll just put it up on the screen for you, but this one lets you fight Ridley if you're good enough to get to him, which is kinda cool. You also start with missiles and a few different weapons, but I'm actually pretty bad at this game in case the footage doesn't demonstrate that. Of course, the actual number of passwords is pretty much limitless, as you get one each time you die in the game. But these were a few that stand out and people have shared online. One could dedicate an entire video just to passwords, but I just wanted to showcase a few. Anyway, with those passwords done, it's on to the actual game genieing, I think. And lucky for us, there are actually a ton of different codes that let us do all kinds of wacky things. So let's start off quickly with the default Game Genie codes from the booklet, shall we? I didn't record all of these as I spent more time on the more interesting codes, but the full default list is as follows. If you want to limit your minimum energy rather than having infinite energy, you can also try the code SXSGNVSE, which sets your minimum energy to 30. I'm not sure exactly why you would want to do this at exactly 30, probably because it's your base energy, but hey, it's a code and it's kinda cool since you can't die. Much like in the password system code mentioned earlier, your energy will fluctuate up and down as you hit enemies, so it's a bit odd. SZUILUVK will give you infinite rockets on pickup. ZENSXLIE will gain 10 rockets on pickup. YENSXLIE will have you gain 15 rockets on pickup. YAXGVPLA starts you off with extra energy. When I tried it, it gave me 70 health, so it's pretty good but not the best code in the world. It just gives you a nice boost at the start of the game. So these codes are pretty cool and all in their own right, but there are some fan discovered ones that are even better, or at least more game altering. A pretty sweet code is ALLGKP, which starts you off in the game with all of the items including the Ice Beam, as well as infinite energy and even missiles. Not bad, hey? If you're wanting a simple code that will let you cruise through the game, then this is definitely the one for you. Again, I should have saved the best till last, but this code is super helpful and probably my favourite of the Game Genie codes. If the game seems too slow for you, then you can try the Game Genie code EENTPU, which sets you up for fast speed mode, and man do you motor around. You can even outrun friggin' bullets! If this is too much like Sonic for you, or you just want to slow things down completely, then try the opposite code, that is EENTAU, which puts you into slow speed mode. You might think that this would make it easier to get past those pesky enemies, however they still move at regular speed. It is only Samus that seems to have acquired the snail ability, as it is almost painful to play the game with this code. Maybe it's something speedrunners could try and utilise? I'd hate to see the completion time though. Another interesting cheat is LLLVSV, which is supposedly meant to put bombs where balls should be for some reason. However, when I used this code and went to the left to get the Morph Ball, if that makes sense, the game reverted back to the starting screen and made it impossible to progress in the game. Game Genie codes can get pretty wacky, and this is just that. Now we are going to move on to some rather interesting graphic related codes that someone named Severed Majestic discovered, so many props to them and their hard work. These are great fun as they do all kinds of weird and wonderful things to the game, so stick around for these bad boys. A good starting point is AOPEPS. This code puts you into a weird frozen kind of front flip position when you aim upwards. It's kind of odd because you're facing down like you're about to do a cannonball, but don't worry, you can still shoot upwards with this cheat. If you just change the first letter of the previous code, you can get some different interesting results, such as GOPEPS. This one, when you aim up, you turn into your morph ball. This is weird enough, but when you push the D-pad another time, you will actually dig into the ground. It's a super weird cheat, especially since you can dig off the screen. If you dig in the wrong spot, your energy will deplete and you will eventually die. However, in the third room, I was able to go through the floor to what I think is part of the game you aren't meant to reach yet. When I got all the way to the bottom, I just went through the floor until I came back down from the top. I was stuck in the ground, but I didn't die. It's the little wins that count. Hey, fancy shooting out of your butt when holding up on the D-pad? Well, with the code POPEPS, you can just do that. I'm not entirely sure why you would want to, but at least you can, right? If you want to completely screw up levels, then the Game Genie code LUSTNN will help you do that. I only tested this out on the first level, so I can't say how it will affect the later levels, but it's definitely a change from the normal play of Metroid. Once you get the morph ball, you get stuck because the level is all wacky. In fact, I couldn't even get past the second room because bits of the level were all over the place. This may behave differently on your version of the game though, so be sure to give it a go. Similar to the previous code, EATTUN is another odd level screw up code. When using this cheat code, the level kind of half disappears and is gone. Good luck playing the game like this. You can fall through the floor, lose a bit of health, and then fall from the sky when getting the morph ball. When going right, you can kinda land on the non-existent floor, again losing health, and jump off it again, so the game may actually be possible to beat, but I kinda doubt it unless you combined it with the infinite energy hack. There are some further cheats that will help you with the game. For example, the code PIPEPS will cause most enemies to freeze in their positions. I'd like to say this makes the game a fair bit easier to play, but as the enemies can be frozen in the path you need to take, it can still be a problem. There is actually a similar but better code to this that is KISTOL, which either makes monsters/enemies completely gone or weirdly stuck in the floor. I still somehow managed to die, but it's a fun code to try yourself, as you never know what will happen. AGLISS is another neat cheat if you want to make the game a bit easier. When you kill enemies, they will become energy tanks that give you 20 health. This was really fun and helped me get through a lot of the game that I probably wouldn't have seen otherwise. Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Metroid on the NES with me. If you did, then don't forget to smash a big fat like on this so other Metroid fans can see it too. Subscribe if you are new and ring the bell, and as always a huge thank you to Jacob Clark for being our longtime Patreon supporter. If you want to be as cool as Jake and help out the mayhem, then check out the link to our Patreon page in the description below, and pledge as much or as little as you can to help us keep rocking out this awesome content. Anyway, that's it for today, friends, and I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And today we have a sweet list for all you video game cheaters out there. Today we're going to take a look at some of the best and most memorable video game cheats so far. So strap yourself in, whack a like on this bad boy, and most importantly smash subscribe and ring the bell if you haven't already, as we take on an adventure down cheating lane. Destination? Funsville. The Nintendo Entertainment System was a huge step forward in video game achievement, selling millions of units and bringing families together since 1985. Whilst we all know of the Konami code, up up, down down, left right, BA, there were a few other cheats for other games as well. Nothing unlocked the cheating goodness like the peripheral known as the Game Genie though. Yes, I know I talk a lot about this add-on on this channel, that's only because it's so freaking good! For the first cheat though, I'm going to talk about Super Mario Bros. 2, and more specifically about the cheat code that enables infinite flight. Just enter the code ANNEEGEY and off you go, zooming through levels like Walt won't know what hit him. This is particularly fun when you use Luigi though, as his little legs get moving like he's doing some old style jig. Whilst you do need a Game Genie to get this cheat working, it's still a cheat, and this is my list, damn it. If I want to include an old woman using a walking stick as a cheat, I'll do that too. What's that, Sonny? Shut up, Grandma, I'm doing one of my videos. The Nintendo 64 was almost the golden age of video game cheats. Whether it was entering codes in the special cheat area, passing levels in certain time frames, or just plain old unlockable content, the N64 was where it was at least back in the mid to late 90s. Sure, I could talk about games like Turok and Turok 2 with the pen and ink modes or infinite weapons and ammo, but instead I want to talk about a more subtle cheat that can be unlocked in GoldenEye 64. You know what I'm about to say. DK mode, baby. You can keep your golden guns and your paintball bullets. I want them big heads and long arms. For many, this would have probably been their first introduction to cheats in GoldenEye, because it is relatively easy to obtain. Simply complete the runway level on Agent in 5 minutes or less. Not the toughest of cheats to unlock, but definitely one of the funnest and most memorable. If you are like me and somehow stuck somewhere in the 90s, then this cheat code will have definitely influenced your life. Back in the day there was a lot of uproar about violence in video games. What could and could not be shown was always a little bit tricky for developers to work out. However, there is a classic Sega Genesis code for Mortal Kombat that made this particular version of the game more sought after even than the Super Nintendo version. On the Code of Honor screen, simply enter the button combo ABACABB. If you have done this correctly, then the text will turn yellow and you will hear Scorpion say his token, "Get over here." Get over here! So, what does this simple cheat do? It enables blood in the game. This was a big deal when you were a kid. It somehow enhanced the game and gave it that bit more illusion of gore. It's not much when you look at the recent Mortal Kombat games and their intense head-splitting action, but for the 16-bit era we had to take what we could get. Does your palette require something a little more modern? Well, how about you smash Super Mario 3D World into your gob? There isn't a whole lot to say about this cheat except that it's pretty easy to do and is almost a standard in the Super Mario series in general. All you have to do is unlock World 1-2, be big with a mushroom, and then go to what's referred to as the Koopa Cave, which is a little underground area near the start of the level. Grab the turtle shell from the Koopa, head to the little cave opening, and directly face the wall, and then release the shell and then jump. If you do it right, you will get stuck in an infinite loop of extra lives. In fact, you will be able to max out your lives before the time limit ends of the level, which will leave you with the odd number of 1,110 lives. That's a go, hey? We can't have a cheat list without including some good old-fashioned coin. And what better video game to get money in than something like Sims 4? You gotta build them crazy houses and feed the buggers after all, and that ain't cheap. There are money cheats for just about all the Sims games, but in the 4th installation of the series, all you have to do is open your console by pressing Ctrl-Shift-C and then enter in the code MOTHERLOAD for a whopping 50,000 simoleons. You can also try codes like Kaching or Rosebud from previous Sims games, which will give you $1,000, which is still pretty handy too. If you want to go wild with it, then enter Testing Cheats True in your console and then type in money and the amount you like. So for example, money 50,000, and bam, you just got yourself 50,000 simoleons. There are a few other neat money hacks for the game that the YouTuber Deligracy put together, and you can find that full video in the description below. So let's see here, we've looked at flying, big heads, cash and lives. Now it's time to bring out the big guns, literally. It's at this point where most lists would turn to the classic Doom God Mode cheat that is IDDQD and makes you invincible, but I wanted to take a look at something a bit different. Let's have a closer look at GTA 5 and a simple code that will have you unlocking all weapons in a jiffy. simply enter Y, RT, left, LB, A, right, X, LB times 3. If this isn't fun enough for you, then how about unlocking max health and armor as well? Simply press B, LB, Y, RT, A, X, B, right, X, LB times 3 again. Now you're free to take on the cops, blow up some people, or just run around and wreak havoc, GTA style. If the cops keep getting you down, you can even enter a cheat code that will make you invincible for 5 minutes at a time. With the Xbox One controller, the code is right A, right, left, right, RB, right, left, A, Y. So enjoy. Originally released on October 15th, 1997, Age of Empires fast became one of the most popular real-time strategy games out there. There have since been releases of newer versions with upgrades to graphics and mobs and such, but there is something nostalgic and just plain good about the original version. However, if you are tired with the traditional gameplay, you might be interested in this cheat. Simply press enter during the game and type the code Big Daddy, all in caps. What's it do besides sounding totally badass? Well, it spawns what's called a WinZet Z, which is a car that is modelled after the 1995 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Pretty sweet, eh? Well, on top of this incredibly fast sports car, it also houses someone with a rocket launcher inside. Naturally, this can do insane damage, even at great range. It can destroy a freaking house in one shot. A bunch of these bad boys and take the game to the next level. And finally here we will end with one of the most annoying cheats in gaming. Counter-Strike is well known for being a hacked game, and when you come across a hacker, it is one of the most frustrating experiences one can have. But you still have to admire the skill of a hacker making a patch or a hack for the game, especially if it bypasses Steam's hack detection. Whether it is seeing players through walls, ignoring smoke and flashbangs, or just the good old-fashioned auto headshot, CS has its fair share of hacks and hackers. I personally have always questioned why one would bother hacking a game like Counter-Strike, as there isn't much benefit other than pissing people off and seeing your name at the top of the scoreboard until an admin bans you. Either way, I felt the need to add this as our last hack, as it is possibly the most annoying cheat in video game history, and I'm sure many a keyboard has been smashed because of it. Anyway, that's it for today friends. I really hope you enjoyed these awesome video game cheats with me. If you did, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe and all that good stuff too. And as always, a huge thank you to Jacob Clark for being our first Patreon, and as I mentioned in our last video, we also have a new addition to the Mayhem family, Jeffrey Funk, who is our newest Patreon. If you want to join the Mayhem cause, then please take a look over at our Patreon page in the description and pledge as much or as little as you can. Each bit helps with web servers, domains, content creation, and all that kind of stuff. So it's really appreciated guys, and I hope to see you there. Anyway, that's it for today friends, I'll see you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends and welcome to another quick MarioMayhem.com video. Today we're going back to where it all started with the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES. I'm sick of playing the game normally though, so let's check out the Game Genie and see what kind of mischief we can get up to on the first level of the game. Those of you familiar with the original Game Genie manual may well be aware of the standard codes to make Mario Mega Jump, change the game's gravity, or even keep your big stature regardless of whatever Goombas could throw at you. Aside from the codes published in the original manual, over the years game enthusiasts have found their own codes and hacks for the game that range from minor tweaks to making the classic downright unplayable. So sit back, grab your Goomba stomping boots and join me if you will as we break the first world of Super Mario Bros. With some of these lesser known Game Genie codes. Number 6. Easing into the world of breaking Super Mario Bros., entering the code EKGAIS in your Game Genie gives the first world some crazy colours. There is actually a certain charm to this code, and the colour palette kinda reminds me of playing Game Boy games with the SNES converter. Apart from the background and enemy colour changes, the gameplay of the first level is still the same as far as I could tell, but it's still a neat little code if you are tired of the old backdrop. Number 5. The code TXNUXI is a little harder to describe, but it's definitely 1UP City. The screen shakes a lot when you hit blocks, and some of them you can even hit repeatedly. 1UPs appear out of blocks at random and replace all power-ups, but other than that it seems pretty vanilla gameplay. Number 4. The code EPOISS makes for a very entertaining first level. Whenever you hit the top left of any block or sprite, it then disappears. This is actually quite addictive as it's fun to try and wipe out blocks, but it does make certain jumps a little troubling to work out. It also makes it impossible to complete the first level, as when you jump into the flagpole, well, you know. Number 3. You know a code is going to be trouble when Mario is already attacked in the start screen. If you enter Pigpog as your Game Genie code, you get some pretty intense results. Goombas seem to be replaced with Koopa Troopers, there are random lifts, and also the occasional Fire Stick. This code seems to work a little bit different each time and only affects some levels, but it does make for an interesting change to level 1-1. Number 2. Ever been attacked by a Goomba throwing hammers? Welcome to the crazy code XYAGEO. One of the better known of the underground Game Genie hacks, this code gives the enemies Bowser's hammer throwing abilities. It gets a bit glitchy with Goombas going through pipes and enemies generally kind of homing in on you. As if things weren't hectic enough, then they go and do this to me too. How the hell are you supposed to destroy an upside down hovering hammer throwing Goomba? Number 1. The code ZVGEIE does exactly what we set out to do and totally breaks the first level, and gives me a headache. This code replaces all enemies with decapitated Bowsers, throws out the graphics, and makes the screen jump around like crazy. It becomes almost unplayable unless you really know the level layout, and even then, when you are stuck between two headless Bowsers, there isn't much you can really do. Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I hope you enjoyed these 6 crazy Game Genie hacks for Super Mario Bros. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm out of here.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Captain Tim here from Super Mayhem again. Oh, and boy howdy, do we have, well, not that many game hacks for you today. So in this addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to be taking a look at the 1993 SNES classic known as Star Fox, or Starwing if you're in the PAL region. And far out, this sold a lot of units, with over 4 billion copies being sold. So you may be wondering why the name change in the PAL region. This is due to a German company that was known as Star Fox, which was considered too similar because the V is often pronounced like an F in German. So that's a bit of trivia for us to start off with. Unfortunately, due to the Super FX chip installed on this cartridge, this game was not physically compatible with the Game Genie, meaning there are not that many codes known for the game. However, since it is such a popular game, I still wanted to cover the few cheats that do exist, since we can now play this game via emulator, and some cool people have found some cool Game Genie codes for us to mess with. So if you like Star Fox, the SNES, or just game hacking in general, then why not smash that like button to see if we can get to at least 30 likes. Subscribe if you are new, and don't forget to ring that bell. With all that said, prepare your pants as we explore the few codes that do exist for the much loved and well purchased game, Star Fox. Let's go! We will start off with one of the more entertaining cheat codes, and that is D1A0-DF0E. With this bad boy in place, you can actually start the game on the final goal, which is known as Venom. From the map screen selection, it looks like you simply start on the first stage. However, once you press start, it loads up the Venom level instead. This code seems to really be version dependent, as I had to try a couple of different versions of the game to get it working. Many of them just started off in the regular way. So if you try this one, you will most likely need Star Fox version 1.0. Anyway, it is a fun place to start, that's for sure, except if you're a noob like me. I will also note that the dog that gives you orders is named General Pepper. There is a rumour that his name comes from the Beatles album Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, because of his uniform looking a little like the character from the album cover, and of course his name being Pepper.
So this one's not quite a Game Genie, but there is also a neat Easter egg in the asteroid field in level 3. This world is called Out of This Dimension, and can be accessed by shooting and destroying the second of the largest asteroids. If you do this right, a weird kind of bird flies out of it, and you have to fly into this weird space bird. This will take you back to the map screen where you can now access this Easter egg level, where the background is all warped, enemies look weird. During the main part of the level, there is a weird rendition of Johann Strauss II's Voices of Spring, Waltz. To top off this madness, the boss is a kind of giant slot machine. The only way to pass him is to get 3 sevens by shooting the arm of the machine to spin it, and then the credits will roll. The only way to get out of this level is to reset your machine. Pretty wacky. Whilst you are fighting the slot machine, the music mixes several classic songs, such as the Japanese folk song Yuki, When the Saints Go Marching In, and even the German folk song known as Hunschen Klein. What a weird mix of a level this one is. The next code we will take a look at is 5560-DDF3, which is a bit of a strange one. When you start the game off, you start in the launching tube, right? Well, with this code in place, you actually never leave that launching tube. It just keeps on going and going, showing different angles and glitching a bit. It's a bit of a useless code, but hey, we are dealing with a game that didn't technically support the Game Genie, so we will take what we can get. At first glance, I didn't actually think this next code worked, but hey, it turns out it does, and boy is it sweet. Enter in 2D29-65EA as your Game Genie cheat code, and you will find out that you have an unlimited shield, and in essence invulnerability. So it turns out it is quite hard to actually get hit on the first stage, but if you do run into enemies or obstacles, your shield will decrease like normal. However, when your shield hits empty, you can still take damage and continue on like usual. This means you can pretty much get past any level without too much hassle at all. This is definitely the best cheat you can find for the good old Star Fox, and really, what more could you want in a cheat? If you prefer a little bit more of a complicated code, then you can also enter the 2-line beast that is 21C0-A7CE plus 21C0-AFCE, and this actually has the exact same effect as the previous code we looked at. Unlimited shields and you can't die or get a game over. These are pretty sweet and you should really give them a go, as it's just lots of fun to smash your way through each level. For some reason there are a few more codes that revolve around the launching pad tube thing at the start of each level. For example, if you enter in 5561-DDF3, we get this kind of upside down view of the pilots taking off. It's kind of interesting as you can see the floor being drawn as you move up to it, but it doesn't help the gameplay that much. There's not much else to say about this one, other than it exists if you are interested in glitches. And the last code we will take a look at is XX60-DDFB. And you may be asking yourself, why are the 2 X's at the start? Well, you can replace them with other characters to have different effects. I used AE in this demonstration. So what does this code actually do? Well, it changes the way your ship explodes when you crash. With my version of the code, my ship just disappears, but I believe you can get all different kinds of effects depending on the character choices you use. It's not the coolest cheat to end on, but seemed fitting as dying is a good outro to the video. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you enjoyed taking a look at the few existing codes for Star Fox on the SNES. If you did, then be sure to smash that like button and see if we can get to at least 30 likes. Subscribe if you are new, and of course ring that bell for notifications. Also, if you really like the mayhem and what I do, then why not consider taking a look at our join button or our Patreon page below to get access to videos early, behind the scenes info, and even get your name in lights at the end of every video. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun Game Genie hacking action for you today. So in a new addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, today we're going to take a look at the 1992 classic racing game, Super Mario Kart, on the Super Nintendo. And geez, there was a lot of codes for this game, I mean like hundreds. So I had to sift through whatever worked and whatever was interesting, and that was quite a task in and of itself. So if you enjoy Super Mario, especially in racing form, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment, let me know what you think about it, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with that said, on with the show!
Easing into this collection, the awesome cheat code B238-CDA4 makes it so that when you use a mushroom or run over a turbo arrow, you can fly. I only got one mushroom in my quick testing of this code, but I can see how this is awesome fun. Basically, you become invincible and you can move over any of the track you want, aka flying. It's a neat cheat code for sure. I had to try this using the boost at the start, and even with being a bit rusty, I got it going, and yes, you can fly from the start. This makes doing laps a whole lot easier, and I'm pretty sure I'm an official speedrunner now. Interestingly, you still appear on the bottom map screen. Look at that Koopa Troopa go! We now cross live to reporter Shmurmagur for the goss on the ground.
Hello my darling, it's Shmurmagur here. I'm hiding inside because out on the course it is total chaos. We have Koopa Troopas flying everywhere. It is like UFOs or something, only we know what these objects are. It is pandemonium out here, total chaos. Oh my god, there goes one round. Look out there, no, there could be everywhere. I think, oh my god, there's one in my pants. Oh my god, how did he get there? It is total chaos here, it's pandemonium. I am scared for my life. I think I might die soon. Back to you, my darling.
Thanks, Mr. Magur, for that special report. Now on to the next code. 2CEB-CDA4 is a really strange cheat. For a start, when the race begins, all racers jump, and then the CPUs just motor away. I mean, they're going like 150cc in a game where the max speed is 100cc. Interestingly, you can't pick up coins or items either, but it seems like you can race on just about any surface you want like normal, meaning you can cut corners no problems as long as there are no obstacles in your way. When I tested this on 100cc and Mushroom Cup, some of the racers got stuck in the walls, which is what the code had promised, so it kinda worked out. Still, this is a strange Game Genie code for sure. Now, we here at the Mayhem do enjoy a drink, but not in combination with driving. Having said that, the code C4EB-CDA4 is aptly named Drunk Drivers. This is quite amusing actually, as it makes the CPU characters drive really slow and all over the place. These buggers will head out into the ocean like there is no tomorrow. You still can't pick up any items or anything, but you don't really need them when all your fellow racers are smashing that winning champagne before they start the race. 4DEB-CDA4 is a similar code to the first one we covered. This time, however, you are flying on the screen. You can travel anywhere you want on the track, regardless of obstacles and other races. When you hit the hop button, you kind of flicker up and down and the screen goes a bit crazy, and you will see other enemies kind of taking flight. As I say, it's similar to our first code but still awesome. Feel like you just need to throw up whilst playing Super Mario Kart? Try the code 1DEB-CDA4 and you are set. Only this time you'll be throwing up pipes as you drive. This also has some weird effects by making other players fly around, existing pipes hover off the ground, and you can't collide with them, and you can even drive on any area of the track you like, as if it's normal road. I tried this code on Bowser's Castle, which doesn't have any pipes, and I ended up throwing up thwomps, as the screen kept going black. It was pretty much unplayable, but still interesting. Oh, and also after I threw up a bunch of pipes in Mushroom Cup, the game ended up freezing on me, so that's something. The Game Genie code 5E38-4DD4 is probably one of the best codes you can use in the game. Right at the beginning of the race, press left and you will activate any item you want by pressing certain buttons. A gives you a mushroom boost, Y uses a feather, R shoots a red turtle shell, select drops a banana, L shoots green shells, X gives you a star, and up and Y, with the right timing, sets off a lightning bolt. This is hectic as, and so much fun. You don't even have to obtain a question mark block or to have an item to use. You can just spam whichever button you want, and you can use infinite items. So go ahead and spam that green turtle shell till your heart is content. Just don't run into them after firing. 4BEB-CDA4 was supposed to give me a super high float, but I couldn't get it working for some reason. Unless of course you count being able to drive anywhere I wanted, unless there was an obstacle in my way. This actually worked out pretty well in the Ghost Castle level. There seems to be an abundance of cheats ending in CDA4 that have similar effects. If you want to change the decor of the tracks, then try the cheat code DF6F-47DF, which will help you out. The creator of this cheat code refers to it as Tutti Frutti Track, which is, well, a pretty accurate description. Bowser's Castle has never looked fruitier, or something. On the bottom map, some characters just appear as black sprites, as does Lakitu, but when you get an item, unless it's a coin, you don't really know what it is. This would be a fun one to try on different courses for sure. I've got a need for speed. And the code 3FC4-CDA4 does just that, baby. The creator of this cheat calls it 1000cc speed, and they are pretty right. Even in a 50cc race, you go bonkers. It's like constantly boosting your mushroom speed, plus some extra special sauce, or something. It's actually super hard to stay on the road, but it's really fun. Even when I won and it showed Koopa Troopa driving automatically, he couldn't keep up. That's a sign of a good Game Genie cheat right there. 6286-4F6D is a pretty hilarious code to try out. Named Slow Motion Code, it does exactly that. To the CPUs anyway. They hardly move. Talk about a crawling race. You can easily complete 5 laps before the pack even makes it to the first set of question mark item blocks. I had to be a bit more of a jerk though, and stop in front of them and drop items. Or sit and watch poor Powser try and jump over a mini mushroom from the princess. This is a cool code, I like it. The code 4FEB-CDA4 is another cool one. This is known as Phantom Mode, and it makes so you can move through other characters without spinning out. You can also pass through obstacles and land barriers without any problems, meaning that once again you can pretty easily come first by cruising through half the course. I still could get hit by items though, so watch out for those banana peels. Now, are you ready to get dizzy? The code 87EB-CDA4 is so weird. It basically spins you around and around whilst you are accelerating. It made me feel so weird to be honest. If you stop accelerating you can hop around changing directions, but you can't leave the spot where you started. Whoa, I'm a dizzy. I have always suspected that Lakitu was up to something. The code 47EB-CDA4 proves it. This time, whenever you are hit by any obstacle or opponent or item, you are thrown out of bounds and Lakitu basically kidnaps you for as long as he wants to. This makes it super hard to progress through the track, as you may be indisposed with Lakitu for quite a while. Want to bet that you will always come first? Try the cheat code 31C4-CDA4 as your Game Genie code and you will sure to be a winner. Regardless of where you are placed in the race, you will always be shown as being first. In other words, you can't really rank out of the race. Unfortunately, I couldn't test this completely as the game eventually froze on me, but I suspect that was just because I was trying very hard not to be first. Or something. I'm a pretty pro driver. Anyway, this is a code you should try for sure. And the last Game Genie code we will take a look at is F9C4-CDA4, which the creator named Baby Carriage Cart, which kinda fits. When you start the race, your cart becomes red and very glitched, kind of in the shape of a baby carriage. For some reason it also has the word lap on the cart, both backwards and forwards. You've gotta love glitches. To finish this video off, I thought we would take a quick look at an older video I made that shows us some of the cheats for Super Mario Kart that don't require a Game Genie.
Super Mario Kart. Those of us that grew up with the SNES probably either owned, rented, or had a friend that had Super Mario Kart. Aside from the classic mushroom boost at the start and the occasional course shortcut, there weren't heaps of cheats for this game though. But if you were on the character select screen in the regular GP mode, you could hold down Y and push A to make your character become small. Holding Y and pushing A will return your character back to normal. Unlike the lightning bolts or Princess Toadstool's mushrooms however, your speed won't be affected but opponents can still run you down.
I'm tired.
A lesser known cheat for Super Mario Kart allowed you to unlock the special cup without completing the other cups. Simply start a time trial or 2-player match race, have the mushroom cup highlighted and then press LRLRLLRRA. The fancy special cup should now be unlocked.
Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Super Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, subscribe with notifications on, make a comment, let me know what your favourite code was or something. And if you really like what I do and us here at the Mayhem, then maybe check out the join button or our Patreon page below to help support us in further videos. And with that said, I'll see you soon. Bye.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun DK hacking action for you today. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has a soft spot for the DK series on the SNES. Those pre-rendered backgrounds, those rolling on cartwheeling Kongs, and that unforgettable soothing soundtrack. Mwah! What a masterpiece these games are. Today, however, we are going to be taking a look at the first game in the series that was just re-released on the Switch, Donkey Kong Country. So it turns out there are actually two versions of this game, which makes game hacking a bit of a challenge as you will need the right version for the right code. But don't worry, we will persevere and see what damage we can do to the wonderful 1994 side-scrolling rare classic that is the SNES title Donkey Kong Country. So onwards with the show! For starters, there are actually a couple of non-Game Genie hacks that we can use in this game, such as the sound test, which can be accessed on the file select screen by highlighting Erase Game and then entering down ARBY down AY. You will hear a sound and then just press select to cycle through the different tunes from the game. This has got to be one of the best SNES soundtracks of all time. If you want to make the game a bit easier, then just enter BARRAL at the file select screen with the Erase Game highlighted, and you will start the game with a very handy 50 lives. Not much else about this code, other than it's a cool name and it's also very helpful in passing the beast, especially that pesky snow world. If you are lucky enough to have a second player with you, then you can use the code BADBuddy, where D is down and U is up, at the file select screen. This will allow the second player to take control of the Kong by pressing select when you are in 2-player mode. I didn't get to test this one out though. Just jumping a little bit ahead, you can even use the Game Genie code DD8B-C28A. This allows the inactive player to get control at any time by pressing A or select. Now that is a great way to annoy your sibling or your mate. And finally, if you enter down Y, down Y at the title screen of the game, you will hear a sound and then be able to enter a special room that has access to all of the animal bonus games. It's pretty sweet really, especially if you want to practice them a bit like me. Anyway, let's get to what we all came here for, and that is Mad Hacks Bro. As mentioned, there are actually two versions of this game, so for the following cheats we'll be using version 1.2. So if the codes don't work for you, it may be a version issue. Moving on, luckily for us there are a bunch of classic Galoob Game Genie cheats we can use, such as infinite lives when you enter the code C2C9-4E2C, which is naturally super handy. When you die, the HUD will show losing a life, but then when you respawn your lives will go back to what they were before. There are a couple of less interesting life-related codes, like D568-C34D, which starts the game with 8 lives, and then all the way to the code 1768-C34D that starts you off with a whopping 100 lives. As usual, there is not much else to say about these cheats, other than they exist and they can help you out. If you are after more lives, then there are a number of default Game Genie cheats with bananas that will surely make your day. These vary from only needing 75 bananas for an extra life, all the way to the best one, which is the 2-line code DBC1-3D6D plus DCC1-34AD. This makes it so you only need to collect 10 of those yellow buggers to get that sweet extra life. A more exciting code is 1DCC-CA7A, which makes you pretty much invincible. Take that, fish as an annoying octopi in those beautiful underwater levels. You can run into enemies no problem, and you don't even lose your animal when hit. There is a collision action that still occurs, and a slight halt to gameplay, but there's no dramas otherwise. However, falling down pits, well, there's just no coming back from a giant hole in the ground, is there? If you are like me, and you love playing with the other animals in the game, like Rambi or On Guard, then you should be able to keep them if you pass the level with them, right? Well, with the code 1D6B-3FDD plus 196A-333D, you can do just that. If you pass a level with an animal, you get to keep them on the next level. Keep in mind that rhinos don't thrive underwater, and neither do swordfishes on land. But I had to test this though, and it turns out that On Guard just disappears on non-mortal levels. I do believe this can lead to some game crashes though, so keep this in mind when using this Game Genie code. I love codes that affect the gravity in a game. Jumping high is just sweet, and lucky for us there are a number of different codes that let you jump higher to varying degrees. For example, 2D81-1273 gives Donkey Kong a super jump, which is pretty great. If you want the same jumping effect but for Diddy, then the code AD81 3D-1E73 will help your smaller Kong out too. It does get even better though, with the cheats 3D81-1273 and the code 2D81-1E73, which gives Donkey and Diddy Kong respectively a Mega Jump ability, which is totally bonkers. You can just about fly halfway through a level with just a few hits of the B button. There are even jumping codes that work for any of the animals you can ride as well. A08F-C273 will give animals a high jump, whilst the code 3D8F-C273 will give any animal you're riding the Mega Jump ability as well. Just look at Winky the Frog go! You can just about jump off the screen! The last couple of default Game Genie codes we will cover are pretty awesome. D76B-337E will let you get both Donkey and Diddy back on the map screen after dying, as long as you don't fall down a pit when you die, so that's pretty handy. EE65-C37E will have your other Kong return to you when you're hit, as long as you have had both DK and Diddy at some point during the level. So if you are down to Diddy, but you had both DK and Diddy during the level, when you're hit, DK will return. For some reason this code comes with the addition of reset if you get stuck, so this might get a bit glitchy, like losing 2 lives on Minecart Carnage, so just a heads up. And lastly, if you enter the code DDB9-3DD4 as your Game Genie cheat, you will be able to press start and then select to return to the map screen even on levels you haven't passed yet. I'm not super sure why you would want to be able to do this, unless you can see you're about to die anyway and are super quick on the controls. Anywho, this covers the coolest default Game Genie cheats for Donkey Kong Country on the SNES, so you know what it's time for now, some fan-discovered cheats. Onwards, we shall delve into the seedy underbelly of the internet and its game hacking action. I guess starting with a banana related code is as good a place as any to start. So with the cheat 6D20-3E52, you will get banana bunches as you walk through the level without touching them, as long as they appear on the screen somewhere. Needless to say this is a bit random, but hey, free banana is good banana, especially if you're DK. The 3-line code DD89-32C4 plus 6D88-3A14 plus DD80-3E34 is the same thing, except you'll pick up most of the single bananas just by them being on the screen. However, some won't come flying, but most of them will, so it's pretty handy. A very similar cheat code is 6D2B-C272, which instead of getting banana bunches, you'll collect the Kong letters, which is really handy as you are just about guaranteed an extra life as you just walk through the level. 6DC7-3ABB is in exactly the same vein as the previous cheats, only this time you will pick up life balloons automatically. So if you combined all of these cheats in one go, you are pretty much smashing the game pretty easily. There are also extensions on the jumping mechanics, such as the code EE81-1273, which is titled Moon Jump for Donkey Kong. This is some classic game cheating at its finest. You can basically hold down B to jump, and then float across the entire level. Even when you release B, you still keep flying till DK wants to stop, I guess. I did get stuck in some scenery at one point, but it all worked out fine, so moonwalk away, King Donkey Kong. For these next codes, I had to switch to the other version of Donkey Kong, which is version 1.1 instead of the 1.2. This is known on the underground scene as the bad version of the game. I guess because they fixed some bugs in the newer version, which also fixed some possible Game Genie hacks. Anyway, on with the 1.1 version show. I've always enjoyed some cosmetic changes to the game, so let's start there. First off, the code 83A7-13E3 is pretty wacky. Basically, when you start riding an animal that isn't on guard, the Kong that is riding it glitches completely. This is really bizarre, but also pretty cool. When I swapped to Diddy Kong and rode Rambi, Diddy started flickering and then eventually turned himself upside down, below Rambi. Then when I dismounted Rambi, the poor bugger got stuck upside down himself, and there was no longer way to ride him. This is a really weird cheat, but you should check it out. This second code is similar, but this time when you enter 42A9-1273 into your Game Genie, when you first get your animal, in this case, DK gets suspended in his current location and you can run around as Rambi following you. When I went too far, I suddenly turned into a grey DK and wasn't able to jump, so I fell down a pit. On my second go though, I tried jumping off Rambi, and I started to change into some weird neon colours as I progressed through the level. I think the footage speaks for itself, but what a wild ride. Once again, this doesn't work with On Guard, but it's a pretty wacky cheat. There is a large number of codes that affect the gameplay in different ways. Without being too tedious, here are a couple of the coolest working ones I have found. Trying the code D082-137A, I couldn't help but laugh and also feel frustrated. It seems like the game wants to send you flying to the left of the screen whenever possible. It also shoots random enemies at you like they're being launched by a NASA space shuttle as they come at you like it's no one's business. Whenever you push left, you just go hurtling to the left of the screen until you either enter Kong's banana horde or you glitch through the map and fall to your death. This is a wild one, you have been warned. And lastly, I was really looking forward to testing BC82-137E because it promised me that DK and Diddy would both have hyper rolls, and boy did it kind of deliver. Unfortunately I couldn't get DK to hyper roll, but Diddy, man, Diddy is like a warp whistle of the Kong universe. This little bugger will basically teleport across the screen and then some. This obviously worked to my detriment on Ropey Rampage, but this can be a really fun code to give a try for sure. Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Donkey Kong Country on the SNES with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big like on this bad boy, subscribe with notifications on, share it with your friends, and if you really like the mayhem, then please consider checking out the join button below or visiting our Patreon for more. And with that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from SuperMayhem.com. Ow! And today we are jumping back on the Game Genie bandwagon to do some mad hacks, bros. So what's on the table today? Well, if the video title didn't give you a hint, we are focusing on the classic 1989 Ninja Turtles game for the NES. I was a bit skeptical going into this video as to whether there would be many Game Genie codes for this game, but with a bit of deep web scraping and YouTube hunting, I was able to put together what I think are quite a few damn awesome codes. So with that in mind, make sure you smash that like button, whack a subscribe, ring the bell, and whilst you're at it, maybe even share it with your friends on social media or something too. Share the love, my friends! So sit back, relax, and let's go as we hack one of the most well-known difficult NES games ever. So before we get into the actual Game Genieing of the game, there are a couple of little tricks you can use without the device. Firstly, apparently the Konami code will give you 4 continues instead of the usual 2, which is pretty handy and makes sense since Konami originally developed the game. Also, there is an easy way to get health back for all your turtles, by finding a level with some pizza at the beginning or the end of it. Then simply pick up the pizza, leave the level, and then return to the level. The pizza will have respawned. Most of us probably worked this one out, but I felt the need to include it at the start. Anyway, onwards with the real hacks. They say you should save the best till last, but since I'm going to be using this hack in combination with most of the other cheats in this video, I may as well open with it. If you enter the code GXVPTIP in your Game Genie, you will be able to attack anywhere, and it will hit all of the enemies on the screen. This includes the top map, and even if you use items like throwing stars. This is a freaking amazing cheat! You can cruise through most areas without a problem, and considering the difficulty and my crapness at the game, you can probably tell why I'll be using this code for most of the video. There is another code that can go hand in hand with the aforementioned cheat, and that is AOXPSPEY, which makes all enemies, including bosses, susceptible to death after just one hit. That's pretty handy for sure. Another few interesting codes are EIUPXIEY, which attacks as you walk or in any direction you use on the D-pad, and there's even a code that will automatically attack when an enemy runs into you by using the cheat ESUZLAEY. You will still take damage with these codes, but a combination of any or all of the above cheats should cover you pretty nicely. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, even with these super cheats you can still take damage. How's that for a game? Even when you can kill everything on a screen you can still take damage. Damn, that is some serious NES power. Anyway, lucky for us there are a couple of neat codes that you can try that will stop you taking most if not all damage in the game. AOSOUAST gives all turtles infinite energy, which is pretty sweet. You can just walk past enemies pretty much, without giving them any turtle soup. I'm not sure if it's because I was using this code or not, but sometimes the enemy boss music would play whilst there were still normal enemies on the screen, and the boss would only appear once you killed the random enemy. As I say, this may or may not be because of the Game Genie code though. The code won't work on all things though. For example, the spikes on stage 6 will cause you to lose life and eventually die. Also, that well-known electric seaweed in the dam part of stage 2 will give you damage or kill you in one hit if it's the serious stuff. Apparently either the code ESKZAIEY or SXVZGSOO will prevent this, but I've had enough of that horrible water level from my childhood, so I didn't test this one out myself. Try one of the codes on your own though and leave your findings in the comments, at least one of them should work. Speaking of that damn water stage, if you want more time underwater, then the cheat code EISZEPEY is the one for you too. It gives you infinite time underwater, which means you can take your time navigating that damn water level's notorious electric seaweed. There is also an interesting invincibility cheat code that is SXOPPIAX, which acts a bit differently to the previous codes. It's almost like you're on a different layer than the enemies, and you can walk through them and their hits don't even register at all. This is all well and good and will let you get through most of the game, but unfortunately you can't pick up power-ups, which means on stage 4 at the latest you're going to get stuck on this giant pit. When you restart the level after falling the hole, you do lose one bit of health though, so it's at least possible to die even if you are so-called invincible. So that's something. If you're interested in more enemy related codes, you could try EIEVEYEY, which sticks all enemies and projectiles in place. Or even the code AAEEPP, which completely reduces the number of enemies in the game full stop. This last code seems to only load enemies that appear on the first screen of the level, but it will still load boss battles and enemies that you need to defeat in order to pass the level. And just in case you were wondering, my favourite Game Genie hack is available in this game. Just enter the code KKKKAA and you will enable moonwalking. Bring out your inner Michael Jackson and your smooth moves and non-spinning inner jumping turtle will come out. Apparently even some enemies will moonwalk as well though, so you better be careful before Shredder makes a delicate soup with you. If you are tired of a certain stage or if you are simply stuck, then there are some great codes to start at different stages of the game as well. To start on stage 2, simply enter AGNKITTK PANKLTLA. To start on stage 3, the codes are AGNKITTK ZANKLTLA. You will start on the original spawn point no problems, and even the classic van is there. If for some reason you do want to see your turtle as the party van on any occasion on the main map screen, then the code ISXAGE might be of service, as it does just that. It's a bit glitchy and can turn into enemy cars, and if you attack at the wrong moment you will turn into the missile icon for some reason. Good times. To start the game on stage 4, just enter in AGNKITTK. The Weird Night stage 5 is AGNKITTK GANKTLA. And finally, to start on the final stage 6 of the game, the Game Genie codes are AGNKITTK IANKLTLA. If you still can't pass the game, and if you just want to see the ending while starting a new game, then the code IAXGPTZA will also allow you to just jump to the ending and save all that pesky ninja weapon wielding. If we dig a bit further into the interwebs, there are actually some default Game Genie codes for the game too. However, I'll note that I don't think in my own book I had these for some reason. But anyway, they exist in our codes and are as follows, even if I didn't record them. ZENOATGO picks up 10 weapons only. ZUNOATGP will pick up 50 weapons at a time. AEOOGTZA will give you full energy boost from pizza slices, whilst GPUOLNZA will give you 20 missiles on pickup. TAKOPYLA doubles rope on pickup, and SXVXTLVG makes you never lose rope. There's not a lot more to say about these cheats, but they do exist and of course will be helpful. But maybe not as helpful as hitting everything on the screen in one hit. But you be the judge of that one. There are some non-standard codes that kind of ramp up the Gottlieb included ones, including the code LVNOATGP, which lets you pick up 99 weapons at a time using any turtle, or even picking up 99 ropes in one go with the cheat AYKOPYLY. If you are tired of the same old music on the game map, then the code YIEKKGLS will probably be right up your alley. For some reason, this Game Genie code modifies music on the map. It's kinda cool. On the flip side, if you hate the music, then try the code IIIPAP, which stops all music in the game and turns off the sound completely. If we still play with the music, the code AXPEXL will turn the bit tunes into what appears to be a piano-styled music. It's pretty funky. There are a couple of other random cheats that will mess with the game in various ways, such as the codes OXSKLLSX, POSKGUVN, which puts the game into black and white mode, a bit like the Game Boy, as the entire game including the title, maps and levels are all in black and white. Another interesting one is OPPSEL, which does odd things to the X-axis on the top level map. You can sort of go right into the edges of the map and more content will start to display, giving us a bit of an insight into perhaps what's hidden on the sides of the game. Unfortunately, it didn't capture too well, but you can kinda see the X-axis loop around when I hit the edge of the screen. Give it a go and see what happens for you. You can also try the code SAEKVEEZ, which will let you travel anywhere on the map screen, which is actually pretty awesome. The downside of this is that the Foot Clan can also travel anywhere they want to, so watch out for them cars or you will be splattered. Another downside is that you can't seem to enter any of the levels either, so this is a code that is more for exploration than practicality. SOKIAL is pretty wacky and completely changes the colours of levels for some reason, but this does make the water level pretty funky, so if you need an excuse to take a dreadful dip, then this code might be the excuse. In my case, it made the level blood red. It did kind of help to see where the sprites of the seaweed started though. However, this didn't really help me get past them. Unfortunately, I couldn't get this one working with my copy of the game, but it is meant to be an awesome code. If you want to completely screw up enemies, fight clone turtles, and even have fireworks when you kill them, then the code ISOAGE will be right up your alley. It's a bit of a strange one, but heck, we are looking at glitches and stuff here. It's a shame it just froze my game after a few seconds, as I would have really loved to explore this one, so give it a try yourself and let me know in the comments if it works for you. And finally, we will end with a bit of a silly one. If you want to cruise around the map without using those pesky pair of legs, you have to try the cheat EIUXZTEY, and you will be able to walk around without walking around, if that makes sense. In a level it acts a bit differently. On platforms after climbing ladders, your legs will stay stuck together, but on the bottom levels they will still work. Also, if you hit the attack button, your sprite will look as if it's attacking constantly without actually attacking. It's super weird but a fun glitchy code. Anyway, that's it for today friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with me, and why not smash a big like on this bad boy before it's too late. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell, and share Super Mayhem with your friends. As always, a huge thank you to Jacob Clark for being our longtime Patreon club member. If you want to be as cool as Jacob, then why not head over to our Patreon page via the description below and pledge as much or as little as you can. Each bit helps with server costs, domain renewals, and all those other fun bills that come along as a creator. Anyway, that's it for today friends, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem again. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in today's addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at that Blue Blur's second appearance on the Sega Classic, Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis. And this time, it's Sonic the Hedgehog 2, baby. And lucky for us, there was a whole bunch of interesting codes for us to take a look at. So if you like Sonic in any way, shape or form, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it around with your friends, make a comment maybe about the weather, what's it like at your place, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with that said, on with the show.
So easing into this list, I have to mention that there are actually two versions of this game. For the purpose of this exercise, I'll be using Revision A. There is usually a similar or the same kind of code for Revision B, but I won't be including them. So if the cheat codes don't work for you, it will be a version issue. Sorry. So let's jump right in with the code ALTA-D53G, which is super handy. With this code enabled, you will jump directly to the end of the level. Pretty neat, hey? It's like Sonic without all that sonicking, or something. You don't even need to press any buttons. Sonic just goes flying to the end of the level, where you can then, thankfully, start controlling him, so you can actually pass the level or fight Dr. Robotnik. This is speedrunning at its finest. This cheat code even has an effect on the intro, where Sonic's screen will fly by, whilst Tails is stuck doing his usual routine. Once again, we are off to a flying start, and once again that pun is intended. Whilst you're tinkering with Sonic 2, it is always handy to have a few lives up your sleeve. With that said, try the cheat code JW3A-CA4J, and you are set to win. With this Game Genie code in place, in a one-player game, you will have infinite lives. Take that first monkey thing that throws coconuts or whatever. I am king now. I had to try out the code ABVT-CAE2, which the creator had called the nosebleed jump, and well, it is pretty accurate. The moment you hit the jump button, Sonic and Tails will just go flying upwards and never end up descending. This is pretty awesome in the first level as you can just fly through it, but for some reason in level 2 I got stuck and couldn't progress. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. This code is so epic it even has an effect on the intro demo. Look at Tails and Sonic go! Woohoo! A more practical jumping code is FVVT-CAE2, which lets Sonic jump just that little bit higher. To be honest, it is hardly noticeable, but you can at least get to those damn monkeys in the trees a bit easier. That has to be worth something, right? If you want something between jumping just a little bit higher and flying off the screen, then the cheat code EBVT-CAE2 is probably a bit more your style. With this one enabled, you will noticeably jump a fair bit higher without going too crazy. It's probably the most helpful of the jumping codes we will take a look at, unless you want to just fly across each level, that is. Everyone loves Super Sonic, right? But getting those 7 pesky emeralds and passing the game can be a real drag if you're a bad player like me. So what is the solution? Well, the code ACZT-CACA has come to answer all of our prayers. Take that, Jeebus! With this Game Genie code enabled, you don't need a single Chaos Emerald in order to reach Super Sonic stature. Just jump in the game, collect 50 rings and off you go. All yellow and speedy and stuff. This is an awesome cheat as I have never honestly been able to get to that Super Sonic status, so my childhood dreams have finally come true. Thank you, Game Genie. Thank you. Do you want to make this even easier? Keep the previous code enabled, and then enter the two-line cheat code AGZT-CACJ plus K4ZT-CA9N. Now you only need one pesky ring to become Super Sonic. How's that for Game Genie action? On top of this marvelous innovation in game cheating, you don't even lose rings with time, meaning you can stay Super Sonic for the entire level. Robotnik didn't stand a chance when you can just walk into him and he dies. After the level ended and I returned to regular Sonic, I tried jumping again and the transformation started to happen, but then I just got stuck in the air as the level completed. Sweet codes for sure. Speaking of rings, there are a couple of sweet codes you can use that will help you out, such as NNTT-CACY, which is an awesome code. Basically, whenever you get hit, you gain 99 rings, meaning you can't really die and you can also obtain more lives super easily by just getting hit and then collecting one of the lost rings. ATTT-CA4W is a similar kind of cheat, but almost better in a way. This time when you have this cheat code enabled, Sonic won't actually lose his ring count when hit. Technically rings do go flying everywhere, but you don't actually lose your count at all. In fact, you can take advantage of this as well by collecting the fallen rings and getting more lives, just like with the previous cheat. Pretty neat. The next cheat code we will take a look at is ALTA-CA8N, which is super weird but also super cool. Basically, you have to collect at least one ring and then get hit by something. This sounds counterintuitive to the Sonic gameplay, right? Well, once you do this, Sonic will not only become invincible, but he will also become invisible. The blue blur disappears. Maybe he's going so fast he is surpassing the speed of light. Nah, just kidding, he's just invisible. Lucky for us, we still have Tails to guide you, or try to find a bubble like I did. This seems to mess up collecting rings a bit, so there is that downside. Oh, and also you can drown, so there is that too. Bugger. Just turn the code off and back on to make Sonic visible again if you get stuck. ALTA-CA9J is kind of a similar code in the sense of the invincibility. With this cheat code in play, once you hit and obtain an invincibility TV thing, you actually stay invincible for the rest of that level. This is pretty handy as you're just about guaranteed victory, unless you fall down a pit or something. Next up, I thought it'd be cool to take a look at a couple of interesting ring codes, like SAST-DA1A, which is pretty handy. With this code enabled, each ring you collect counts as 8. Naturally, this makes racking up lives pretty easy, as even when you lose rings, each of those fallen ones counts for 8. Ka-ching. The second interesting ring code we're going to take a look at is AH2T-CAH6, which is also pretty cool, especially if you're chasing Chaos Emeralds. With this Game Genie code, you only need one ring to enter the special stage at the halfway points, rather than the usual 50. In my demo, I did have a few more rings than needed, but take my word for it, this is a neat code. If you are keen to check out any level you want without having to actually play through to see them, then the Game Genie code RE8A-A60W is sure to be a winner for you. With this code enabled, when you see the start screen featuring Sonic and Tails, simply hold down the A button and then press start while still holding it down. You will now be transported to a new hidden menu that lets you select any level of the game you want. You may want to be a Sonic Pro to try and play some of the later levels though. I didn't last very long. That's the story of my life, I guess. You can use this code further by adding additional cheats like ACLA-ATD4, which unlocks a level called Hidden Palace Zone when you choose the level Death Egg on the level select screen. Unfortunately, this level is pretty much unplayable as you kind of just fall down into some glitched water and die, but nevertheless it is kind of interesting to know what is hiding in Sonic 2. If you add the code ACLA-AECY instead, when you select the Emerald Hill Zone on the level select screen, you actually jump into a world called Wood Zone. For some reason it showed me playing as Tails even though Sonic was the main man, but this is kinda beside the point. This new zone is actually just a weirdly reskinned version of the regular Emerald Hill Zone, which seems to be lacking any enemies or rings and it's extremely buggy. Other than that, it's actually pretty cool. And the last Game Genie code we will leave you with is AE7T-AAE2, which enables the debug mode of the game, which is super fun. Basically, if you press B, you will enter into the debug mode, where you can place a ring by pressing C. If you press A whilst in this mode, you'll change to a different item or enemy, which you can then place as many as you want whilst you're pressing C. This can get pretty chaotic as you can essentially build your own level and die in it as well. Too many monkeys is no fun though, just a heads up. To exit this mode, you just have to press B again and you can then start playing the actual level or chaos you just created. Have fun with this one as it's an amazing Game Genie cheat for Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on the Sega Genesis/Mega Drive. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment about the codes or the game, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And if you really like what I do here at The Mayhem, then perhaps take a look at our join button or our Patreon page below and help support us in future videos. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon. Bye.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some game hacking action for you today. I seem to be on a bit of a Sonic rampage lately, so if you love Sonic, Sega, 16-bit stuff, or just game hacking in general, then be sure to smash a big fat thumbs up on this bad boy, and subscribe with the bell on too. And with that, let's curl up into a ball and get going Sonic the Hedgehog style. So first things first, there are a couple of interesting things you can do in the 16-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog without the need for a Game Genie. For example, if you're on the title screen, you can enter up, down, left, right. A ring sound will play, and then you can hold A and start. If you have done it correctly, then you will have access to a level select screen. If you've got a keen eye, you might notice that this screen lists zones in a wacky order, except for the first and the last zones. This might mean that the order of the zones was changed to account for difficulty levels or something. You can also access the sounds for each level down the bottom of the screen, which is pretty cool too. Without getting too far ahead of ourselves, there is also a Game Genie code that is AJ3A AA4G, which also gives you the option of selecting your level. But we will get to more of them shortly. Another interesting code to enter on the title screen is actually the same as the previous code, except you push C after the directional input. So it's up C, down C, left C, right C, and then again a ring collecting sound will play, and if you hold A and start until Sonic shows up on the level, and then you have just entered what is known as debug mode. This is quite well known in Sonic games as an area where you can place items, become invincible, and in general goof off around and test stuff out. It's well worth a shot, especially if you don't have a Game Genie. I tried building a tower of red springs, but it turns out if you go too high in the game, then Sonic will die. So just a heads up. This is a crazy mode though, that is intentionally put in place by the Sonic developers to test things out. So go ahead and go crazy and play as a rock, or just kill a bunch of mechanical fish. There are no rules here. It's the best. Speaking of the best, I guess it's time to take a look at some of the classic default Game Genie codes for Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis. Before going any further, if you're using the hardware, there is a master code that has to be entered for any of the cheats to work. And that master code is ATBT-AA32. However, if you are using an emulation tool, you won't have to worry about entering this code at all. So lucky for us, there are actually some seriously cool Galoob cheat codes for this game. You have the standard start with 1 life with the code AE3T-AACL, and then a slightly more helpful one that lets you start the game with 5 lives when you enter AY3T-AACL. As always, there isn't much else to say about these codes, other than they exist and they can help or hinder you. There's also the Game Genie code GJ6A-CA7A, which will give you infinite lives, so that one's a little bit more helpful. From these mundane codes, things start to get a bit spicier though. For example, the code AEOT-CABE makes you stay invincible for the rest of the stage, or until you somehow die. That's once you have hit the invincibility monitor, in the first place. The invincibility music will stop after its normal period, but you will remain invulnerable to pain. It's pretty sweet. Spits still cause death though, which I guess makes sense as there's no coming back from falling down an infinite hole. AEOT-CABY is the same deal as the invincibility cheat, only with your badass speedy shoes. There are actually a number of codes relating to ring counts too, which is quite interesting. This ranges from the code SCRA-BJXO, which counts each ring you pick up as 2 rings, which is awesome. But that's not all, friends. This goes all the way to the crazy cheat SCRA-BAXO, which counts each ring you collect as 8 rings. This is a fun way to rack up lives and points, if anyone cares about the latter. Coin TVs will still give you 10 rings though, so no matter the code, you'll still be getting 10 from them. There are some fan-discovered cheats that take this stuff even further, but we will get onto that a bit later. If you don't want to go around hunting for Chaos Emeralds, but still want the satisfaction of having them, then give the code AY3T-BA4R a try. This bad boy will have you starting the game with 5 Chaos Emeralds, which is pretty neat. The next 3 Game Genie codes are worth testing out for sure, as they all have different effect on your jumping and are kinda similar to the default Super Mario Bros. 1 codes. Who needs springs when you have DDLT/AAGL, which will give you what's dubbed as a super jump. BDLT-AAGL will let you browse the skies with what's known as skywalking, which basically lets you jump over the entire stage with just a few presses of the jump button. And finally, the code KDLT-AAGL is probably the least fun, as it gives you a low jump, which is kind of more of a hindrance than a help with gravity pulling you down. And with those three, we have rounded off the default Game Genie codes for Sonic the Hedgehog 1. I have to say they are probably some of the coolest default codes I've seen for a game so far, so that has to say something about blast processing or something. There are literally hundreds of fan-discovered Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis Game Genie codes. Way too many to show here, so I'll have to try and pick some of the best, or this video will be hours long. To start with, there is a nice extension to the number of rings picked up each time. The code HCRA-BAXO makes each ring count for over 1000. Yikes, that's a lot of rings! It even glitches the counter. With that many, you may need the cheat AWRT-AA5W, which makes it so Sonic doesn't lose rings when hit. Technically, your rings do go flying everywhere, but your counter stays the same, so you can even recollect the ones you lost to increase your ring count. This is a pretty handy cheat, really. If you are playing for points for some reason, then an interesting cheat is 663T-BA4R, which will give you 9,999,999 points when you kill the first enemy. Oh, and if you're still worried about rings with all these codes, then try the cheat NRRT-AADY. Whenever you are hit with at least one ring when using this bad boy, your rings will revert back to 99. You can easily rack up the lives by just getting hit by an enemy and collecting back one ring of the lost rings. It's quite fun, really. There are also a few interesting enemy related cheats, like NCLT-BYE6, which for some reason makes the good old crab meats go crazy and fly back and forth across the screen. In fact, you can even make them disappear completely with the cheat NCLT-B9E6, which makes each level that little bit easier, I guess. You can also try the Game Genie code MDLT-AAGG, which will make projectiles from enemies weirdly float to the bottom of the screen. This also has the added bonus of making Sonic float when he jumps, so that's something. Unfortunately, it also makes the game unpassable, as you can't really jump up platforms, so you can't get very far in the first level. If you prefer your enemies scrambled like your eggs, then try the cheat AEMT-ANSO, which throws all kinds of mangled up enemy sprites into everything throughout the world, and even the Sonic intro. Look at this glorious mess! It kinda hurts my eyes and brain, to be honest, and also makes the special world unplayable as you get stuck, but other than that, it's pretty cool. If you want to mess with Sonic, then boy howdy, there are some codes to do just that, such as AY3T-AACE, which simply gives you a disembodied Sonic at the start of the game in the title screen. You can't even enter the game, as when you press start, Sonic just flies by. Or how about MDLT-AAGC, which puts everything upside down and jumbles up the HUD when you jump. You get stuck too, you never land, stuck in the abyss of Sonic Town. HDLT-AAG8 was meant to just fly Sonic around, but I got some weird illegal error. Whoopsies. Well, maybe you want to play Sonic but only at 50%? Well, the code WWXA-AC32 will only show you 50% of Sonic on the title screen. So that's pretty good. There is a ton of codes that affect the graphics of the game as well, such as the code AELT-AACW, which will produce what the creator calls Atari graphics. This is actually super awesome, as it accurately combines Atari graphics with a few 16-bit sprites. It's great watching Sonic fly around Atari-styled levels, and I think I even managed to get a Chaos Emerald in this mode, but somehow I'm not really sure. Another interesting one is MDLT-AAG4, which will muddle up the animation of all things, and it gets all kind of jumbled up. It starts off subtle, but you can only float around, and then things get a bit chaotic and fly all around the screen. It's crazy! I even found one cheat that was simply labelled Nightmare Code, so naturally I had to try it out. If you enter in your Game Genie AEMA-ACEE, all kinds of weird stuff happens to the graphics. You can't see rings, crab meats are a weird mess, but overall it's still kind of playable. I tried this out on Labyrinth Act 2, and things underwater were not fun. I think I died from a giant Sonic head, maybe? Another one with a strange name caught my eye, which was referred to as serial killer code. AEMT-BAD8. So naturally I had to try it. To be honest, it wasn't as bad as I expected. It will put various pictures in the background and foreground. It's super weird but seems to leave enemies alone, so it's actually a more playable version of the game compared to the Nightmare code, in my opinion anyway. AEMT-BJBO is a secret code that glitches all of the scenery, but you can still see and break hidden items and even see walls. The graphics are super crazy and seems to be filled with spikes. The bonus stage was whack as well, with numerous unobtainable Chaos Emeralds, lots of free falling, and eventually getting stuck between two bumpers. My head feels funny. Speaking of weird levels, AEMT-BJB8 will give you some strange kind of special world. Not only are half the graphics missing from the stage, but when you get to the special world, by hitting the ring at the end, it has loads of emeralds and even warps to other zones. However, the moment I entered, I automatically got myself a Chaos Emerald, so that's pretty good I guess. And finally, if you really want to break the game even further than we have, then the code NELT-AADC will do just that. With this mysterious cheat in play, everything will be completely glitched and it'll be nearly impossible to play. Personally, I like to call it Picasso mode. That's patent pending though. Weirdly enough, the special stage is pretty much normal though, so that's pretty cool too. And that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Mega Drive/Genesis. If you did, then be sure to leave a like, share it with your friends, make a comment maybe suggesting what I should hack next, share a code, or just say hello. I'm really lonely. And of course, subscribe and ring the bell if you are new to the channel. There were just so many cheats I didn't cover for this game, so I wouldn't be surprised if I missed some good ones. If you guys really like it, there may even be a part 2 of the show. Who knows? Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I'll see you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends and welcome to another quick MarioMayhem.com video. Today we are entering the seedy underworld of game hacking once more as we take a look at Super Mario Bros. 2 and the Game Genie. Instead of smashing some of the stock standard codes from the Game Genie book though, we will just be delving straight into some crazy fan-discovered codes that do all kinds of wacky things. So sit back, hold on to your turnips, and let's go! Alright, well let's ease into it here. If you enter the code EKIEPS, the gameplay doesn't seem to be affected, but the music sure is. There appears to be some random sound effects mixed in with the usual tunes. The result? Well, it isn't half bad, and even provides the techno backdrop for Toad to bust some serious dance moves. The character select screen also features a pumping remix that is almost disco worthy as well. Ever wanted to walk through walls? The code AOXEKYEY allows you to do just that. At first glance all seems innocent, but once you get to the inside areas you're able to scoot through walls that you ordinarily couldn't. This definitely makes the Birdo shortcut a lot easier, and unless you try to get fancy like I did, you won't have to deal with bombs. Apart from not being able to get through the Hawk's Head, this is also handy for the Birdo fight, as you can hide in walls if you need to, and even get that annoying heart that seems to not be collectible without this cheat. This code gets pretty frustrating when you are trying to outrun Phanto though, as you can no longer rely on the walls of the pot to give you the moral and physical support you so sorely need. This one is good fun. The code AOEAGIAL changes the trajectory of thrown enemies and items. It's a little hard to describe, but essentially in whatever direction you throw something, it stays thrown. Gravity is no more. Even the coins fly off in the subspace. This makes hitting enemies a little tougher, but it also has some other hilarious side effects. When you throw a POW, it sends Shy Guys heading for the heavens, and in particular this cheat seems to impact enemies when they jump. Baddies like Tweeters, for example, will take off before you can even get close to them.
Oh, Toad's coming. I'm out of here.
Birdo didn't really know how to react either and just decided to leave the party early and jet off too. I missed the crystal ball the first time this happened, as it doesn't just sit there waiting for you. Ugh, no. This thing is on a NASA mission too, so you had better be aligned just in the right spot or else you are going back down the beanstalk again for round 2. This lack of gravity becomes a real nightmare in World 1-2, which is where I got stuck, as you need to bomb your way through the path which, without gravity for items, becomes a real pain. Just stay there, damn it! No, too fast! Gah! Relax, mate, you just need to relax. Oh, I'm dead. Man, those sniffets are annoying as. If only there was some way to make them less threatening. Need some extra lives but have trouble with the slot machine? Maybe this code can help you out. Instead of spitting their usual balls of doom, sniffets will now spit out 1-up mushrooms. Not only does this make them 86% less threatening, it's also fun to sit around and wait for a while to let the 1-ups pile up before going to town. If you have ever wanted to destroy a level in Super Mario Bros. 2 by digging holes and throwing bombs, then this monstrosity of a code is perfect for you. Not only will you pull up bombs from the grass, but you can also pull up bombs from, well, just about anything. With this code you can dig your own pits for enemies to fall in, and even blow away scenery with the magical Game Genie added bombs. There is also a 2-line code that has similar effects, except that instead of bombs you dig up mushroom blocks. This gets pretty glitchy though, as once you throw a block it can get stuck in weird locations. It seems like once the mushroom block is dropped it reverts back to whatever you actually picked up, whether that be a piece of dirt, a platform, or a random piece of the background. Oh, and in case you were wondering, if you dig too far down with either of these codes, you end up biting the dust. I wouldn't recommend it. What was that? Who's there? Oh, I better get out of here. Shy Guys rule! If you enter this 2-line Game Genie code, you can make the enemies in the game start following you around. This provides some pretty great results, as enemies will sometimes collide with each other and actually kill each other. If you throw a turnip or something, enemies will die normally, but if they kill each other then they will take a leaf out of the No Gravity Codes book and buy the first ticket they can get to off the screens bill. The whole thing is too much for Birdo again too, who decides to do the heavy lifting for you. At least this time the crystal ball hangs around though. I couldn't get past level 1-2 because Pidgeot decides to sacrifice himself to save Wart the moment you come on screen, but I could see if you paired this with one of our next codes you could probably continue on with the game. This cheat does actually make for a good increase to the difficulty, as you have to constantly avoid these intense homing enemies. It is pretty fun piling them up and letting them all take each other out too. Tired of the lack of climbable vines in Super Mario Bros. 2? Maybe you're sick of being able to go through doors. Collecting cherries got you down? The Game Genie code known as Sky Climbers is probably going to be a winner for you then. With this code in place you can climb up and down invisible vines anywhere in the game. This can be extremely helpful for cruising through a level, but it is also super easy to slip off the invisible vines if you get too confident. Because you can't press up to enter doors, you have to line yourself up with the door and then climb your invisible vine out of the screen. Hopefully you will end up in the right area because this works anywhere and you can find yourself appearing in random places throughout the game. This code was pretty fun until I got greedy and ended up stuck in World 1-2 after trying to escape the first Birdo. This last code, Aniji, was probably my favourite of the bunch I tried out. So much so in fact that before I knew it I had passed the entire game. With this cheat in play, any character you like can float for as long as you like by holding down A. This is pretty amusing as you get to watch Toad fly around and get stuck in the throwing animation if you turf something whilst you're flying. It also makes the game so much easier. Hovering over Birdos, flying over big chunks of the game, enjoying the obscure scenery. What is usually quite a hectic adventure becomes almost relaxing and certainly more comical.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, Tim here again, and welcome to another quick Super Mayhem video game hacking type thing. Released on February 21st, 1986, The Legend of Zelda was received with critical acclaim. It sold over 6.5 million copies, and was actually the first NES title to sell over 1 million copies. Not bad, hey?
The game also placed first on the Players Poll Top 30 in Nintendo Power's first edition, and continued to dominate the list well into the early 1990s. It even features in the Guinness World Records Gamers Edition, which has awarded the Legend of Zelda series 5 world records, including highest rated game of all time, and also the first game to include a battery saving feature. So I guess it's no surprise to anyone that this first Zelda game led to many spin-off games, had its own media, and even had its own linear form of games. Well, maybe linear is a strong word, as there's a lot of theories and debates as to how the actual Zelda series links up, but it definitely inspired many further games, such as one of my favourites, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And heck, Link even appears in Mario Kart. You know you've made it to stardom when you appear in a Mario Kart game. So, what else can we say about this celebrated gem? Not much, I guess, so let's try and break it, Mayhem style. That's right friends, it's Game Genie hacking time, and you know that means serious business.
So, where do we start? I guess the official Game Genie book is probably best. There are a variety of awesome codes that come stock standard, such as AVVLAUSZ, which makes it so you don't take any damage from anything. I had a lot of fun with this code, as you get to keep your shooting sword and you can breeze by most of the game without any hassles. Sure, it takes away a lot of the challenge, but if you're a sissy like me, it makes the game quite fun. There are another couple of stock standard handy codes, such as starting the game with 8 or 16 hearts. But there isn't much to say about these ones except they can make the game a little bit easier. The other classics include not losing rupees when buying, wear a blue or red ring when starting the game, and even all items available for free. My favourite however is the Infinite Bomb cheat, SZNVOVK. One problem though, you actually need to acquire a bomb before this code comes into effect. But don't worry, we have a non-standard cheat for that. The code NGAZOG gives you a bomb instead of a sword right at the beginning of the game, meaning you can blast away enemies without the need for that pesky sword. This kinda leads us into the wonderful world of non-standard Game Genie codes, and when it comes to Zelda, there are quite a few useful and also not so useful ones. KGEOOO is a good example of a not so useful one. When you enter caves and speak to people, weird garble sounds are dispensed into your ear holes until you enter another dungeon or somewhere where someone talks to you. TVLNXX is another fairly useless code, but it does provide some amusement, so I had to include it in this video. In a nutshell, once you acquire the sword, Link starts dancing once he attacks and then gets stuck in place. Not the most useful bit of hacking, but it does provide some comic relief. Some cheats make the game harder, like the code POOEEAO, which results in a ton more enemies appearing in the game. It does slow down the game a bit and glitch out a little bit, but it is a good one if you find the regular Legend of Zelda to be a bit too easy. But I wouldn't recommend it for a noob like me though, even with my 16 Hearts of Glory. There are actually a few classic enemy related cheats one can use with the Game Genie. One such example is SXPAPO, which unlike the previous code makes life a bit easier. This one makes it so most enemies can barely move. Other enemies act like normal though, so watch out and remember it's dangerous to go alone. The code OEEEOU leads to some interesting enemy results as well. In fact, this code changes around enemies in all kinds of weird ways. Its effects are different each time you use the code, but in my experience it sometimes changed Octoroks into Tektites, but then Octoroks make a comeback in later screens. Sometimes enemies don't spawn at all, and occasionally you will get these weird blue random Darknuts. One YouTube user by the name McHenryNick got some really crazy results where enemies were all kinds of glitchy and flickery, and even Princess Zelda changes from some kind of odd blob into what Nick describes being an alien. Pretty wacky stuff this code brings. Another interesting code related to enemies is IZLZZZ. This is a bit of a weird one. Whilst playing the game, touching trees and or rocks, they suddenly become Armoses. This gets pretty chaotic as you can imagine, as you get swarmed by these Armos buggers to the point where you're surrounded and well, Yeah, you die. Speaking of trees, there is this one cool code known as the Lumberjack code. So how does it get its name? Well, when you enter KEOZSPKG, just about every tree is gone.
Now we're playing Zelda.
This cheat is actually quite cool though, as you can cover the map a lot easier than you normally would be able to. However, it can lead to getting stuck in rocks and such, as you are able to move the screen up where you would normally be blocked by trees. This last code is actually quite useful. If you enter UGANGA in your Game Genie screen, when you attack, Link slides around instead of stopping. This is a subtle cheat, but it's actually quite handy, as usually Link stops moving when he attacks, causing you to potentially get bombarded by enemies. With this cheat you can just slide around like you are Donkey Kong on a banana peel. So there you have it friends, some truly interesting, helpful and bizarre Zelda Game Genie codes. Feel free to play around and combine some of these codes, you never know what might happen. And that's really it for today friends. I hope you enjoyed hacking The Legend of Zelda on the NES with me. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new, smash that thumbs up button, it really helps. Leave a comment if there is a code I left out or something.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, Tim here again from Super Mayhem, bringing you some more classic Game Genie hacking action. Today we are taking on another of the classic NES games, Punch-Out, also known as Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, as it was originally released in North America. For those of you that don't know, Punch-Out, that is with 2 exclamation marks, is a boxing fighting game, developed by Nintendo and released in North America on October 18th, 1987. The aim of the game is simple. You are a boxer named Little Mac, and you have to beat up your 14 opponents one-on-one. All the while you can dodge out of the way when they try to beat you up. The end goal is to win a final dream fight against a pretty tough boxer, the real-life Mike Tyson, who at the time of the release of the game was World Heavyweight Champion. It's a simple premise, but the game is actually a lot of fun. Plus Mario makes a cameo as a referee, so you know it's good. The game itself was well received. It even featured in Nintendo Power's Top 200 Games list, where it appeared as the 17th best game made on the Nintendo system at the time. Games Radar ranked it a little bit higher, and placed it as the 11th best NES game ever made. The staff called it a brilliant puzzle game, disguised as a sports game. I have also heard people refer to it as a rhythm game too, which makes sense considering the gameplay. Punch-Out sold in excess of 2 million copies, which is pretty darn good too, and I don't think this even takes into account the number of downloads through the Nintendo eStore either. Anyway, considering the number of codes we have to cover, I think that's enough of an introduction. Let's get down to some game hacking antics. Don't forget to smash a thumbs up on this video if you're a fan of hacking or cheating in video games too. We will start off easy with a more subtle code. Are you sick of seeing Mike Tyson in the opening screen? The code PXPXPX will completely remove the opening Mike Tyson screen. It's not that useful of a cheat, but you can get into the game slightly quicker. If you don't count the time it takes to enter the code, that is. Moving on to some more useful cheats that will actually affect the gameplay a bit more. So there are quite a few well-known Game Genie codes that will help you throughout the game. Some of the best ones, for example, are AAVETLGE, which allows you to one-hit knock down your opponent. Knock them down 3 times and you have got yourself a TKO. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a glitchy code and doesn't always work, but when it does, you're in for a fun time. If that code doesn't work for you, then you can try EXSELL, which is another one-hit knockdown code. However, it doesn't work for every opponent either, but it definitely works fine on good old Glass Joe. If you want to take this really far, then you can use the code YZLOSS, which is meant to result in you instantly winning. Unfortunately, when I tried the code, it didn't have the same effect, and it was just a bit glitchy with Mario's fight sprite getting stuck in, and some general weirdness. A slight variation of this code is TZLOSS, which is also meant to result in an instant controversial TKO win. This one pretty much had the same effect for me, so I started wondering if this is a game version dependent or something cheat. So it turns out it is. These two codes work fine in the European version of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, so you can just fly through the roster of characters and become a champ in no time. Sure, it takes a bit of the fun out of the game, but if you want to see some of the tougher opponents whilst not being very good at the game, then this is the code for you. If it works on your game version anyway. There is also a complete opposite of this code, which is UZLOSS. This one results in an instant loss. I'm not sure how useful this one is though. By the way, if you are wondering, when you enter both the instant win code and the instant loss codes together, then you actually do win the bout. I just had to test that. If you do want to make the game tougher though, the code ZAPEEE starts Mac off with no energy, so that's something I guess. Oh, and then the game randomly froze on me. GG. There is also the code NAPANA, which starts boxes off with no energy, so it's kind of a first punch in wins, but I didn't record this last one. There are also a number of more subtle cheats that will help you throughout the game. A couple of good combos are AAVET-LGA, where normal punches do more damage, and then add in STNAPUIV, so stun punches do more damage. If you want to get really crazy with it, you can add in the further code SZVAAOIV, which makes you take less damage from punches received. Using these three cheats combined sure does make the game a lot easier to take on. Some of us might be familiar with the inbuilt cheat, where you can mash select after a round ends to regain energy. Unfortunately, this can only be done once per game. However, with the handy Game Genie code KVKAAGLA, your stamina will automatically be refreshed after each round. Speaking of stamina, the cheat code SZVALPAX will give you infinite stamina, which is super handy and lets you get punched till your heart is content. So that's something for all your BDSM fans out there. The code known as Max Snaps is kind of the opposite of getting punched to bits. This time you'll be doing the punching and racking up some serious points in the process. Enter PGAAPG in your Game Genie and use the A button for punching. Hitting Glass Joe in the guts sure ends up messy. Plus you get some demonic green-eyed Mario watching you, so I don't know about that. If breaking the game is more your style, then boy do we have some codes for you. There are a couple of codes that mess with the colour palette of the game. GTTZZZ will give you a darker arcade style colour of the game. ATTZZZ is even slightly darker colour than the previous code. If you're a fan of the Game Boy though, you can try the code STTZZZZ for what's referred to as a classic colour, or the code PTTZZZZ for Game Boy colours. Feel free to try and mess around with these codes to see what colour combos you can find out. If you want to seriously break the game though, then the code SNAKEO will do that for you. But it's not that helpful unless you like fighting Glass Joe without legs. IPAKIN causes a major sound mess up. Sometimes there are no sounds, and then other times sounds are just wrong. It's all a bit random and includes a long silence at the start of the round for some reason. The code EATEAT not only makes you hungry, but results in a totally whacked game. The title screen is broken, opponents go from small to big to totally distorted. It is fun to see a mini Glass Joe though. If you want a messed up game that is still somewhat playable, then this is the code for you. Do you want to play the game like a real boxer? How about the cheat code OSTILL? This code will have you seeing triple the opponents. The game still plays like normal, but your fighting buddy will be flying all over the screen. The code known as Too Close for Comfort, which is TONILL, has a similar effect,
where boxes will be, well, too close for comfort. There are a couple of Mario related Game Genie codes hiding as well. Some are not so useful, like Mario wearing a white hat and has a green speech bubble with the code SAYZEY, or the code LAYZEY, which makes Mario have a green shirt and his twin with a white shirt switch between referees for some reason. But other codes like TATALL will make Mario's counting while the boxes are down super fast, messes up the versus screen, and it also speeds up max winning celebration, so it's kinda handy for the speedy gamer. By the way, if you enjoy the sexy way Mario says fight for some reason, there is this code called KGLOSS to keep Mario saying it. So that's another thing, I guess. Speaking of fight, with the weird code YOZEAK, you can cruise through the entire game by winning by split decision without actually fighting. For some reason it is in black and white after the first round, but if you want to watch the entire game, just sit back and hit the start button when required and off you go. Punch-Out actually has its own inbuilt password system, which can be useful too. Some of the codes you can enter are 1357924680, then press A and B and select to access another world circuit, where you can have an extra bout. If you enter the old Nintendo's customer service phone number as your password, which is 800-422-2602, you will hear a busy signal. Not the most useful cheat, but it is a bit novel at least. Some of the other codes let you change your status. These range from the code 0057375423, which gives you the status of WVBA Minor Championship, all the way to the Mike Tyson status by entering 007-373-5963. Anyway, that's enough Game Genieing for today, I think, friends. I hope you enjoyed hacking Punch-Out on the NES with me. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed it. It really helps the channel out and helps other people see the video. Subscribe if you are new. Share this video with your friends on social media and wherever else you can, and I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in today's Game Genie Hijinks Series edition, we're going to take a look at the massively popular and often requested 1990 platforming giant that is Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo. And far out there was a lot of codes for this one, so if you love Super Mario in any way, shape or form, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment, let me know what you think about it, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with all that said, on with the show!
Starting off easy into this list, one of my favourite kinds of codes are the ones that mess with the gravity, like the code DD2C-AF6F, which is pretty crazy. For a start, you actually die on the intro screen, get a game over, and then you can play the start screen, which is actually really cool. But what this code actually does is cause you to jump as high as you want whilst holding down the B button. This essentially allows you to fly across the entire level, no problems. Just watch out where you land. These are great kinds of cheats, so we're off to a flying start, pun intended. The contrasting Game Genie code, DE2C-AF6F, isn't as fun, as, well, you can't really jump very high at all. See you later, Yoshi! The massive 4-line code CBB7-CD67 plus DBB7-6DA7 plus 3CB7-6FD7 plus 69B7-6F07 is pretty weird. When you start the game, the Mario at the top is black and seems to be wearing some kind of mask. When you jump into a level, you are still a black and white Mario, but this time, whenever you pick up a mushroom, you become invincible. Pretty wacky. I also noticed that when you get a 1-up, a feather would appear in your item box, which is also pretty handy. However, if you use or get a feather, your black and white stature disappears. A similar 4-line code that is CBB7-6D67 plus 5BB7-6DA7 plus 3CB7-6FD7 plus 69B7-6F07 is super strange. This time Mario's colour palette is a weird almost neon colour, and you seem to just scoot along the ground when you run. No legs flying here. This time when you get a mushroom, for some reason a piranha plant head appears on the ground and you get some kind of weird grey item in your item box. When you try and use this mysterious item, it starts floating through the sky almost like an enemy in a bubble. This sprite is bizarre. It looks like a mock-up of Green Monty moles or something. Oh, and if you try to collect this item, it actually hurts you and can kill you. Weird. Another classic Game Genie code is CBEA-6DAD, which allows you to swim in any level you want. This even affects the intro screen, which is pretty hilarious. Look at Mario swim aimlessly before you even start the game. Naturally, this code makes passing actual levels a whole lot easier. Plus you have the entertainment of the swimming animation. It's a win-win situation. The 3-line code C9B7-6DA7 plus 3CB7-6FD7 plus 69B7-6F07 is another strange one. With this code in play, on the map screen, Mario at the top left becomes red and sort of walks and looks around. It's kinda strange. When you enter a level, you remain this weird red Mario, and you start acting in a bit of a bizarre demeanour. This is amplified when Mario picks up a shell. Suddenly he keeps falling down backwards whenever you start walking. Plus, when you get a mushroom, you become Fire Mario. Pretty handy. I think we will call this one Drunken Red Fiery Mario. Or maybe you can come up with a better name in the comments. The cheat code 0BCD-AF6F is actually super epic. Whenever you enter a level, you just go flying upwards and enter one of Yoshi's bonus stages. You know, the ones where you fly and collect coins? Not only is this awesome on its own, but when you complete the bonus level, or if you fall down, the level becomes beaten and you score yourself a purple Yoshi. Awesome. Are you sick of those Koopa Troopers killing you in the first level? Try the Game Genie code 3E32-6DAD, and you will remove all enemies from all levels. For some reason Mario looks like he is invincible, which is cool. I like it. But that doesn't matter, because there are no enemies to run into. Unfortunately in my test it also removed items like the P block, and it also removed the ribbon from the end poles, so well, you can't really pass the level. Still, it's a neat code. Moving on, we have a quick video question today, sent in by our own correspondent, Shmurmagur.
Hello, my mayhem darling. I have a big problem. No matter what I feed my Yoshi, whether it be the finest apple strudel, my Koopa Troopers, or even the best and finest Russian caviar, the purple bugger, he still don't want to fly. How can I get him to get off his butt and take me where I need to go?
Well, Mr. Magur, the 2-line Game Genie code B9E5-A4AD plus F8E5-A7DD is pretty cool as well. Basically, whenever you collect a Yoshi coin, your Yoshi will get wings. You don't even need to be riding a Yoshi first for it to even happen. You can collect a Yoshi coin and then when your Yoshi will spawn, it will have wings. Or if you're already riding a Yoshi, he will then gain wings. If this wasn't awesome enough on its own, if you die whilst using the winged Yoshi, you will automatically pass the level and unlock the next. Now this is a handy Game Genie code. EDA5-0F6F is another super handy cheat code. With this enabled, all you have to do is push up on your control pad and then press select in order to change Mario into various power-ups. Unfortunately, invincibility isn't included, but it is definitely handy if you need to change from small to Cape Mario, for example. This is another good one to have handy whilst playing Super Mario World. Since I just complained about not being invincible, we should probably take a look at the code DDA6-DF07. This cheat actually enables what is known as the second Nintendo debug for the game. By holding L and pressing A twice, you become invincible. Not in the star sense, but rather in the sense that you can move Mario anywhere you want on the screen and bypass enemies no problem. Presumably this was used to test certain parts of levels to make sure there were no bugs missed, so you could just place Mario anywhere you wanted. I noticed that while I was fighting Iggy, it was like I was running full on. I still had a cape from the previous cheat, and could fly easily as if I'd just been running. Oh, and you get out of the moving Mario around mode, just hold L and then press A again to return to normal gameplay, otherwise you will get stuck as you can't go through doors and such. whilst we are going, I have to add in the Quick Game Genie cheat code 14B4-6F07. This one lets you start the game with a very handy 99 lives. It's pretty useful if you're testing out cheats and keep dying like me. If you want even more lives, then try the 2-line code DD64-A7D7 plus DD67-AFA7. With this in play, every coin you collect, even Yoshi coins, will give you an extra life. It also seems to muck up the coin counter up the top right, but oh well, 3 lives baby! The 2-line code B837-6D61 plus BA37-6F61 promised me that Lakitu would throw out an amazing flying hammer bro. However, this didn't quite work, but that doesn't mean it's not a handy code. Well, when I first killed Lakitu, a hammer bro did come flying out of him, but Lakitu himself, whether in cloud or pipe form, doesn't throw enemies at all. This makes levels featuring that menace a whole lot easier. BF37-6D61 does affect Lakitu quite drastically though. This time, instead of throwing no enemies, Lakitu dispenses charging chucks like there is no tomorrow, both in cloud and pipe form. This nearly makes the game impossible, as before you know it you'll be surrounded by chucks all wanting a piece of that sweet Mario pie. This code can actually be modified by changing the first 2 letters or numbers of the code to deliver different effects. Here is a list of the modifiers for you to test out. You can go from bob-ombs all the way to fish and back. If you want to make Lakitu more deadly, that is. An interesting Yoshi code is 82E9-64A0 plus 82E2-04D0. With this one enabled, Yoshi will be able to keep generating the item or enemy he just ingested. So in this example, I picked up a red Koopa Trooper, I then spat out fire as expected, but then my next tongue adventure was normal. But then the second press of Y, I once again shot out fire, without eating another Koopa Trooper. This is pretty cool and has some weird effects. I was able to continually spit out green shells, and for some reason at one point I even spat out an information box. This is an interesting cheat for sure. And the last Game Genie code I will leave you with is 5332-6DAD, which is actually pretty awesome. Weird, but awesome. So what the code promises is invisibility, which is pretty true. The intro screen already shows a ghost Mario playing the game, which is pretty amazing on its own. However, when you play yourself, it gets weirder. For a start, you are missing from the top left of the map screen. Then when you enter a level, there is a kind of Shadow Mario on the left hand side of the screen that kind of emulates the state of Mario, ducking, running, etc. However, your actual position on the screen is a bit of a mystery, unless of course you are holding a turtle shell, or if you are super observant to the little bits of dust that appear when you stop or suddenly change direction. I also tried this code whilst riding a Yoshi, and it looked like Yoshi was the main player. This bugged pretty badly though, and I ended up being able to just move through anything all the way to the end of the level, but I wasn't able to pass it for some reason. This is a super wacky cheat code, and definitely one you should try out if you have the chance. It would make a great challenge cheat or something.
Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, subscribe with notifications on, and maybe make a comment. Let me know what you think about it. And if you really like what I do here at the Mayhem, then maybe check out our join button or our Patreon page below to help fund future videos. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Ow! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in this small addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at the 4th best-selling Game Boy game, Super Mario Land. And well, there are a few cool cheats for this game for us to explore. A lot of people wonder why Super Mario Land is a bit different to other classic Mario games, and this is because it wasn't developed by Shigeru Miyamoto, but instead by Gunpei Yokoi and his R&D1 Nintendo team. So that's just a bit of a fun fact for you. So anyway, if you like Super Mario in any way, shape or form, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment maybe about a game you'd like to see hacked, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with all that said, on with the show! Warning, do not adjust your browser or phone app. I really am this bad at Super Mario Land on the Game Boy. Also, you may notice that I'm using the Game Genie code 21C-53E-4C1, which gives me infinite lives. This footage isn't just repeated. With this code in place, you can't lose any lives. Naturally, this makes the game a whole lot easier, as you can die as many times as you want in any way that tickles your fancy, and that is kind of fun on its own. If you want an advantage but still have a challenge in Super Mario Land, you may want to try a different lives code, like 09D-49C-E62, which will start you off in the game with 10 lives. There are a couple of variations like starting with 2 or 6 lives, but there isn't much to say about them other than they exist and they can help or hinder you. However, if you want to take your lives to the extreme, then you can use the Game Genie code 99D-49C-E62, which will start you off in the game with a whopping 99 lives. Now you can get blown up by those exploding Koopa Troopers all you want. Well, almost. Have you ever seen Mini Mario throw a Powerball? Well, with the awesome cheat code 00A-17B-C49, now all your dreams have been answered. I also might suggest in future that you have bigger dreams, but whatever, it's your life. Anyway, naturally this Game Genie code is super handy, even if those balls bounce in some wacky ways. Right from the start of the game you can smash Goombas and Koopas without having the need to find a fire flower. It's pretty funny when you do get a mushroom though, as you've already been able to throw those menacing balls whilst being small. This is a sweet cheat, check it out. Are you a bit of a slowpoke when it comes to playing Super Mario Land? Never fear, the Game Genie code 008-60A-E6E gives you infinite time. Now you can spend as long as you want looking at these pyramids and trees. Look at them, they are pretty neat. Oh, pits, they still kill you though. And when you get to the end of the level you have to turn the cheat off to progress, as the timer stays at 400, meaning your score will just continue to zoom up with an ear-ringing noise until you reset or turn off the code. This is kind of an easy way to get a high score though, if you're into that kind of thing. Another weird time-related code is 208-60A-E6E, which is meant to make time go twice as fast. However, in my testing it did weird stuff. When I first turned it on I was already in a level, and the time just kept jumping around in the 300s. When I died and respawned though, it seemed to count down in units of 20, but it kept repeating itself. The weirdest part of this is the time jumped to 480 and then counted down in units of 20 and then repeated. So I guess this is another infinite time type cheat? Just a wacky version of it. An interesting subtle Game Genie code is 189-B3B-4CA, which makes Mario fall quite a bit slower than usual. I found it a little bit hard to trigger at first, but basically as long as you don't touch a block or any platform, you almost float gently to the ground like a leaf in the wind. Then other times you rocket to the ground like usual. Too bad it doesn't have the same effect on mushrooms. I really needed that shroom. On the whole, this is a kind of useful but unpredictable cheat code. A much more useful and more reliable Game Genie code is 00B-8EB-E69, which not only starts you off in the game as Big Mario, but you even stay big no matter what you hit. This essentially makes you invincible, but you can still downfall pits, even if you accidentally hit an enemy whilst trying to walk into said enemy, and then you end up in the pit. No worries though, as you respawn as Big Mario still. If you are hit by an enemy, it still makes a sound of you being hit, but you don't shrink. Also, if you get Powerballs, you can still lose them, but when you are invincible, it doesn't really matter, does it? Are you tired of having to play through the entire game just to get to that sweet flying stage at the end of Super Mario Land? Well, worry no more. With the 2-line code C34-AAF-A21 plus 004-D3F-F7F, you activate a level select at the start of the game. Just press the A button to cycle through the levels and then press start on the one you would like to play. Even though this is a relatively short game, it can still be a bit tough, so this Game Genie code is definitely one for the books. Man, am I sick of jumping over pipes and up onto those pesky platforms. Lucky for me there is the cheat code 18A-B1E-2AA, which enables you to walk through any object you like, as long as it's not an enemy. This is actually pretty cool, especially when you get a star you can just motor through the stage like it's nobody's business. Just be careful where you go through though, as you may get stuck, but in World 1-1 it's no problems at all. As you may know, there are usually 2 exits to each level in Super Mario Land. The harder one to get to will lead us to a bonus level where you can get lives or an item. But boy does this thing fly. Luckily again for us, there is a Game Genie code 25A-D0A-E66 that will slow down this crazy bonus game and allow you to relatively easily get the item or life bonus you want. This is a pretty handy code to have in your back pocket as you go through the game. And finally, I thought we would save the best till last. Using this massive 7-line Game Genie code, you can moonwalk. Well, that's what I call moonwalking anyway. It's also known as jumping in mid-air. Just about a staple in any Super Mario game. This is awesome fun as you can just cruise through levels by repeatedly hitting the jump button. As an added bonus, if you fall down pits or into water, you just return from the top of the screen, meaning finally there is a code that takes out those annoying death traps that are pits. Combine this bad boy with the invincibility cheat code, and you are set to take on Tatanga in no time. Interestingly, when using this code in level 1-3, I was able to get to the top of the stage above the actual gameplay, if that makes sense, and then I didn't even have to take on the boss. Just going to the top right of the screen was enough to save me that fake daisy. This is easily my favourite code for this game, and you should definitely try it if you have the time. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Super Mario Land on the Game Boy with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment about other games or videos you'd like to see, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do here, then why not check out our join button or Patreon page below. Every bit of support helps future videos. And with that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Coming up on this episode of Super Mayhem. Did I just gamble 999 coins for free? Is that Bunny Mario shooting fireballs? I can walk in pits on the air? Quickly, answer this. Other than fireballs, what would Mario throw? Comment below now. But first, an introduction song by world-renowned rap star Mayhem.
Yo, what's up, G? I'm gonna be talking about some Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins on the Game Boy, yo.
Here we go!
I just wrote this. It's rough. Super rough. Give me a break.
Mamma mia!
It's best I can know that I read it off the screen. See what happens.
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
Mayhem style, yo. Mayhem style. Walking through the forest or walking in the park. Doesn't matter what I'm doing because I've always got a spark. I'm talking Game Boy. That little green screen showing me a lot of minis. Doesn't mean I go and get a bottle of that Henny's. Cause I'm a rapper. Sometimes it's hard to see that screen in the dark, but as long as I'm playing some GB, I don't give a fuck. Come play it in the dark. Super Mario Land 2 on the GB is the best. Matter of fact, I got a badge for it on my chest. Super Mario action. So sit tight and sit right and don't start a fight, cause I'm gonna show you some whack hacks without a backlight. I really can't rap. And it doesn't got the music. Just enjoy the damn video. I can't rap for shit.
Hey, Mario!
Super Mario Land 2. Enjoy. Sick. How do I end this video?
Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some cool hacks to cover today. These are so wild that I'm not even sure if they will work. We may even have to swap region versions of the game just to get these hacks working. That's how crazy this episode is. So without further ado, let's try and get right into the mayhem of hacking Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins on the Game Boy. So let's start off with the super sweet Game Genie code 002-CEC-E69, which allows Mario to always have fireballs. Small fireballs, big fireballs, Bunny Mario fireballs. It doesn't matter what shape or form you have during the game, you always have some fireballs. Pretty darn sweet if you ask me. Have you ever seen a Bunny Mario that can shoot fireballs? Well, stay tuned and you just might witness this magic. So after that terrible rap, we need to try the code 992-41B-F7E, With this in place, when you start a new game, instead of starting with 6 lives, you actually have an incredible 100 lives to mess around with. I think it goes without saying, but this is an amazing help, especially if you are new to the game. Run into that first Goomba? No problems, you still got 98 lives. On the other hand, if you use the Game Genie code 001-40C-E6E and start a new game, with this bad boy in place, you actually have infinite lives. Sure, the life counter still shows 5, but you can run into that first Goomba as many times as you want, because your life counter won't actually go down. Just remember the No Doubt song, "It's My Life," and you can find wacky ways to end poor Mario's round. I like the Koopa Shell run and done approach myself. Oh, and if you hate extra lives for some reason, the code 004-BBC-19A makes it so hearts are worth nothing. So there is that too. Now hide your head in shame and take that Goomba like a pro. There are also a number of other life related codes like 092-41B-F7E, which starts the game with 10 lives instead of 6, all the way to the code 742-41B-F7E, which starts the new game off with 75 lives instead of 6, which is pretty handy. A more fun and game altering cheat code is 024-5BC-E6E, and with this one in place, anytime you pick up a mushroom, you actually turn into Bunny Mario. See for yourself. So if you want to glide through that first level, you can do it with style and bunny ears to boot. Just don't tempt fate with a glide down some spikes though. I kinda got greedy. If you're a fan of this kind of cheat, you can also use the Game Genie code 034-5BC-E6E, which instantly turns you into Fire Mario anytime you get a mushroom. If you want to go really hard in the game, you can either independently or in combination with the prior two codes, use an additional cheat that is FA1-C8C-4C1. With this second bad boy in play, you will actually either stay as Fire Mario or Bunny Mario, even if you get hit by an enemy. Pretty sweet. Sure, this may take some of the skill out of the game, but it is super fun, and that is what the Game Genie is really all about. There is also the code FA1-B9C-4C1 to stay as Big/Super Mario when hit, which is also pretty cool, but not nearly fun as the previous cheat. I will also add though that with this cheat in place, you pretty much become invincible once you have a mushroom. So no matter how many times you hit that Goomba or Koopa or whatever gets you, you will always revert back to a big man Mario. You know, the one we all know you are on the inside. And in this case on the outside too. Well, at least in Game Boy form. If the timer is a pain in the butt for you, you can actually use the Game Genie code 00D-8DA-E6E to stop the timer from counting down completely. This means your timer will always stay at 400, or whatever the level's max time limit is, so you can easily take your time to pass each level without having to worry about that timer running out. That's one less worry when it comes to losing lives at least. However, if you want a harder timer version of the game, then use the odd code 02D-8DA-E6E, which for some odd reason makes it so that your time counter counts down by 2 each time instead of 1. I guess this adds a bit of tension to the game for some people. It really depends what you are looking for. So in this game there is actually a counter for each enemy defeated. Usually this is just added by 1 per enemy you smash. However, you can use the Game Genie code 053-218-E6E, which will make each defeated enemy worth 5, even with bomb exploding enemies. So why is this useful? Well, in this game if you hit over 99 enemies you will receive a star item, and then the counter resets back to 0, which is pretty good. If this is too much mayhem for you, you can also use the code 023-218-E6E. But it isn't as much fun as each enemy you jump on will only be worth 2. but that's still better than 1, right? This next 2-line code is completely insane. If you enter in 4E0-4CC-197 plus 640-62C-197 as your Game Genie code, and also use the first code we took a look at that gives you fireballs always, this just makes it easier, it's kind of optional, your fireballs will hit anything on screen no matter where you fire them. Pew pew, dead dead. This even gets multiple enemies in one hit if they are on the screen at the same time as you fire them balls. And that first tree boss bird thing, forget about it. He ain't got nothing on a Mario whose fireballs know no limits. Give this one a go, it is basically God mode for Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins, unless you hang around for the last code we cover. Moving on, since this game seems to be all about coins, the next cheat is super relevant. If you enter the 2-line code 01D-92E-E6A plus 019-2BA-E6A, it has an odd effect on your coin counter. If you collect coins in the level like normal, they will still only be worth 1 coin. However, if you get a coin out of a block, then it will be worth a whopping 101 coins. This is a surefire way to get to 999 coins without even thinking about it. Well worth a try if you want those sweet sweet coins. If for some reason you want to mess around more with your coins, you can also use the 2-line code 009-22A-19A plus 00D-89E-19A, which has some very strange effects. Again, collecting coins in the level act like normal, but when you get coins out of blocks, they seem to either add 6 coins or break your coin counter completely. This did seem to have some positive effects though, as I ended level 1 with over 100 coins, which is not too bad. So still talking about coins, in this case, if you aren't familiar with the game, there is actually a kind of a bonus area that lets you gamble coins for various items and lives. And this means there are a few other cool coin related Game Genie codes for the game for us to check out. This ranges from the code 004-5F8-2AA to play the 30 coin game of Chance for free, all the way to my favourite, which is the 2-line code that is 003-BB8-C4E plus 003-BA8-80C, which lets you play the 999 coin game of Chance for free too. Needless to say that this is so handy that you can get power-ups, lives, coins and more just by entering a few lines of cheat codes. And finally, I have saved the best cheat for the last one, and that is the 3-line mega code C9E-8ED-081 plus 49C-38E-B3E plus 18C-4CE-6EA. With this epic bad boy in place, you are literally invincible to anything and everything. You can walk straight through enemies like they are nothing, or even wait for attacking bees to fall beneath you, and then when they automatically jump up to attack you, you jump on them because they're silly and fly back at you. This even works with levels where you would normally fall down through the sky or into pits. Instead, you just cruise along the bottom of the screen like it's no one's business. This godlike cheat even works in boss battles. You don't even have to worry about a thing. If you want to cruise through the game and just see what it is all about, then this 3-line beauty is definitely for you. It is insane. I really cannot stress enough how cool this Game Genie code is. I can imagine potentially getting soft blocked though, so just be careful where you end up in certain levels using this Game Genie code. Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I do hope you enjoyed taking a look at these Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins hacks on the Game Boy. If you did, then please hit that like button to see if we can get to at least 30 likes. Subscribe if you are new, and don't forget to ring that bell. There are also a few non-Game Genie tricks and tips that I didn't talk about in this video, but if you are really keen to hear about them, then please drop a comment below, and if enough people are interested, I will delve a bit deeper into this amazing game, and perhaps a few others with non-Game Genie tricks. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do, why not check out our join button below or our Patreon page below in the description to help support future videos. get the behind the scenes sneak peeks, early video releases, various downloads, and even have your name featured at the end of each video. And with all that said, why not check out some of my other videos? You may just enjoy them too. I'll catch you soon, my friends.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem again. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in our addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series today, we're going to look at the Nintendo Entertainment System's classic shooting game that is Contra on the NES. I already said that. If you're in the European Union or in Australia like me, you might know it as Probotector with the robots and the Flavin and Glavin, but we're going to be looking at the classic US version today, which is just the vanilla Contra. So if at any point in time you do enjoy the video, make sure you smash a thumbs up on this bad boy, share it with your friends, subscribe with notifications on, maybe make a comment, let me know what game you want to see soon or something, and with that, on with the show!
So easing into our awesome list of cheat codes, we have SLTIYG, which enables you to become invincible. Never has the game been easier than with this Game Genie code in place, as enemies and even tanks don't fire at you, and you can run through them like it's nothing. The only problem is those damn pits, which will still take one of your sweet rests. Other than that, you won't have any problems and you just have to cruise through the game. You can counter the problem of pits a little bit though, by using a couple of different codes. The first is SLAIUZ, which will give you infinite lives. This means you can fall down those pits all you want. Or if you aren't using the invincibility cheat, you can get shot or walk into as many enemies as you want. But it's still annoying to die because you lose your powered up gun, right? Well, add in this epic cheat code, GXIIUX, and you'll be able to even keep your weapons and power-ups after you die. Now this is a combo worth trying, as you'll be blasting your way through Contra before you know it. Another way to achieve infinite lives is a strange cheat code, NYAIUZ. With this in play, every time you die you actually gain a life. The maximum rest the game will show is 4, however it keeps on building up even though you can't see them extra lives. It's a bit of a strange way to go about playing the game, but heck, it all helps. If you want to add a bit of weirdness to the game, then why not try the Game Genie code KONTAA. Not only does it sound a bit like the game's name, it also gives you less regular enemies to attack, which makes it a bit easier. It also seems to mess up the level's platforms a bit, meaning you can stand and walk in places where you wouldn't normally be able to. Unfortunately, this is a little bit glitchy and unreliable, and you never know when that invisible platform will disappear. If that makes sense. It's an interesting cheat code to try though. The Game Genie code AEIIXX is pretty hilarious and also somewhat effective. Basically, once you die, your bullets turn into sprites of yourself and just about surround the entire screen. Never have you seen Contra shooting himself at enemies in a wild frenzy of fun. The almost strangest part of this code is that it's a bit difficult to shoot in a straight line because your bullets, that is to say your sprites, appear quite randomly around the screen. Once you pick up another power-up, you do revert to that said power-up, which just seems boring after shooting yourself at enemies. If you want to try another weird gun after dying, then the code TEIIXZ might be up your alley. However, this one is nowhere near as effective as the previous code. This gun shoots bubbles or something in a weird upwards diagonal fashion that you can't just point. This really hinders you as you can't shoot downwards or even frontwards without a little bit of luck. This even goes crazier at certain points, where the baddies will spawn massively and attack without any conscience. Look at this mess. Give it a try, but I don't think you'll get very far. If you like messing up the opening title screen, you may be interested in the codes POIPIP, which changes the colours and scrambles the screen a bit, or the Game Genie code SKILLX, which does all kinds of wacky things to the start screen. Not much else to say about these other than they're a little bit of fun. The wacky cheat code LUGKIS is definitely one for the books. When you are using this code, each level roughly lasts for 5 seconds. So how does this work? Well, it seems that after you attack an enemy, then wait around 5 seconds, you just move on to the next level. In the first stage I even died as I was passing the level. This is pretty hilarious as you just pass the level at random times, meaning you either stop in place, jump a bit, or just walk to the side. You can still die of course, but a continue here and there never hurt anyone, did it? So if you want to see the wonders of this game 5 seconds at a time, then this is the cheat for you. Do you love the Atari system? If you do, you will love the code NNNAAA, which is actually called Atari Mode Contra. And when you jump into the game, you can see why. Sure, it's a little bit of a garbled mess, but it is actually playable and maybe even easier to see the enemy fire. Look at this glorious mess, what a wonder. I managed to get to the end of level 1, but died pretty quickly on the boss, probably because it wasn't Atari-ized, as I would have liked. Oh well, fun cheat, and it also messes up the music of the game. If you enjoy broken graphics, then the next code, PPPETX, may also be up your alley. This one isn't quite as intense as Atari mode, but explosions are quite fantastic and the overall theme of the jungle is pretty broken. However, for those of you that love the Game Boy, don't worry, we have a 2-line code to cover you as well. If you enter these 2-line codes into your Game Genie, then the game will now appear black and white. Even the intro screen is that classic grey and white screen that we all loved to see as kids. The gameplay remains the same and it is easily playable when compared to the 2 previous graphic cheats. It's nice and crisp and clean, yeah boy. Or rather, yeah Game Boy? Oh man, that's terrible. Another awesome and also appropriately named Game Genie code for Contra is Contact, which will hit any enemy on the screen no matter where you are aiming. It's like an aimbot but in Contra form. As you can see from my playthrough, I just held diagonal up and right and just kept shooting and running, and just obliterated anything and everything on the screen. It even works in the in-between levels where you are in corridors, which adds an extra special sauce into this tasty mix of a code. If you want even more fun, then there are 2 codes that you can combine to make proper mayhem. The first is Contul, which will kill any enemy or boss with only 1 shot, and the second is GITTEO, which gives you an extra life for killing almost any enemy. Now this is proper carnage. This works awesomely in the base levels as well, however you can't one-hit the first or second boss in these areas. However, you will still get 1-ups from hitting it each time, if you have the GITTEO code enabled, so you can't really lose. The hilariously named code that is POTSIT is pretty weird. Basically, whenever you hit the jump button, you actually fall down a platform. This just about makes the game unplayable, but it is interesting when you're at the bottom platform, even in the water, when you hit jump, you fall to your doom. Not the most handy code, but still a funny name. A similarly named code, that is PONSIT, does strange things when you are running. For one, you are always in a running animation, even when you are standing still. Maybe this Contra man wants to pump his quads or something, because he can't stop moving. Speaking of moving, you can't go left either, meaning if you want to move backwards in the stage, you have to jump first and then move to the left. It's a bit of a useless / hindering code, but just seeing those legs fly gives me a good feeling. Maybe I too could run like the wind one day. And finally, the Game Genie code TAZSST is super strange. It turns the first level completely black and you seem to be riding on some kind of mech or something. There isn't much to this level though, except one enemy does appear and also an item box, but there seems to be some kind of giant hole that is impossible to jump over. One time I seemed to turn into a party hat of some sorts, whilst I was in what I think was water. The power-up box when shot doesn't seem to be any kind of power-up that I know of, not that I could get it anyway. Strange code, man. Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Contra on the NES with me. If you did, then please be sure to hit that like button to help me out. Share it with your friends, make a comment maybe about another game you'd like to see hacked, or reviewed, or whatever. And of course, subscribe with notifications on. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do here, then please consider taking a look below at our join button or our Patreon page. Every bit of support is much appreciated and goes towards future videos. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Coming up on this episode of Super Mayhem. Oh my god, this guy dies instantly! Take that, undead guy. One hit, baby! Holy cow, did I just turn into a boss? What the hell is this guy doing with his hand? These hacks are insane! Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. I'm going to be using the Game Genie for the Sega Genesis, and you won't believe what kind of results I get. In this addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive classic, Altered Beast. And well, there are quite a few interesting cheats and cheat codes for us to take a look at. So if you enjoy Altered Beast or just game hacking in general, then please do hit that thumbs up to support this video. Let's try and get to at least 30 likes if we can. Also, if you are new, then be sure to subscribe and ring the bell for notifications. And with all that said, on with the show. For this first cheat, you don't actually need a Game Genie, but it is still very worthwhile you knowing it. At the start of the game, hold down A, B and C, as well as down and left. Then when the title screen shows, hit reset whilst holding down all the buttons. Once you get to the title screen again, hit start whilst holding down all the buttons, and you will actually gain access to this special secret screen that lets you select which kind of beast you will transform into for which level. Naturally the dragon is the best, but at least you can choose. Once you have set up which beasts you want for which levels, just press start and get it going. Whilst you're in the game, you will still need to collect 3 power-ups, known as Spirit Balls, in order to transform, but it is pretty sweet zapping that first head-throwing boss to bits as a dragon. Another super handy non-Game Genie thing is accessing the options menu. To do this, all you have to do is hold B at the title screen and then hit start. From here you can change the difficulty of the game and a bunch of other options, like changing the amount of health you have. The coolest being that you can actually select the level or stage you want to begin on by toggling the round option to the round you want to access, and then press start, and then on the title screen, hold down the A button and press start. And voila! Now you can jump into the last level and get smashed like I did, unless you are a pro. Now, moving on to the actual game hacking, there is a master code that must be entered when using the actual hardware and the game, and that code is DCXA-AA22. However, if you are emulating the game, you may not need to enter this, as they often include the master codes for you. But I whacked it in just to be sure. We will start off with one of the best codes for the game, which is ATWA-AA8R. With this bad boy enabled, you are essentially invincible, and no power will be lost from your gauge when an enemy hits you. For some reason, the very first enemies actually die when you walk into them, which is pretty cool. This whole code though is a lot of fun, for me anyway. I always enjoy a good invincibility code, and to have this one as a default code is just superb. Enjoy smashing your way through the game without the hassle of health. Another super handy code is FT1T-AA5L, which gives us a very useful infinite lives. Altered Beast is a pretty tough game, and it is also a bit skimpy in the lives department, so this is a great code to have activated as you go through the game, as your life counter just stays at 2. There are also life codes like BWXA-ACCT, which will start you off in the game with only 1 life if you want a challenge, or the code BWXA-ALCT, which starts the game with a nifty 5 lives. Not much else to say about these codes other than they can help or hinder you during your adventure. There is also a really cool code that makes it so the first Spirit Ball you gather will automatically transform you into your beast from the first level. Simply enter PA5T-BNT2 and then beat up that first blue pig you can find, and the moment that sweet Spirit Ball hits you, bam, you got yourself an altered beast. This is a good one to combine with the first cheat that we looked at, as it lets you select which beast you want for the first level, so give it a go. For those of you that don't know, the first boss of the game that throws his head is actually called Aga. So why is this important? Well, if we use the code AEFA-AABW, he becomes easier to beat. Not that he is exactly the hardest boss in the game, but since we are looking at Game Genie codes, we may as well give it a whirl. And boy howdy, does this bad boy work well. 1 hit baby, that's all it takes to beat this head-throwing goon. It's well worth adding this code. Speaking of codes that make bosses easier to beat, why not check out the amazing Game Genie code HTWT-B6KG, which is super handy and makes most of the enemies you encounter easier to beat. In fact, you can just about 1 hit any enemy you want to, and this even includes the first 2 bosses. You can really cruise through the game with this cheat, if you have your kicks and punches down, as it's super easy to just mow down the undead, pigs, snakes, weird purple mini McDonald's grimaces, and as I say, even the boss battles are much easier. I really can't believe how cool most of the default Galoob Game Genie cheats are for Altered Beasts. In fact, this code alone kinda makes the last 3 or 4 codes obsolete, as they just focus on particular enemies or bosses being easier to take out. So we will skip them and head on to some fan-discovered codes and see what kind of mischief we can unleash on the Sega. So first up, we're going to take a look at the code MA5A-AAFT, which is actually, surprise surprise, super handy. With this cheat in play at any time during the level, you can push down and the B button at the same time to transform up a level from your current status. This means with 3 presses of the down and B button, we can become the wolf on the first level no problems. This had some interesting effects on level 2 though, as instead of transforming into a dragon like you would normally, I used this code and still turned into a wolf. It's a bit of a shame, but what can you expect with some glitchy Game Genie codes? The code AA2T-BAXE promised to be even better. Basically, it auto-upgrades your transformation for you without doing anything. And yeah, I turned into a wolf, but then the game froze. Bugger. There is even a code that is SE1A-AATE, which will automatically transform you up a power-up every time you get hit. With this one, for some reason, you also flash for a little bit, which I think makes you invincible for a short period of time. I could be wrong though, so give it a go. I found a cheat simply called Character Hyper, which is AA8A-AAPL, and naturally I just had to give it a try. And man, am I glad I did. This turns your character's walk cycle into something amazing. It is like he is power walking everywhere 100 miles an hour. I'm not sure about his action when he is buffed though. He seems to be moving his hand quite quickly in an interesting position. This also affects your Altered Beast status as well, so if you came to see a power walking wolf, mission accomplished. Another rather fun movement based code is ABBT-AAZT, which puts your character into hyperdrive. It is a little bit glitchy on the character sprite, but you move way faster, which in this game makes it a little bit more fun, as movement is normally a tad slow. You can also punch, kick and jump, and use your Altered Beast special attacks faster than they can even register, meaning as long as you are a fast button presser, you don't really have a lot to worry about enemy-wise. Followers of my hacking videos will know that one of my favourite types of Game Genie cheats are when you can moonwalk or multiple jump. Well, guess what? Add the code WA3A-AABA and you can press A to jump till your heart is content. This does kinda sacrifice your punch to a degree. You do technically still punch, but with the moonwalking trade-off I can certainly dig it. There is one problem though. If you jump too high and go off the screen, you will get stuck up there and the game will continue on without you being visible. I guess you can't win them all. If you can manage to enter the huge 3-line code BAWA-AAK8 plus BAWA-AAKA plus H20A-AA42, you will be in for a fantastic treat. With this bad boy in place, you will automatically one-hit kill any enemy or boss that appears on the screen. That's right, all you have to do is walk forward, or let the screen move you forward, and everything around you gets obliterated. You even automatically pick up spirit balls that come your way, so you power up automatically as well. I did have some minor trouble on level 3 where I copped some weird damage for no reason, but it still went by fine. If you try one of these codes yourself, then make it this one. And finally, we will leave you with a truly bizarre cheat code. Enter in AA3A-AAAR as your Game Genie cheat, and then when you are in the game, just press the A button. Now you'll turn into the actual boss of the game. Sit there zapping for a bit, then scoot off and the game plays like normal. Well, except your character disappears. You don't die, and the game scrolls by until it gets stuck on this screen, as you can't attack to kill the last headless skeleton things. It's a bit of fun to end on though. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I do hope you enjoyed hacking the Sega Mega Drive classic Altered Beast. If you did, then please hit that like button to see if we can get to at least 30 likes. Subscribe and ring the bell if you are new, and if you really like the mayhem and what I do, why not check out the join button or our Patreon page below to help support future videos, get behind the scenes action and see your name in lights at the end of videos. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Alright, what kind of retro madness can I play today? Kirby's Adventure on the NES. I know some people did want to see Kirby stuff, but I'm expecting a guest who kinda loves the Mushroom Kingdom, so maybe another day. Wario's Woods could be fun. It is the last officially licensed game for the NES and actually is a pretty fun puzzle game, but Toad, I don't know. Not sure if this counts as the Mushroom Kingdom either. Maybe something classic Mario. Yeah, now we're talking.
Hey,
What?
hey,
Ah, what do you want?
wanna cheat?
Nah, not today. You always ruin things. I have a hot date coming over for a late Valentine's and we're gonna play some Super Mario Bros. 3.
Come on. It'll be fun and harmless. And besides, you owe me.
Nah, they know loads of tricks for the game anyway. Plus, I don't want to go behind their back and play with you. And how could I owe you? You're a lifeless unofficial add-on for the NES released 20-something years ago.
Words can hurt, you know. Besides, who was there when you needed invincibility in Contra?
Well, I guess you were.
And who got the Princess Mega Float when you were stuck on that horrible ice level in Super Mario Bros. 2?
Yeah, you again.
And who bailed you out of that Thai prison when you got mixed up with those ladyboys and the police came?
Okay, fine, we would cheat. But do you have to call it cheating? It sounds so sordid.
You love it, and no one will get hurt. Trust me.
Okay, but just a few games. They'll be here any oh crap. It's not what it looks like, I swear. We were hacking together and that's all. This genie means nothing to me. Don't go, we can fix this. Damn it, Game Genie. I told you ruin everything. Look what you've done, you son of a bitch. Hello friends and welcome to another quick MarioMayhem.com video. Today we are delving back into the shady world of game modification as we explore some crazy Game Genie codes and do our best to break Super Mario Bros. 3 in the process. Some of you might be familiar with the standard codes for the game, such as the classic Skywalker, the token Mega Power Jump, and even abilities like starting and staying as Hammer Bro Mario despite any damage you take. Today we are taking a look at non-standard codes that have been found by people over the years that do all kinds of crazy stuff. So sit back, don't trust seductive game modification add-ons, and let's go as we explore 8 crazy Super Mario Bros. 3 hacks. Number 8. I thought we'd start off with one of the better known of the underground Game Genie codes. If you enter KKKZSPIU as your cheat, you will have access to the debug menu of the game. This is pretty awesome as in the intro screen you can select which world you would like to start on by going up and down on the directional pad, and you can give yourself 5 lives each time you hit the A button. You can see the lives taking effect by the graphical change in the logo here. The hack gets even better though, as when you're on the map screen you'll have a copy of each item in your inventory, as well as 2 rows of P-Wings. When you are in a level, you can even cycle through different power-ups by hitting the select button. You can even use a slightly glitched Goomba's shoe at any time by holding B and then hitting select. If there is a God mode for Super Mario Bros. 3, this is it. Number 7. Another well-known code is AOSUZI. This awesome little hack allows you to pull ice blocks out of thin air and fire them in a frenzy. It's ridiculously fun somehow, and if you try out any of these codes yourself, I highly recommend this be the one. Much like the hack in Super Mario Bros. 1 that removes blocks when you jump in the right spot, this hack also removes background scenery and even lets you dismantle the level. It can get a bit glitchy and is known to crash the game, but it's certainly fun. Number 6. Ever wanted to take a quick dip in World 1-1? With the code ISZXYN, you can swim through levels that don't have a black background. You can no longer jump/land on enemies' heads to kill them though, and piranha plants shoot from inside their pots to make things a little bit more chaotic. You can have a bit of fun at the end of levels too, as the swimming ability cuts off with the black, but seems to be possible to swim inside the black mountains in the background. This code also does a bit of weirdness to the music on the map screen, with bits and pieces of other music cutting in and making the whole thing sound a bit weird, but kind of funky in parts too. Number 5. If you enter SNEZTIAE as your Game Genie code, power-ups are removed from blocks that would normally contain them. The shrooms, leaves and other power-ups are replaced with seemingly random objects or enemies. Supposedly the object that comes out of the block is somehow based on the position of the screen at the time you strike it. This obviously makes the game super tough as you won't be able to power up and you never really know what will happen when you hit a block. This code is a little bit dicey and more often than not ends with the game freezing and this crazy mangled screen. Number 4. If you enter the code PETZZA, the result is this weird nighttime styled gameplay. You will have noticed the lovely ear-piercing, garbled sounds and overall eeriness, but other than this the gameplay seems just about unchanged. Although it does break the game when you pass the level or die though, it's probably just as well as this night setting and music sends you into a bit of a weird trance after a while. The darkness, she scares me. Number 3. Not the most practical hack here at number 3, but it's quite amusing nonetheless. If you enter the code SXTZPO, the game seems to be just about vanilla. That is until you get yourself a Super Leaf. Once you attack with Raccoon Mario, you start ice skating around the level until you get hit or fall in a pit. It seems like the sprite gets stuck backwards and animations stop playing, but I'm not really sure exactly what is breaking here because the controls go slippery as well. The P meter stops working too, but there isn't much else to this hack. But ice skating in Super Mario Bros. 3 is pretty cool, I guess, even if the game gets stuck when you die. Number 2. The code YEUXKGAA is truly bizarre. For a start, it transforms the Mario sprite on the map screen into a cloud, but the weirdness only begins here. Once in a level, Mario's sprite is replaced with what appears to be some kind of broken black and white piranha plant or something. You can also swim through the levels, but unlike the code at number 6, this level itself isn't underwater. This code actually seems to grant Mario some kind of strange power up, as once you are hit or get a Super Leaf with this code, you revert back to Mario's regular form, and the game seems to go on as usual. Number 1. It seemed fitting to leave you with the most brutal of the Super Mario Bros. 3 hacks I tested out. Entering GOYUTV will be enough to have you throwing your NES out the window. This code spawns munches all around Mario as you are playing the level. Standalone, this code makes the game impossible, but if you add in the debug code as well and give yourself a star, well, it's still impossible, but it's pretty fun. Taking a closer look at where these munches are spawning, it looks as if the Koopalings wand sprites are somehow garbled in here too. Anyway, that's it for today, friends. I hope you enjoyed these 8 different Super Mario Bros. 3 hacks. Maybe it inspires you to dust off your NES and break some games too. Anyway, don't forget to like and share this video with your friends, and we will see you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Coming up on this episode of Super Mayhem. What the heck? Have you lost your head, mate? Look at me go! No turbo loss for me! Is that Bill Clinton doing a super dunk? Am I doing a super dunk? All this and more, so stay tuned. Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. In this addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at that first good basketball game ever released, NBA Jam. And well, do we have a few neat tricks up our sleeves with this one. For some reason, certain hacks only work with certain versions of the game, so if you're a Patreon member, I will be adding downloads for both of the versions used in this video for you to check out. So if you like basketball, video games, or game hacking in general, then please do hit that like button and try to get us to at least 30 likes. Subscribe if you are new and don't forget to ring that bell. And with all that said, on to the show. Easing into our hacking journey, we will take a look at the 2-line code that is D6E2-CFC8 plus D6E9-CD18, and it is actually a pretty darn good one. With this bad boy in place, you will always be on fire, which not only gives the basketball that sweet fiery effect, it also increases your chance of scoring, even from half court or somewhere ridiculous. Interestingly, this game also makes note of your game cheats when you start off a game, so in this example we can see Power Up Fire is shown just before the tip-off of the game. So that's something new I've seen in my Game Genie adventures. You can actually also get this same effect without using the Game Genie. When you are on the Tonight's Matchup screen, press the B button 7 times, and then the up button, Y button, and also the B button until the game starts. So that's pretty cool too. There are other codes relating to being on fire, such as D0BD-3038, which needs 4 baskets to be on fire, all the way to DCBD-3038, which requires 10 baskets to be on fire. There's even a code that is D4BD-3038, which only needs 2 successful shots to be on fire, and you will stay on that status until your opponent goes on fire. So that's a lot of on fires, but there isn't a whole lot else to say about these codes, except they exist and can help or hinder you. For this next cheat, I had to get the European version of this game for some reason, but it was worth it. If you enter the 2-line Game Genie code that is D6EC-CF38 plus D6E4-CDC8, you will be able to see what percentage chance a shot has of going in. This is only for non-dunks, but it is pretty cool to be able to see what kind of chance you have of hitting that shot as you shoot it. Also, hee 69! This is a cool little addition to have going when you play NBA Jam for sure. Again, with this code you can activate it without using a Game Genie. At the Tonight's Matchup screen, press
press any button once and then hold down B and A until the tip-off. Once again, I couldn't get this working with the US version of the game, so maybe I just have a weird revision or something. This next code seems to be a bit dependent on if you are the visiting team or the home team. If you enter in BBCC-0F6F as your code, in my demonstration, every time I score a basket, whether it's a shot, a dunk or even a 3-pointer, I was only given 1 point. This code claims that the visitors' baskets are worth 1, so I'm a little bit unsure if I was playing as the visiting team or not. This code goes on all the way to 3ACC-0F6F, which gives visitors' baskets a massive 8 points per successful shot, and man is this fun. In the first quarter it was 72-18 in my favour. Man, I really love Game Genie hacks. If you wanted to mess with your mate or a sibling, then these codes are definitely for you, so give them a go. On the flip side, if you want to screw over the other team, then you can try the code BBC6-A7AF, which will make it so the home team, aka your opponents, only score 1 point per basket, even if they smash a 3-pointer from half court. I am assuming this would also work in 2-player mode, so again you can have some fun with this bad boy. This code also goes all the way up to 3AC6-A7AF, which will give your home team 8 points per basket. So if you want to set yourself a bit of a task, you could try giving this one a go and see how you can compete. Next up we have turbo related codes, and man there are a lot of them. Starting off, we have turbo restores extremely fast, which is the code 6FE1-3C2A, which is actually quite handy. However, there is a 2-line code for the European version of the game that is D6E3-C748 plus D6E1-6F38. And with this bad boy in play, everyone has infinite turbo. Your boots have never been shinier as you can just hold down the R button and run around like you're a chicken without its head, or until your heart is content, or until a shot clock gets you. It's super fun to just push down people as much as you want, but maybe I'm just a basketball bully though. This cheat can also be done by pressing any button 6 times and then holding Y, B and A until the match starts, at the tonight's matchup screen. Other than that, we have turbo goes down slower, turbo doesn't come back until next quarter, turbo goes down faster, turbo goes down even faster, turbo recovers even slower, and a whole heap of other turbo related codes that either help or hinder you. So there isn't a lot much more to say about this one in particular, other than they do exist and do things with your turbo meter. And did I mention turbo? It's a good or a bad thing. Moving on from the fun of turbo draining, we will take a look at the 2-line code D8E6-C7C8 plus D8ED-6418, which unlocks the intercept power-up. Basically, this gives all the players the ability to steal or intercept the ball super easily. This can get a bit hectic with players constantly changing control of the ball, or sometimes even just dropping it. But hey, it is fun, and I managed to get 13 steals by halftime with just 1 player. Apparently you can also unlock this cheat without a Game Genie, by waiting until the tonight's matchup screen, and then press any button 15 times, and holding down on the 15th press, all whilst rotating the directional pad clockwise. However, I think a Game Genie is a bit easier than all that nonsense. If you find the regular game speed a bit slow, then you might want to try the 2-line cheat code D6ED-3DC8 plus D6E5-C718, which gives you what is called Juice Mode. This speeds up the entire game a lot, and you really zoom around the court, especially if you use that famous turbo button. Apparently this also could be unlocked by beating all of the 27 NBA teams, or by pressing the A button 13 times and then hold B and X at the tonight's matchup screen. But just give it a go, it's super fun. There are also several cheats you can use without the Game Genie to play as different celebrities and other people. A couple of quick examples are as follows. Enter in your initials as NE, highlight the letter T, and then press L, R and A all at the same time. If you do this correctly, you will have just unlocked Al Gore as your first playable character. And man, I must say, old Al has some serious dunking moves. Look at him go! Another classic example is entering your initials as A and R, highlighting the letter K, and then do a hand-bending combination of pressing Start, L, R and X all at once. If you do this right, you can now play as Bill Clinton. We now hear live from Schmermager with the story. Hello, my darling, it's me here, Schmermager, and I am courtside here in the Thunderdome type thing, and you won't believe what is happening down here. Playing for the Chicago Bulls is ein Mr. Bill Clinton, and oh my god is he having some serious relations with his balls. He is doing the dunking from the left, dunking it from the right, and also from a great height. But oh my god, he has just looked at me seductively, and I'm going to have to get out of here as quickly as I can be doing so. So back to you, my darling. Thank you, Mr. McGurr. That's right, I never knew Bill was a Chicago Bulls fan, but here you have it. And damn, Slick Willie has some serious moves as well. To be fair, I think these celebrities just take on the skills of the player they are replacing, but far out, these dunks are insane. There are a number of other players you can unlock, but this being an older game and me being an Australian, I don't really know of them, so we will just move on. And finally, we will leave you with the Game Genie code EE38-67AF, which is quite hilarious. For some reason, when this bad boy is in action, the main player for each team is headless. That's right, see it for yourself. Headless bodies are just running around playing basketball, dunking, stealing, three-pointering. It is the game like usual, only they don't have heads. Weird. Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I do hope you enjoyed taking a look at these NBA Jam hacks on the SNES with me. If you did, then please do hit that like button to see if we can get to at least 30 likes. Subscribe if you are new, and don't forget to ring that bell. Also, I'm bringing back the Luigi Clap for the best comment made on a video. So for you watching, my question is this. Who or what would you like to see do a super dunk in NBA Jam? Leave your reply below and the best, most interesting comment will be featured in one of the next videos. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do, why not check out our join button or our Patreon page below to help support future videos, get behind the scenes sneak peeks, early video releases, downloads, and even have your name featured at the end of each video. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So with the release of the new Super Mario All-Stars 3D on the Switch, I thought we might go back to the 1993 classic on the SNES, which was the original Super Mario All-Stars. But let's not just take a look at it, let's see what cheats we can find to break this fantastic game. And if you enjoy it, be sure to smash a big fat thumbs up on this, share it with your friends, subscribe with notifications and all that jazz, and I'll see you at the end. On with the show!
I guess it makes sense to tackle these games one by one and only choosing the best codes, or else we'll be here forever. So the following cheats are for the first Super Mario Bros. Game. Starting with one of my favourites, if you enter DD8E-D702 as your Game Genie code, you will get what's called the Ultimate Multi-Jump code. This allows you to keep hitting the jump button to essentially fly through the levels. This kind of cheat has always been a winner. Next up, I thought we would try another fun cheat. Entering 5DCE-07A3 into your Game Genie, you will enable what's known as Easy Pipes. And as the name suggests, it makes pipes easier to navigate. Pipes you can't go down appear upside down, and pipes you can appear as regular pipes. This is pretty neat, hey? The 3-line cheat code 9EBE-64DE plus D5BE-640E plus D5BE-6F6E is also pretty interesting. When you die, somehow you magically get warped to World 8-1. So take that, Bowser, I almost get to you by the way of Goomba sacrifice, or something. If for some reason you think the backgrounds and stuff need to be censored on Super Mario Bros. 1, then the code EE6C-DD02 is just perfect for you. When you use this cheat, background images like pipes, castles, and even Bullet Bills will appear pixelized, almost like Atari graphics. It does make the game a bit harder though, as you never are quite sure what you are jumping into, but give it a shot. The code 892B-6FDE is quite cool. Whenever you hit an enemy, you actually get powered up instead of dying. I believe there is a similar code for the original NES game, so it's awesome that someone worked this out for the SNES re-release. Its name is accurately called Invincibility Plus. I think the plus is added because once you get a 1-up, any enemy you hit gives you an extra life. And lastly for Super Mario Bros. 1, we have the code DFB2-AF6E, which is also awesome. Basically, you can swim anywhere you want in any level. Just watch out for Lakitu. Also, a couple of weird things happened. When I started the level 4-2, it started me in a pit, so luckily I had the reflex of a cricket player and smash jump to swim up right away. Also, when I hit the flagpole in 4-3, I think my butt spawned into a Bullet Bill. so there is some weirdness with this one. Anyway, now we'll take on the famous Super Mario Bros. 2. The Doki Doki Panic one, not the lost levels. That will come later if we find them. Just like the first game, there are a bunch of awesome cheats for Super Mario Bros. 2, so here are a few of the best ones I found. Starting off with the code D1D4-FA0D, we already have a good advantage. With this cheat in place, you can select any world you want for File A. This is super handy if you want to just jump to a certain level, or if you are tired getting stuck in that damn ice level like me. A more interesting code is 6D60-D506, which claims to give you power-ups at death. This is a crazy one. Basically, once you die, you remain on the screen and you can fly around wherever you want. When you hit X, you gain 4 hearts and also become invincible. Unfortunately, I got stuck after going up a vine and couldn't progress, but I'm sure there is a way around this. If you love Super Mario Bros. 2, then this is a Game Genie code for you. The code FF63-D5A6 is another weird one. This time when you die, it is as if you have just gone down a warp. In World 2, when I tested it, it just showed a scrambled level that I had warped to, and I ended up back in the same world, but this time there was no music playing, and it was just kind of eerie. Also, when you select a character, after the warp, when you spawn it plays the death animation. This was somehow a bit creepy. DD6A-D1AB allows you to throw eggs from Birdo back at her without actually having to catch them. Well, to be fair, you have to pick one up first, but after that you are stuck in some kind of throwing motion where whenever you press the Y button to throw something, the egg will move in that direction. This allows you to easily beat Birdo by just pressing Y whilst facing her. This code has to be disabled to complete the level, or if you try using it in a normal gameplay, as you will get stuck holding an invisible something and won't be able to go through doors or pick up things normally. So you have been warned. Moving on to the famous Super Mario Bros. 3 game, we also have a true abundance of awesome cheats for you. It's hard to pick the best ones, but here we go. Starting with a fun one, DEA1-A8A3, as your Game Genie code, grants you the power to float or even fly without having a leaf. You just have to watch out where you are flying or where you will be landing. Whoops! If you want to easily rack up lives in Super Mario Bros. 3, then the cheat code DF3E-6C49 is for you. With this bad boy enabled, 1 coin gives you over 99 lives, and glitches the sound a little. Are you tired of playing every level in the game? Why not try the very strange Game Genie code E6A8-6CAA? With this in play, things get weird. For a start, you play the first level like regular until you get a power-up. From there you turn into a grey raccoon Mario that can swim through levels and you are even invincible. Once you pass the first level, you turn into a cloud that you can then bypass levels like normal, when you're using the normal cloud. Hammer Bros will still stop you, but when you can swim and are invincible, it's not really a problem. This is a super fun cheat, and I hope you try it at home if you want a bit of weirdness added to your Super Mario Bros. 3 experience. This next cheat can be used a few different ways by changing the first characters of the code. So for example, if you enter in 3AA8-6CAA, you get some pretty interesting results. Once you die, you become invincible and turn into what's referred as Airplane Mario. This is weird. On the map, I was a flashing Luigi, but when I entered the level, I became some weird black sprite that I could just move around with the control pad. It was like swimming, but not. When you collide with an enemy, it appears as if you lose your power-up, which I have no idea what that sprite is, but you will remain invincible. I got stuck at the end of the level though, as after hitting the card, Mario or whoever this is doesn't run off the screen, so the game can't progress. I'll put up the other modifiers for you to explore, but they all use the same principle of invincibility after death and a power-up of some description. And the final game of course is the Lost Levels, also known as Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan. And again, lucky for us, we have a few interesting Game Genie codes for this game to experiment with. Starting with DADF-F30D plus D7DF-F36D, you can start a new game in File A and select any level or world you would like. This is pretty handy if you want to skip parts of the game, or if you just want to be ambitious and get to the end in record time. The Game Genie code EE3A-A755 is a bit of an odd one. It seems to change most enemies' colour palette. Goombas and Koopa Troopers become a weird green and grey mixture, Buzzy Beetles become red, and even Bloopers get a makeover and become orange instead of their usual pink. Interestingly, Piranha Plants remain the same, as far as my test showed, but it's still a cool code. 5667-A755 is another awesome code. It completely scrambles levels with random graphics from random places, which admittedly can become a hindrance, but it does also show any block that contains an item in a distinct way, meaning you can pick up a lot of mushrooms, stars, and fire flowers. Beware though, as it also shows poisonous mushies, so keep an eye out for them. Oh, and pits too. Need some more lives and coins? Try the codes CE89-0455, which turns poisonous mushrooms into 1-ups, and also the cheat code C281-0755, which makes every brick have unlimited coins in them, but only when you are small Mario, unfortunately. Hey, life has to have trade-offs, and on the trade-off side, this did glitch on me pretty badly. It seemed to play some boss music and just froze the screen. Bugger. And the last code we will take a look at is the 3-line monster 9EB6-6F55 plus D5B6-6F85 plus DAB6-60E5, which is a cool code that when you die you are warped to world D-1, which is the last world of the game. Needless to say, I couldn't get very far in this world, those damn Hammer Bros.
Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Super Mario All-Stars on the SNES with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it with your friends, make a comment so I know what you think about it, and of course subscribe with notifications on. If you really like the mayhem and what I do, then maybe you can check out our join page or our Patreon page below. And with that said, I'll see you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in this addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at that awesome second addition to the Mortal Kombat franchise, which is Mortal Kombat 2 on the SNES. And well, there are a ton of interesting cheats and Game Genie codes for us to take a look at. Just make sure you're using the original version 1.0, otherwise a lot of these cheats won't work. Having said that, if you're a fan of the Mortal Kombat series in any way, shape or form, then please do hit that like button for the YouTube algorithm. Also subscribe and ring the bell if you're new to the channel, so that you can see new videos like this one when they come out. And with all that done, let's go on with the show. As always, we will ease into this list with some default codes, such as the incredibly awesome cheat code DDB5-1FF7, which is the one you all came to see. That's right, this time the actual Galoob Essential is actually one of the best codes you can have in this game. Player 2 or the CPU dies in literally one hit. Go small punch to victory, or humiliate them with a light kick to death, and then finish them off before their health bar even gets to 0. I can't believe this is a standard code. Usually this comes in the form of some weird 5-line cheat that someone on the internet has found. But here it is. Video done. Nah, just kidding, keep watching, the cheats get weirder. If you want to take this to the other extreme and make the game a whole lot harder, then the cheat code DDB1-1FF7 is the one for you. This is essentially the opposite of the first code, where you'll actually die in one hit when player 2 or the CPU hits you. This is super hard mode for anyone that thinks they are a Mortal Kombat king. You can make this a bit easier using the code C2C4-47AA, which is meant to give you infinite continues. So if you want to keep trying to beat the game whilst pulling your hair out, then these two codes are definitely for you. Another awesome default Game Genie code is C2B1-14F7, which makes it so player 1 is invincible. That's right, you can take as much of a beating as you want with this code, you weirdo. It's actually quite funny to see the CPU just beating the crap out of you, and your health bar stays the same. The only enemy here is time, if you are super bad at the game. But if you can't get at least one hit in with this cheat enabled, within the time limit, you probably shouldn't be playing Mortal Kombat 2 anyway. Oh, and on a side note, if you want to have infinite time, you can use another simple default code, that is 6DC7-1DAA, and you won't have to be watching that clock anymore. There are other default continue codes like DF8C-CDDA, which starts you off with 0 continues, all the way to DB8C-CDDA to start the game with 8 continues. Not much else to say about these ones except they can make the game easier or harder for you. When you are in one player mode, there are a number of different codes that make it so you only play against one specific character. An interesting one is CBC6-3D6E plus DEC6-3DAE. With this cheat enabled, you will only fight against Noob Sabot. And man, this guy is not mucking around. He owned me so bad it's embarrassing. Other interesting characters are Smoke, which is the 2-line code CBC6-3D6E plus D3C6-3DAE. And you can even fight against Shao Kahn right away by entering the 2-line code CBC6-3D6E plus D2C6-3DAE. Surprisingly, I actually did a lot better against Shao Kahn compared to Smoke or Noob. I think it is because he spent more time mocking me than fighting me. Or maybe I'm just super pro, we will never know. There are also bunches of interesting default codes that increase certain players' damage when they perform certain moves. In this example, the code 06E9-1DD7 will massively increase the damage of Liu Kang's high fireball, which is a simple forward high punch. If you can get it in before Scorpion kicks your butt first, that is. In another poor example by me, you can try the code 06E4-34DF, which makes Raiden's lightning bolt do huge damage. Once the code is entered, just select Raiden and then press down forward low punch. Or the good old quarter circle forward low punch, as we used to say in the old days. If you can pull this off, it does some big damage, even if I eventually died. I won't go into all of these codes, but they do exist and they can be a bit of fun. Now we will check out some non-default codes, and we will start off with FFC2-1F6A, which is an absolute classic. All you have to do is win one round, using the old trip till you win trick will do it, of a game, and then you will have completed the game. This way you can see the entire ending of the game, the details of your hero you won with, and all the characters, and then of course the development team. If you have never beaten the game before, this is a sweet cheat code to check out. The Game Genie code 88E9-44B7 is super weird. For some reason this sends both players to the far left of the screen, where you will both get stuck and kind of have to fight it out in the corner. This turned pretty buggy though. When I did the slide kick thing with Sub-Zero, it seemed to make the game get stuck in a loop. The timer still went down, but we both kept glitching. Weird code, man. Speaking of weird codes, try out 2469-340F, which completely scrambles up the characters, not only on the character select screen, but also during the fight. Unfortunately again, this glitched too badly and started flashing black, and I couldn't progress. But hey, this is Game Genie stuff, you're bound to get glitchy at some point. Another weird but cool code is 5DBC-3D6E, which really messes up the order of who wins the match of a round. For a start, player 1 will always win the first round no matter what. Then whoever wins the second round actually wins the entire match. This gets weirder though, because even if player 2 or the CPU wins the second round, player 1 will have the finishing move. Then promptly after hitting the player 2, you will fall to the ground and player 2 is announced the winner. Weird cheat, but hey, it's a bit of fun. If you want to have a super even match, then why not try the code CFE4-44B7. With this baby in play, both fighters are invisible. This makes for a really interesting game as you are never quite sure of where you are. I somehow managed to win the first fight, but after that Johnny Cage smashed me good. Give this one a try, it might be fun to gamble on or something. And finally, the last two codes relate to fatalities, which are always a fun part of the Mortal Kombat series. The first code is 5EC2-CF02, which gives you an amazing 127 times the normal amount of time for fatalities, which is super handy if you're trying to test some out. The second code is CDEE-1F0A, which claims to give you awesome fatalities, so you know this is going to be good. I only really tested this out with Reptile, as I know one of his fatalities offhand is back down B, and well, I wasn't super impressed with it, but it may depend on the character and the choice you make for your fatality. It definitely was different than the normal version of the fatality, but was it awesomer? No, I don't think so. I also tried with a couple of other characters with various results. With Shang Tsung, using his fatality just holding X for 2 seconds and then releasing, when using the awesome fatality code, it seems like the first part of the fatality is just gone, and the opponent just bursts into a pile of bones. It's better than Reptiles, but I think I still prefer the original, without the so-called awesome fatality code. Finally, when using Liu Kang and his dragon fatality, we got something a bit different, and actually quite cool. Instead of turning into a dragon and biting the opponent in half, he seems to summon some Kung Lao action and saws the player 2 in half. This one is actually pretty cool. And the last one I looked at was Johnny Cage's first fatality, which had some weird effects as well. With the awesome fatality code enabled, he seems to channel Raiden or something, and instead of ripping the opponent in half, he sort of zaps them with a ball of electricity or something? Weird code, man. Anyway, give it a try with other characters and see what you can get happening. I'm sure you will have a blast. Anyway, that's it from me today. I do hope you enjoyed hacking Mortal Kombat 2 on the SNES with me. If you did, then please hit that like button to help the channel out, subscribe, and also ring the bell to get updates of more videos like this one. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do, then why not take a look at our join button or Patreon page below and help fund future videos. I didn't cover every single cheat of this game, but there are lots of codes that just affect certain players, certain moves, but I feel like we took a good look at some fun codes. I hope you agree. Anyway, that's it from me. I'll see you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, Tim here again from Super Mayhem, bringing you some more classic Game Genie hacking action. Ow! Today we're taking on another of the classic NES games, Kirby's Adventure, also known as Hoshi no Kirby, as it was originally released in Japan. Before we get started, please make sure you subscribe to Super Mayhem with notifications on, and smash that thumbs up button as hard as you can for the love of Kirby. This game is truly a treasure of my childhood for me, even though it was released later in the Nintendo lifetime. I still have the game and the box in near mint condition somewhere hiding. Yes, I was a pretty careful child, and luckily when it came to video games and collecting, I kept my stuff in pretty good condition. Anyway, here's a little bit of an intro to the game, but stay tuned for some classic hacks, as well as some truly insane fan-discovered ones you won't want to miss out on, so stick around till the end of the video. Originally released in Japan on March 23rd, 1993, and a little bit later for North America and PAL, Kirby's Adventure was actually a product developed by HAL Laboratory, and published by Nintendo. What you may not know is that this is actually the second ever Kirby game, the first being Kirby's Dream Land on the Game Boy, and it was the first Kirby game to include the copy ability, by inhaling certain enemies and pressing down. It's definitely a nice addition by the director Masahiro Sakurai, who copped a bit of flack for the simplicity of the first game and its lack of replayability. The story itself is simple enough. Basically, King DDD breaks apart the Star Rod and gives pieces of it to his minions, so it's up to Kirby to travel across Dreamland and repair the broken rod. Since it was such a late release on the Nintendo Entertainment System, the graphics are fantastic and could easily be mistaken for some early Super Nintendo game or something. Anyway, with that backstory told, let's get into some Game Genie hijinks and start hacking this awesome game. So, first of all, lucky for us there are actually some default cheat codes for Kirby's Adventure, even though it was a late release to the NES. They are the kind of codes you would expect from the booklet though, such as PEVXIYGA, which starts you with 2 lives, and all the way up to AOVXIYGA, which lets you start the game with 17 lives. It's a bit of an odd number, but it definitely helps if you're struggling with the game for some reason. There is also a 9 lives code, AEVXIYGE, but there isn't much else to say here except they help you with the game. Oh, and just a note in case you're wondering, you can actually play with 0 lives too, which is why these codes show 1 less life than you may think. There are also a few Game Genie codes in the book relating to pep drinks, or power-up drinks. For example, ZAKLLXAA gives you less energy from the pep drinks, whilst the code YZKLLXAE will give you full energy from your pet power-ups. Nothing too special here, but they are definitely handy codes if you want that extra life. Or if you can't find a maximum heart tomato. Speaking of your energy, there are actually 3 stock standard codes relating to it. This starts with YONZZNYX, which starts you off in the game with less energy. Then a code I didn't test, YKNZZNYX, which starts you with more energy. And then finally the mother of all cheats, SZEPSVSE, which gives you infinite energy. Take this bad boy to the bank and smash through enemies without even worrying about your energy bar. This is super fun to play around with, but it also feels a bit unnatural to purposely crash into enemies. Also, how good are these mini-bosses' dances? Take that, flossing. Well, that about sums up the stock standard codes for this game, but lucky for us there are a number of dedicated Kirby fans out there that have explored the Game Genie and found a number of non-standard cheats for us to take on. So, here we go! Why don't we start with a few different level codes first up? For example, you can enter NUXXVY to start in level 4. It's a bit glitchy throughout most of the level, but it goes totally bananas when you get to that rolling turtle mini-boss thing. In fact, there are a couple of weird level 4 cheats, like SOXXON, which starts you off in a different World 4 level, which again is super glitchy when you puff out your inhaled air. I somehow managed to also disappear at one point after I got the Parasol power up. You could also try the code IOXXUN, which starts you in the World 4 Museum. Once you leave the museum, you just fall through the World Select map repeatedly, losing 1 life each time until you die. It's pretty weird, but kind of expected as I guess you haven't unlocked the rest of World 4. There are a couple of other interesting level codes that take you to unused parts of the game, such as IPOPIZAA, which puts you in an ice museum that's never used but contains power-up enemies. GPOPIZAA whacks you in another unused ice museum with freeze in it. YPOPIZAA is another museum not used in the game but contains a spark and stone transformations in it. And finally the code TPOPIZAA is another unused museum, but this time it has a tornado in it. Interestingly, when you leave the doors for these museums, on all but the last code, you end up falling through the map screen and dying. Perhaps these levels were used for debugging purposes. We will never know for sure. One thing is certain, however, and that is that there really is a debug room for Kirby's Adventure on the NES. Enter the code EZOPIZAE in your Game Genie, and then enter a save file, and you are taken to the debug portion of the game. There seems to be a lot to explore here, even if it's super glitchy graphically. So to start with, there are 7 doors here. The first doesn't do much as you can't get out of the room, but it looks pretty. The second door is a continuous loop as far as I could tell, containing no enemies and only doors that loop around. The third door is a bit more interesting though, as it seems to be some sort of enemy testing place. It starts off as level 1 but includes other enemies, including glitched ones, and ends with 2 bosses. The fourth door just has a laser power up and 2 rooms in it. The fifth room appears to be a sampling of the boss battles. You can either fight them or just float up to the door and move on to the next one. And as for doors 6 and 7, well, you can't enter them as far as I can tell, so who knows if they contain anything or not. Another interesting non-standard code to try out is LVYIVY. With this enabled, the game doesn't pause when you pick up a power-up, and also doesn't pause Kirby in situations where he would normally pause, such as picking up or using certain power-ups. If you get hit just at the right time, it even dims the colours of the game. Give it a try with the crash power-up from one of the mini-bosses, and you can die mid-air. It's pretty wacky, but makes for an interesting bit of a twist on the traditional game. ZOYEPA is another interesting Game Genie code. It ruins the music and the sound of the game, even on the intro screen. The fire ability is also a bit weird. You can use it fine to light the cannon, but if you attack an enemy with it, you will get the sword power up for some reason, and you can't seem to lose it. When you transition screens, you quickly go back to the fire ability, but once you go to use it on an enemy, the ability changes back to sword. Interestingly, enemies can also be deleted randomly with your air puff or with the use of the laser ability too. This is kinda cool. It can make boss fights tough though if you delete them, as the game doesn't register that they are dead and you get kinda stuck. If you are looking to make the game a bit easier, then the cheat code LOPVOP might be the one for you. Essentially, if an enemy isn't already on the screen when it's loaded, then they don't appear. It's a bit hard to explain, but if an enemy is already on the screen when you enter it, they will remain, but if they load afterwards, they won't appear. This really lets you cruise through the first level, not that you need much help. Apparently some mini-bosses won't spawn either, so you might get stuck in the game, just a heads up. This next one is a bit of an odd one, but it's really fun too. Enter the code PAZXVN and you are in for a wild ride. Basically every time you inhale an enemy, you are sent through to the next door in that area. It's awesome fun to fly around through the levels, and you never know where you're gonna end up. It could be some glitched room where you just keep falling, or it could put you into an infinite loop. Definitely a code you will want to try if you're into Game Genie hacking. GKAAAA is another interesting cheat. With this code you can't seem to contact enemies, health, or even 1-ups. The only method of progressing is by inhaling and taking enemies' power-ups. Any other attacks won't work. This kinda traps you when you hit the mini-boss though, as you can't actually attack them. You can still watch him dance though. KEPSOX is a little cheat code I just wanted to mention. It does some weird stuff to the sprites and makes them kind of flicker or become a bit transparent. It's like playing Ghost Kirby or something, but the game plays fine. Maybe this is something for Slapped Ham to investigate with one of their spooky videos. This is kind of a nice segue into the code AEPZYV, which is a crazy graphical glitch cheat code. The game seems to work mostly fine, but boy howdy, what a weird way to play Kirby's Adventure on the NES. You don't know what is the wall, what is the ground, and I somehow entered water and then died without realizing what was going on. On a side note, the crane game still works fine, without glitching, so that's something I guess. The code EZOXUN is just a weird code. When Kirby inhales something, you fly off like you have got the wheel ability or something, and the screen shakes. Once that ability is lost, you then have the splash ability for some odd reason, which doesn't seem to work either. I got stuck as a puffed up Kirby when I tried this the first time, and had to reset the game too. This one seems like a bit of an odd game breaker, but it's still worth trying out.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun game hacking action for you today. So in this addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at that super spooky NES classic that is Castlevania. And far out, there are so many Game Genie codes for this game that I couldn't even count them. Seriously, I had over 23 pages of codes. So now it's my job to sift through and find some of the best working codes for you. I promise this will be the best Castlevania video you have ever seen, although I can't promise anything. So if you love Dracula or the Castlevania series in general, then be sure to smash that like button to help my channel out, subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about more videos like this. And if you don't mind, please make a comment about your favourite code in this video or one of your favourite retro gaming moments or something. And with that said, on with the show. Starting off easy, we will take a look at some of the official Galoob Game Genie codes, such as SXXXYAAX, which gives us a very handy infinite time. Needless to say, this comes in extremely useful as you can take as long as you want without having to worry about that annoying timer. A couple of more exciting codes are OXNGLZVK, which starts you off with infinite lives, and also the code ASOGOPIA, which starts you off in the game with a crazy 80 power hearts. Not bad, hey? Well, it gets even better, especially for default codes. Just like the two-line code KZSSEZKA plus KXESUZKA. For example, with this beauty in play, your special weapons won't even use a single heart, meaning you can smash up and B all you like without having to worry about losing your hard-earned hearts. GZOGYUSE, on the other hand, is another very useful cheat code as it allows you to keep your special weapons even after you die. Talk about super handy. Combine this one with the infinite lives cheat and you are set for victory. There are a couple of other default cheats that I will leave on the screen for you now to check out on your own whims. They are either variations of the cheats I've shown or are pretty self-explanatory. Now we can move on to the more fun stuff, the fan-discovered codes. And as I said in the intro, there are a ton of them, so I can't show them all, but I do hope you enjoy the following codes I've selected, such as SZSVLYSA, which gives you infinite health. Take that, zombies, dogs and bats, you can't hurt me! But the water can. Moving on, one of the biggest criticisms Castlevania receives from new players is that you get knocked backwards when you are hit by an enemy. Well, with the awesome cheat code ENKPTTEI, now you will no longer be knocked back when you are hit. Pretty sweet, especially in certain spots, and this even works with boss battles. In this recording you may have also noticed that I start on level 1, stage 2. This is using the two-line code ZEEUSPAA plus VXOLEOVE. You can also change that first Z to a P or an L and start on level 1, stage 1 or stage 3 respectively. This isn't a huge help, but it sure beats passing that first entrance part at least. There is also a two-line cheat code that lets you start on level 1 after beating the game a set number of times. For example, if you enter the two-line code ZEEUSPAA plus LXEUNOAX, you technically start on level 38, and you will have beat the game twice and have 2 whip power-ups. This is pretty awesome, but for a noob like me it just causes me trouble, as the game is still the same, just with more enemies and more freaking bats. This next cheat code you have to try out. It's just a bit of fun and is EVPPEL. With this one in play, Simon will jump twice as high as he usually does. This not only looks rather funny, but it can also be helpful passing certain areas, like jumping over those darn dogs in the entrance. The epic two-line Game Genie code, GAOLXPAE plus VAOLVPSA, starts you off in the game with the red God Axe and is also what's known as Double Shot. In the intro to the game, the HUD looks a bit broken, but when you get going you can fire as many axes as you want whilst whipping at the same time. This was quite a surprise as the code didn't advertise that the axe wouldn't require hearts, but maybe that is the power of the red God Axe? I'm not 100% sure on this one, as I'm far from a Castlevania master, but I suspect this is the case. Anyway, starting with this bad boy is awesome fun, for mowing down the undead or even blasting that first boss away. This is an amazing cheat code and probably the most fun one I have checked out so far. There are actually other codes that make use of this double shot ability, such as PAOLXPAE plus VAOLVPSA, which starts you off with the boomerang cross thing that you can throw and also whip at the same time. Unfortunately I picked up another item by accident, but the double shot still allowed me to freeze time and whip at the same time. I think the use of an infinite heart cheat would be the best way to approach this code, but this is a pretty handy cheat to have in your back pocket. It's super annoying to get hit in this game. Not only do you go flying backwards, but you also lose your whip upgrades. Well, why not try out the code GXVZYPSA, which solves just this issue. Oh my god, I haven't seen whipping like this since Amsterdam in the 60s. Not only will you keep your whip upgrades when you are hit, even if you die you still keep them. This is another neat little code that you can play around with. I was intrigued by the code VVSTKA, which claimed to make enemies or weapons travel super fast. However, this wasn't the case. For some reason, the short way into the first stage of the game, it glitched a little and the music got weird, and my points just shot up insanely. Then to top it off, I received extra lives anytime I scored any points at all. So this one wasn't quite as advertised, but it is still an interesting glitchy code. The cheat code TOOPOT is not only funny sounding, it also breaks the game, which is unfortunate as this had the potential to be a fantastic code. It is essentially airwalking, which is always a favourite of mine. However, once you jump, you stay at that level, and if you keep jumping you go up through the HUD and even die. It's annoying as you actually start off the ground, meaning you can't actually enter the first area of the game, as the door must be right at the bottom. Boo earns. Fun code though. Another weird glitchy code is AVOPUEOZ, which somehow affects the way the game scrolls through. At the start of the game I could see a bit of a scrambled patch when I tried to go backwards, so I proceeded through the level. I found that the door leading to the next section wouldn't open though, so I tried going back past the level. When I got to the start I was super surprised as I could literally go back through the entrance to the start of the first part of the level. Unfortunately that's where I got stuck, as all I could see was scrambled sprites and a pit if I tried to jump into it. This obviously stops you from progressing through the game, but it's an interesting cheat all the same. Whoa man, I'm seeing like 5 Simons here. The cheat code APIAGE is a strange one that kind of makes you feel like you're in the Matrix. You get a trail of several Simon sprites as you walk. When you are in the thick of the action, this makes the entire game super flickery, as there are just too many sprites on the screen for the NES to handle. This is a fun code though, so give it a go. The code ILATTY promised me that if I ran into enemies I would receive items. Well, it doesn't work. But it does have some strange effects. For a start, it seems like I can walk through the first of the wave of zombies, but then I will get hit from the rest. It also has a strange touch when it comes to the dogs that guard the first set of stairs. It seems that they hit me even when I'm not near them. This code should be branded Super Dogs, or something. The epic 3-line Game Genie code AESTITPA plus AVVAYZAZ plus AVVAPZAZ is well worth the time it takes to enter in. With this bad boy in play, you're invincible in the sense that you can walk through any enemy you want without getting hit or making contact with them. You can still slay them with your whip or item, but you can essentially just walk through the game, bosses and all, without taking any damage or even being knocked backwards. This is a really fun code, and I enjoyed it way more than I should probably have, but it's a great way of exploring the game without having to worry about that pesky life bar or anything hitting you. And for our final code I present to you the very weird ZOZOUN, which actually makes the game completely unplayable. So why is this fun? Well, it seems like Simon is on autopilot and just kind of scrolls through random parts of the game which get progressively more scrambled as you go. For some reason Simon is constantly going through doors, which also means you are changing stages, and there is even an enemy health levels at some point. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but hey, this is the wonder of the Game Genie for sure. Anyway, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Castlevania on the NES with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy to help us out, subscribe and also ring the bell so you don't miss out on more content like this. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do, then please consider taking a look at our join button or our Patreon page below to feature at the end of our videos and also help fund them. Anyway, that's it for today, so I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here from Super Mayhem. Oh, and boy howdy, did those cartwheels really take it out of me. Anyway, in today's addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at the second Donkey Kong Country game, which is Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest. And well, there are a few interesting cheats for this SNES classic. So anyway, if you like Donkey Kong in any way, shape or form, don't monkey around, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and of course ring the bell for notifications. And with all that said, on with the show!
So, just like the first version of Donkey Kong Country, the second game also has 2 versions of it. And to add to the mischief, a certain master code has to be entered for each game before cheating. This makes Game Genieing a bit tougher, but we will persevere and see what kind of damage we can do to this SNES classic. We are going to be using Revision A, which has the 3-line master code of E6EE-A7D7 plus 6DAF-1DEB plus 6D8D-C33E. However, I found out 2 things. First, I didn't need the master code, and second, it turns out this version of the game actually uses the B codes. Weird. I have no idea how it works, but it does. The power of emulation, perhaps? Anyway, from here we can ease into the game with the sweet Game Genie code C2A5-C37B, which gives us a very handy infinite lives. Naturally, this makes the game a whole lot easier as you can die in any way you want without having to worry about those annoying balloons. What's actually happening here is each time you collide with an enemy, you actually gain a life and then lose that life, so you stay at the same amount of lives. If you prefer to have a set limit of lives, there are a number of codes that will also help you out. Starting with 10 lives, you can use the code DB6C-3D07, all the way to the code 176C-3D07, which will start you off the game with a very handy 99 lives. There isn't much else to say about these codes other than they are super helpful and will give you a good start to the game. If you are just starting a new game, you might find the code DD62-C4A4 of use. This cheat code allows you to press start and then select to exit any level at any time, even if you haven't beaten said level. This is super handy if you are quick enough to hit start before you die, or even if you just want to rack up some easy lives on that first level. There are a number of interesting jumping related Game Genie codes for the game as well, such as EDD0-735A, which will allow Diddy to perform mega jumps. This is total chaos, and oh so much fun. With I think literally 3 jumps I'd pass the first level no problems. I'm not even sure how I did it. This is how chaotic this code is. For levels that progress upwards, this is even better, as you can just spring to victory like no one is stopping you. Don't worry Dixie fans, the code EDD7-5AEA also allows you to use the same crazy mega jumps when using her. But I found Diddy more entertaining, mainly because Dixie's spin jump didn't always work, which made it hard to judge jumps more. It's easy to find DK coins if you have a vague idea of where you are, or even the bonus barrels or any secrets that are in the air. Just be careful where you land or you may end up in the drink like I did. There are a few other interesting jumping codes for the Kongs that affect their leaps to different degrees. Here is a list of them for you to try at home. But to me, the mega jump is the best. If you want to take your jumps to the next level, then give the code EFDD-35A a try. This gives Rambi the Rhino a mega jump ability as well, and boy howdy is it hilarious! First of all, make sure you're using Diddy, as this won't work with Dixie riding him for some reason. But far out, Rambi just takes off like it's no one's business, and then hurtles back to Earth like he's on a mission. Surely the sound waves or something of this massive rhino falling down would kill off some rats on the ship? Or would he just travel through the ship deck itself? Anyway, it's a sweet code and you should try it for sure. There are also Game Genie codes like ECD0-735A, which makes Diddy Kong only able to jump a short height compared to normal. I'm not sure why you'd want to have a code like this, but there you go. The answer to how high to jump has just been answered. I may as well throw in a nice simple handy cheat here as well, which is D9A5-4AEC, which will give you a very handy 5 lives for every 100 bananas you collect. It sure beats that 1 life. I mean, it is 100 bananas after all. There is also a custom cheat code that is EEA1-437C, which will give you 255 lives for 100 bananas. However, I didn't record this one for some reason. Another nice and super handy code is EECC-CA4D, and with this guy in play you can just about not fail to pass a level. In a nutshell, when you are hit using this code, your other Kong will return to you. This kind of code is also available in the first game as well, so it's no stranger to the DKC series, but far out is it handy. No more worrying about bees, rats, or even those boss battles, as every time you get hit, you get your buddy back. Unfortunately, there is no help when it comes to falling down pits, as there is no chance your other Kong can return to you when you are falling into the depths of a pirate ship or something else. Anyway, this is an awesome Game Genie code, and it's just about a staple when it comes to cheating at Donkey Kong Country 2 on the SNES. There are a couple of awesome cheat codes related to your Kong family coins. You may simply know these as those shiny banana coins that are used for things like saving your game, using Funky's flights, or even playing the Mini Swanky's bonus Bonanza games. Anyway, the first code is 626D-4EBD, which will let you start the game with more of these Kong family coins than you would normally have, and then there is the even better cheat code that is C2B1-13F7, which makes it so these coins don't actually get used up. In my example here, you can see what would usually cost a coin doesn't disappear no matter how many times I fail the quiz. These two codes are super handy. There is the same kind of cheat code, but this time used for Creme coins. For starters, you can begin a brand new game with more Creme coins by using the code 626D-432D. And you can also stop them from being used by using the code C2B1-1A27. Unfortunately, I can't demo these very well as I had already started a game and I didn't have enough coins to use them at Clubber's kiosk. I'm a banana scoffing landlubber apparently. But these codes do work and are super handy like the last two we looked at. Well, after writing this last code out, I actually unlocked the next Funky's flights in my cheat game, which means I can go back to the first world in the game. So why is this handy? Well, in the first level of the game you can actually unlock all of the Creme coins. The method is this. In the first level, walk right and then go into the door with the note and then immediately exit without touching anything. Jump over the 2 bananas and also the first rat, you can kill the second one, and then collect the first bunch of bananas you see. Now retrace your steps you just took, jumping over the rat and the 2 bananas, but this time enter the door, jump over the note and collect the balloon. Jump back over the note and exit. Now do the same steps again, and this time when you come back and enter the door, inside will be a giant Creme coin that gives you a massive 75 of the buggers. This isn't actually a Game Genie cheat, it's just a cool thing in the game. Now you're free to test out the Creme coin cheat and also access all the hidden levels behind Clubber, like the Jungle Jinx level in the Lava World. And with that little trick, unfortunately that is the end of our hacking video. There was a bunch of cheats like invincibility, get bananas from anywhere on the screen, enemies die when you're close to you, and many more that I wanted to include, but I just couldn't get them working. I tried 5 different versions of the game, with master codes entered and not entered, but nothing I tried would work, so I had to give up. Having said that, I will include them on the screen as maybe they work for your version of the game, and you can have a blast. So anyway friends, that's it for today. I do hope you enjoyed hacking Donkey Kong Country 2 on the SNES with me. If you did, then please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe and ring the bell, and of course leave a comment letting me know what you thought of the game or the hacks. And as always, if you really like the mayhem and what I do here, then why not check out our join button or our Patreon page below to help support the channel and the websites. And with all that said, I'll catch you guys soon.
Super Mayhem.
Since the dawn of mankind, we have had to fight 2 major enemies, germs and blocks. From our earliest days, bacteria have spread rampant, urged on by different shaped blocks. But there is a secret. The ancient Egyptians knew it, the Romans knew it, and even this bird sitting on my head in an old photo of me knew it. There is a way to utilize these blocks and germs in a way that can help out the smallest of animals to the largest of humans. And today, you too will learn that secret. Join us as we combine the most useful utility in the world with a classic SNES game. Join us as we play Tetris and Dr. Mario with the help of the Game Genie. Join us in secret codes. Join us in gaming. And most importantly, join us in victory. Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have, well, a little bit of game hacking action for you today? So in this small addition to our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at that devilish combo of the SNES game that is Tetris and Dr. Mario. And surprise surprise, there isn't heaps of codes for this game, but the ones that do exist are quite fun. So join with me if you will in smashing a thumbs up on this video, sharing it with your friends, make a comment about something, anything really, I'm super lonely, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with all that said, on with the show! It makes sense to break the games up into 2 sections, so first off we'll be taking a look at the Tetris side of the game. Up first we have the Game Genie code that inspired this video, and that is the 2-line code CBB0-C460 plus D1B0-C4A0, which will only give you line pieces. Take that Tetris, you have just been owned, line style. Naturally this makes the entire game a breeze as you can just stack up them lines without any problem, and you get that epilepsy-inducing flash with a 4-line Tetris combo without too many hassles. I mean, you still kinda have to do some lining up, but really, if you want to cheat at Tetris, this is the code to use. For this next code, it may appear as the same as the previous code, however I think I just got super lucky, repeatedly. with the 3-line code starting with CBB7-C460 plus D4B7-C4A0 plus DDB7-C7D0. The same piece always drops. I don't know why I kept getting the line pieces as the first piece. Seriously, I tried this 3 times and even changed levels, and still the first piece I got was always a line, meaning that the same piece kept dropping. So even though this may look like the same code as the previous one, it isn't. Still, you can't complain with those sweet lines. If you think you are a pro at Tetris, then please do try the cheat code DFB4-1405. With this bad boy in place, after you beat the first level by getting 10 lines, each line you get thereafter increases the level of the game. This makes things get interesting pretty fast, especially if you're a noob at Tetris like me. However, with my master skills I managed to get to level 16 with only 25 lines made. So see if you can beat that. The opposite of the previous code is 6DB4-1F65, which makes it so your level never progresses. This kinda makes for a slow game, but as they say, slow and steady wins the race. It's also good for beginner players like me, who don't like much of a challenge, even if they throw crappy blocks at me. I just want that sweet Tetris, baby. If you like your game fast, then the 3-line code CBB2-3DA9 plus DCB2-3FD9 plus 3CB2-3F09 is definitely for you. This isn't the maximum speed, but it is fast enough to screw me up after only getting to 13 lines, which really isn't saying much considering my skill level. Still, if you want to confuse your friends or siblings and put them into level 0 with a fast set of tiles being thrown at them, you might get a laugh, Tetris style. Just like the first code we covered, there are a number of different Tetris Game Genie codes that will ensure you receive only a certain block. Like the 2-line code CBB0-C460 plus DFB0-C4A0 will make it so only J pieces drop. I'll include the other codes on the screen for you to experiment with, as it's not so much fun to just watch square pieces drop with a 2-line code. If you use the code D78E-34DD, you will actually have a 4th hidden option on the main menu screen of Tetris. Just keep pushing down and your cursor will appear below the Versus mode, and you can now check out some behind the scenes settings of Tetris. You can also access this extra options option for Tetris and also a debug screen by using the 2-line code D78E-34DD plus C2CF-CFAF. I really have no idea what this stuff does, but if you want to mess around with the variables, then I say go nuts. And the final Tetris code we will take a look at is FEA2-3465. When this is enabled on the Tetris Select screen, you can move your cursor past level 9 and start on any playable level of Tetris. This means you can jump straight to level 30 if your heart desires it. I'm not sure why you would, as I could hardly see what block was coming where, but it's a great option to have for those more experienced Tetris players. Have fun with this one. Now we head on to the quick Dr. Mario segment of our show, and we will start with the 3-line code CBC9-4466 plus DCC9-44A6 plus 3CC9-47D6, which actually gave me some interesting results. The code claims that the same piece will always drop until you hit the change button. Well, for me, all this code did was give me blue pills. Mind you, up the top right it would show Mario dropping a variety of different coloured pills, but when you actually place the pill, it would just turn blue. This would be a sweet cheat, except you obviously need other colours in order to progress through the game. Anyway, give this one a try and see what happens for you. If you want a bit of an extra challenge in Dr. Mario, then again the 3-line code that is CBC2-3DA9 plus DCB2-3FD9 plus 3CB2-3F09 may be the one for you. With this in play, the game's speed is always set to high even if you are just on the first level, and set the speed to medium. This just adds a bit of an extra challenge to the game, so this is probably one for the pros or just for the earlier levels. Using the 1-line code D784-C76F for Dr. Mario, you will be able to access a hidden options menu that you can't usually see. This time there will be a 4th setting on the title screen of the game that you can get to by just pressing down past the Versus game. From here you can check out all kinds of things like controller settings, sound debug, and even the competition of the computer. It's a bit like the Tetris version of the options menu, but it's still pretty cool. And now it's time to take a look at what is probably the best known Game Genie code for Dr. Mario. And it will also be the last cheat we will take a look at. The two-line code CBC0-37A6 plus 6DC0-3DA6 lets you drop any capsule/pill anywhere you want on the screen or on any virus, and it will automatically beat that level. This is like the ultimate cheat to Dr. Mario, but it kinda removes any point to the game, as you can just about leave the game on auto and just push start to move on to the next level. But it's still pretty amazing. Anyway, that's it for today, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Tetris and Dr. Mario on the SNES with me. If you did, then be sure to smash a big fat like on this bad boy, share it around with your friends, make a comment maybe about what the best hack for these games could be, and of course subscribe with notifications on. Also, if you really like the mayhem and what I do, then why not check out our join button or our Patreon page below. All support goes towards making more and better videos. Anyway, that's it from me, and I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, it's Tim here again from Super Mayhem. Oh! And boy howdy, do we have some fun Game Genie hacking action for you today. So in this edition of our Game Genie Hijinks series, we're going to take a look at one of the Super Nintendo's most popular games, or at least a variation of it, Street Fighter II Turbo. Why the Turbo version? Well, it is quite confusing as to which the original game was, as there are like 3 or 4 versions for the SNES, and that isn't including region differences or hacks. So Turbo it is! I may cover the original Street Fighter II The World Warrior one day, but today we're going into Hyper Mode. So anyway, with all that said, if you like Street Fighter in any way, shape or form, then be sure to smash a big fat Hadouken on the like button, share it with your friends, make a comment maybe about what you ate last or something, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And with all that said, on with the show! First off, I had to try the code that inspired this entire video, and that is DD18-570D, which is possibly the best or worst code there is simultaneously. With this Game Genie code in play, the first hit from either you or your opponent defeats the other. So basically the first punch or kick wins. Naturally this is super handy as long as you are quick off the beat. Take that Zangief, Ryu wins this one. Also, how good is it to be cheered on by elephants when you beat Dalsim? It's pretty good. An interesting contrasting code is 891F-84AD, which kind of does the opposite to the first. With this code, most of your attacks either given or received will do no damage. This sounds like it would make the game impossible, right? But never fear, your throws still work and will do damage. So it's kinda like who can throw the most Street Fighter mode. It's kind of cool even if Zangief has that annoying jump spin throw thing. You'd better get used to him too, as he will probably feature a lot being one of the first enemies. DF04-5DAF is a rather interesting Game Genie code. With this one, whomever wins the second round ends up winning the fight. So in my demo here I lost the first round, and then just to test the code, I used some super kicking skills of mine and beat the poor old Zangief, and sure enough it counted as 2 victories. This could be a fun one to use if you're playing 2-player. It would really confuse your mate when you play dead the first round and then smash them in the second round for the win. If you want to shorten each fight a bit, then the sweet cheat code 9691-E76D may be for you. With this bad boy in place, you will only have half as much time to admire Guile's flat top, as each of you start the round with only half your energy. This naturally makes the rounds a bit shorter, but it also increases the tension, as each hit really hurts when you start with only half your life. If you want a challenge, give this one a go. Part of the change to the regular Street Fighter II, with the Turbo Edition, was the ability to change the game's speed at the start of the game. You could usually choose between 1 and 4 stars for maximum speed. However, with the sweet 2-line Game Genie code ADFC-E40D plus F9FC-E46D, you can increase the speed all the way up to 10 stars for Turbo mode. This is actually pretty hilarious, especially when you choose someone slow and large like E-Honda. Look at these chubbies go, they are really moving it. If you want to speedrun the game like no one else ever has, then these 2 codes are the ones for you. The cheat code 3B02-8F6F has got to be one of the classics of this video. Basically, when you or your opponent dies, the fight still continues on with the other one unconscious. This means you or the computer continues to fight without anyone to hit because their opponent's body is laying on the ground. Ultimately, this ends up in a draw because the time runs out, so you can't actually progress in the game, but it does allow you to do the Duck of Doom on Chun-Li after a battle, which is oddly satisfying. The Game Genie code 55F2-E7A0 is kind of a subtle one, but it is also interesting. With this one in play, every hit you take, even if you or your opponent is blocking, will knock down the player. This also had an interesting end to it, as when I lost testing this code, instead of laying down knocked out, my character just kind of awkwardly stood there to the tune of losing. Weird code, but interesting. On the contrary to the last code, DFF2-7761 is a weird one that will take effect after you win a round. Once you win, the game appears to freeze. Then your character will appear knocked out for a little bit, and then all of a sudden jumps back up and enjoys the victory. I guess it's a bit like a soccer foul or something. Pretend you are hurt to win. Another quick interesting final hit code is C2F9-7705, which is a pretty straightforward code. As long as the final hit isn't a throw, your opponent will suddenly combust and be flamed to death. Pretty sweet. And now a quick word from our fake sponsor. Have you just been yoga flamed by Dalsim? Come on down and dip your feet into Keith's Pools Emporium. We've got above ground pools, below ground pools, and that's about it, I guess. There's 2 types of pools. So what are you waiting for? Come on down to Keith's Pools, where you can get a pool. Just buy the big banana, or you can call us on 1-900-2-POOLS. Warning, phone number may lead to adult services. Do not call. Call us now. Anyway, enough of that nonsense. Back to the Street Fighter 2 Game Genie stuff. By now you may have guessed that my favourite player is Ryu. So with the cheat code EE5F-7D67, you can make every character's face on the player select screen Ryu. This also messes up the map with every country/place named Japan. When you actually highlight or select characters, they remain their usual selves though. The code 55DE-E7A0 also affects the player select screen, but this time you can't see any faces. The map is all distorted, and it is also hard to move to different characters sometimes. It's hard to describe, but it's kind of sticky or something. Anyway, this is a bit of a lame code, but still interesting. Another super weird graphics code is 8BE6-E7A0, which seems to completely destroy a lot of the background colors and animations. Even the intro is broken, with weird colors and missing text. The player select screen is once again distorted, with weird or even missing faces, but you can still kind of work out who most of the people are. When you play an actual round, the background of the levels are almost completely gone, or at the very least scrambled. You can't really tell what the life bars are doing either, so you have to kinda guess what you are doing so you can win or not. All in all, this is a pretty sweet graphics related code that you should check out if you like this kind of thing. If you are like me and you just like to watch video games, then try the Game Genie code 77F1-7FD4. With this in place, when you select a turbo match, it is like a CPU Ken versus other CPU characters. It's kinda strange, as the game just takes over and does its own thing. Plus, no matter who wins the bout, it will say you lose, and the game will just progress with a CPU character versus the CPU Ken. This could be an interesting continuous livestream if someone didn't know what to livestream. This actually gives me kind of an idea. 56F2-E7A0 is a super weird code. Basically, whenever you hit your opponent, they will freeze in place. Your score keeps going up to Bonkersville, so this is one way to get the highest score. Unfortunately, once you beat your opponent, the game seems to kind of freeze. The background animations and such continue going, but the game doesn't progress, which means you either need to turn off the cheat code to continue or reset the game. You can get into some wacky situations though, like E-Honda feeling up Guile or something. Man, what a six-pack. If you want to make the gameplay a bit harder, then try the cheat code 8ED2-87A9. With this bad boy in play, both playing characters are invisible. You can still see the shadow of your players, but man does it get a bit confusing. I somehow won the first round, and then Ken managed to kick my butt whilst I was trying to work out which shadow blob I was. Also, is this guy in the background on the boat doing the Nazi salute? Weird. Anyway, with that strange code, that's it for today my friends. I really hope you enjoyed hacking Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the SNES with me. If you did, then be sure to smash that like button, share this video with your friends, make a comment about the game or something, and of course subscribe with notifications on. And if you really like the mayhem and what I do here, then please consider checking out our join button or Patreon page below to help support future videos. And with all that said, I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, Tim here again from Super Mayhem, bringing you some more Game Genie hijinks to blast your NES off your TV screen. So straight up, I had never played Battletoads before this video, but I had of course heard about its notoriety. From prank calling the porn stars asking for Battletoads, to its intense difficulty level, I knew I was getting into something special here. Not to mention the game's pumping tunes on the pause screen. Released for the Nintendo Entertainment System in June 1991, and developed by the highly acclaimed Rare, Battletoads is a kind of beat-em-up platformer game that stars 3 frogs with names like Rash, Zitz and Pimple. What was the reason behind these names? I'm not sure. Maybe the developers had some serious skin problems and needed a dermatologist or something. Or maybe it was just the 1990s and everything had to have outrageous names. Anyway, here's a quick overview of the story of the game. Just a note though, spoilers ahoy, so if you don't want to know what's going on in this game, skip forward a couple of minutes and we will get straight into the game hacking action. So basically you're a frog, or frogs if you're playing 2-player, and off you go escorting Princess Angelica to her home planet using their spacecraft, the Vulture. However, all doesn't go well when Pimple and Angelica decide to take a leisurely trip on Pimple's flying car. They are ambushed and captured by the Dark Queen's ship, the Gargantua. Yikes. Naturally, Pimple then sends out a distress signal to the frog's ship, the Vulture, alerting Professor T-Bird, Rash and Zitz about their conundrum. From this, Professor T-Bird learns that the Gargantua ship is hidden beneath the surface of a nearby planet called Ragnarok's World, and flies Rash and Zitz there in the Vulture to rescue them. During the game's 13 levels, the Battletoads are faced with the Dark Queen's minions, like Big Blag, Robo Manus, and Major Slaughter as bosses, and then in the end they face the Dark Queen herself, at the top of the Dark Tower. If you manage to defeat the Queen, she claims it will not be the last I would see from her, turns into a whirlwind for some reason and then flies off to space, retreating into the shadowy margins of the galaxy to recoup her losses, as the game explains. With Pimple and Princess Angelica rescued, the 4 are brought back into the Vulture and the game ends. As noted however, this game is known to be hard as nails, so much so that even in 2012, Yahoo Games stated that the game was still widely recognised as one of the most difficult games ever made, particularly noting the chance of players accidentally killing their partner in 2-player mode. I think the Angry Video Game Nerd made note of this as well in one of his videos. So, how can we make it a bit easier? That's right folks, it's time to dust off the old Game Genie and get up to some hijinks to beat this beast. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there are too many custom-made codes floating around for the game on the internet. However, there are a number of stock standard codes for Battletoads. Some are useful and some not so useful. For example, the code PENVZILA starts off the game with 1 life, which is really not that helpful. On the other side of this is the code GXXZZLVI, which gives you infinite lives, which still makes the game near impossible to beat, but it certainly does help. Once your life bar hits 0, you'll still be reset to save points in the later stages, so this isn't really a true invincibility code or anything, just infinite lives. There are a few codes between for X amount of lives, but they aren't really that interesting other than to say they increase your number of lives to 6 or 9. If it's making the game easier you're after, then the following codes will hit the spot nicely. And no, that wasn't the Pimple joke. Or was it? Anyway, the code GXEILUSO makes enemies easier to kill compared to regular play. What usually takes 4 or 5 punches now decimates the enemies in just 1 or 2. This naturally makes the game a ton easier, and you can breeze through the first few levels without too much trouble. Flexing those froggy muscles all the way, oh yeah! You can combine this with the super fast punching code, AEUZITPA, and you're in for one sweet day at the NES office. Plus, it just looks amusing. Look at this little bugger go! This code is just fun on its own too, and almost has the same effect as the easier to kill enemies code in a way, but it still takes longer to take care of bosses and tougher enemies. Another code that is meant to help you, although I question its helpfulness, is EYSAUVEI, which gives you the mega jumping ability. I'll note that this does not help you at all in level 5, Surf City, at all, which is where I tried this code first. The code itself kind of reminds me of the codes from the Super Mario NES games, which also allow you to jump super high, or even moonwalk as they call it. It's not super useful, but if you're getting your butt beaten then you can make a smooth getaway easily. There are only really 2 more codes that will help you with the gameplay itself, and they are AOUKXNAA, which will give you double the energy from eating flies, and then YXUKXNAE, which will give you maximum energy from flies. There isn't a lot to say about these two, except they exist and I can see how they would be helpful whilst playing through the game. The rest of the stock standard codes are warp zones, which do at least let you see other parts of the game, if you're stuck in a part of the game like that annoying level 5 Surf City. In a nutshell, here are the codes for the different levels. ZAXAALAA lets you start on level 2, the Wookiee Hole. It's not that useful of a code as it's pretty easy to get to level 2 though. LAXAALAA lets you start on level 3, known as the Turbo Tunnel. This for some reason looks like a giant brain, and it's actually quite hard to see pits and I fell straight down the first one. The next code, GAXAALAA, lets you start on level 4, Arctic Cavern. So here you get to throw snowballs at snowmen and even glide around on a giant ice cube for some reason. IAXAALAA lets you start on level 5, the notorious Surf City. Here there's not much to say except that you can hit logs and you tend to die a lot. TAXAALAA lets you start on level 6, known as Carnith's Lair, which is a weird snakes level that is annoying when you miss a snake. I didn't get too far in this one, but it's kind of an interesting premise for an old NES game. YAXAALAA lets you start on level 7, Volkmir's Inferno. Here you've got boxing kangaroos, dodgy log jumps, and then you get to fly a jet for some reason. It's actually kinda cool. AAXAALAE lets you start on level 8, known as the Intruder Excluder. PAXAALAE starts you on level 9, Terror Tubes. And you know it's a good level because you get zapped in the nuts by an off-screen robot straight away. And that's about all I got to say for this level. ZAXAALAE starts you on level 10, known as Rat Race. I died just as I saw the bloody rat that I was meant to be racing, so I can't say too much more about this level, other than I guess it's a race against a rat. LAXAALAE starts you on level 11, known as Klinger Winger. No idea what you are meant to do here. This weird ball keeps killing me the moment I hit this ledge, and there doesn't seem to be any way to speed up or do anything, so if someone has some advice, please let me know in the comments below. And finally the code GAXAALAE starts you on level 12, known as the Revolution. I didn't get very far, but it seems like a genuinely good idea for an NES level. You kind of move around this rotating rod and make your way to the top, I guess. So that's it for the Warp Zone codes, but there is actually one custom fan-made code that I found flying around on the internet, and that is YAOVYAP TTEEIYVT. This Game Genie code changes the title screen music to some unused song from the game. It's actually a pretty funky tune, but it doesn't change anything other than the opening title screen. Further to these interesting Game Genie codes,
there are actually a few built-in cheats in the game that you can access without any peripherals like the Game Genie. For example, you can start the game with 6 lives by holding down A and B simultaneously and then press start at the title or continue screen. If the cheat works, you will hear a neat little 8-bit sound and off you go for some extra lives. It does depend on the version of the game you have, so look out if you're using the Japanese version. I don't think it works there. This is actually similar to the Game Genie code TENVZILA, which will have the same effect by giving you 6 extra lives. Another inbuilt cheat allows you to become immune to electric shocks in a 2-player game. Basically, you pick up your partner and place them in an electric field area while still holding them. If your mate does the same to you, then you will both not be affected by electric shocks. Since I didn't ever play it too, I'll have to take this one on faith though. There are also a number of built-in warp zones in the game, but admittedly I'm not skilled enough to get to them, so I wasn't able to record any footage. But they do exist apparently, so take my word for it I guess. Anyway, enough waffling on from me, so that's it for today friends. I hope you enjoyed doing some hacking of Battletoads on the NES with me. Don't forget to subscribe if you are new, leave a like if you can, it really helps and tells me if you are enjoying the content. Share this video with your gaming friends on Facebook and Twitter and wherever else, and I'll catch you soon.
Super Mayhem.
Hello friends, Tim here again from Super Mayhem, bringing you some absolutely mad hacks bro. It's no secret that I enjoy a bit of game hacking action, and after looking at my back catalogue of videos, I could hardly believe I hadn't covered the classic Mega Man 2 video game. So what else am I meant to do but make a video about it? Which this is, I guess. Anyway, released in Japan for the Nintendo Entertainment System, way back in December 24th, 1988, this action platformer blew people away. It received critical acclaim and was praised for its improvement over the first game, with its audio, visuals, and even its gameplay. It has since seen many re-releases on several consoles, and even mobile phones. Quite a few critics still claim Mega Man 2 as being the best game in the Mega Man series, and even go as far as saying it's one of the greatest video games of all time. Not bad, hey? Oh, and that's not even mentioning that it is the best-selling Mega Man game from the series, with more than 1.5 million copies sold around the world. Mega Man 2 nearly didn't exist either. Because of the poor reception of the first game, Capcom executives were hesitant to greenlight a sequel. Luckily, the director, Akira Kitamura, kind of hassled the Capcom vice president to get permission to make the game. Finally, the dev team was given the permission, as long as they worked concurrently on other projects as well. This alone speaks loudly about the success of Mega Man 2, as it wasn't even the company's main focus at the time. In April 2004, the artist and director Kenji Inafune was quoted as saying, "So we, of our own accord, got together, spent our own time, we worked really hard, you know, just 20-hour days to complete this, because we were making something we wanted to make." Probably in all my years of actually being in a video game company, that was the best time of my working at Capcom, because we were actually working toward a goal. We were laying it all on the line. We were doing what we wanted to do, and it really showed in the game, because it's a game, once again, that we put all our time and effort and love, so to speak, into it, designing it. I'm super glad all their hard work and love that went into this game paid off, still to this day. If you want to know a bit more about Mega Man 2, then check out the review Houdini Fontmeister did on his channel. I'll leave a link below in the description, so make sure you check it out. Anyway, that's enough background about this masterpiece. Let's try and break it with the Game Genie now. So smash that thumbs up button and be sure to subscribe with notifications on if you love some game hacking action too. Also, please note that when using the Game Genie with Mega Man 2, the music tends to go a bit crazy, so headphone users please be aware in certain parts. So first of all, lucky for us there are actually quite a few stock standard Mega Man 2 Game Genie codes in the old book. These range from infinite lives to moonwalking, which is pretty awesome. stick around till later in the video where I cover some more crazy non-standard codes that you do not want to miss out on, trust me. So, for infinite lives, just enter the code SXUGTPVG at your Game Genie screen, and off you go without having to worry about those lives disappearing. It's just about a staple cheat in any game, but in Mega Man 2 this is super handy. There are a couple of other lives codes that start you with 1, 6 or 9 lives, but there isn't much else to say about these except they exist, and they can add to or relieve some of the game's difficulty without that infinite edge, I guess. Another good stock standard code to try is SXTPSSE, which gives you infinite energy. This is an awesome cheat, as essentially you can't die. Well, at least I couldn't find a way to other than falling in lava. It also works extremely well with the burst fire from normal weapons code, which is LZVSSZYZ, which lets you blast your way through enemies like it's no man's business. I did get a bit stuck waiting for a lift to arrive though, which leads nicely into our next lot of codes. Jumping is a major part of Mega Man. Whether it's evading enemies or just trying not to fall into a pit of doom, jumping will help you out. There are actually some interesting stock standard Game Genie codes to help with jumps too, like the code TANAOZGA, which gives you power jumps. This is quite helpful as essentially you jump higher than usual, making evasion of enemies and platform reaching that little bit easier. There are a couple of variations of this code, like the super power jumps, AANAOZGE, which I didn't test, and also mega power jumps, APNAOZGA, which I did try out. My advice with this one, however, would be to be careful, because with this one, the moment you hit jump, you blast off the screen like it's freaking crazy! In fact, it's so intense, I'm not sure how useful it is. On the Metal Man stage I could jump up into the cogs, but then getting past those dropping crushing things was just a nightmare. My usual personal favourite jumping code is the classic moonwalking cheat. However, I was a bit disappointed with the Mega Man version of this code as it wasn't what I was expecting. If you enter in PGEAKOPX in your Game Genie screen, your left and right controls will be swapped around, and you just kinda slide around the screen. It's pretty comical, but usually this code allows you to float through the air by repeatedly hitting the jump button. This kind of code must be a favourite of developers, as it's available in just about every NES game with the help of the old Game Genie. But for some reason it's not the same in Mega Man. You are better off sticking with the Mega Power Jumps cheat if you just want some insane jumping abilities. So that about covers the default codes, but there is a whole other world full of fan-discovered cheats that we get to explore too. Do you find it a bit difficult to reach the bosses in Mega Man 2? If so, the Game Genie code ZEOAZAAA might just be for you. This cheat lets you start the level just before the boss room, which is pretty handy if you just want to own the game. If you want even less of a challenge, you can either combine it with the code OZXXITSV or use it on its own. Either way, this cheat code lets you kill bosses in just one hit. Even if that damn Leaf Man gets in a quick shot before you can still take that bugger down in just one shot. These are pretty neat cheats, I must say. You can take this even further, believe it or not. For example, you can make Woodman just stand there and do nothing after he shoots his initial leaves with the code PGZETV. That will stop him from getting in that one hit, unless you do what I did and jump into him a few times and die. Or you could just use the cheat OKEETO, which automatically defeats bosses when you enter a stage, which really saves time but kinda defeats the purpose of playing Mega Man 2. This is a pretty classic cheat when playing the Metal Man stage, as you slide down the pit on the conveyor belt as you magically pass the boss. If you are interested in obtaining all of the weapons without going through the hassle of beating every boss, there is actually a way. If you enter the code PAIPIZ, everything will appear as normal. However, once you obtain a weapon capsule, you will be able to select invisible items from your menu. This is actually pretty awesome, I must say. I did have to cheat a little bit as I'm terrible at Mega Man 2, so I used the infinite energy hack, but once I got that weapon capsule, I had a good play around with the different abilities. There are a few weapon tricks I didn't try, but I think they would be helpful, so I thought I'd mention them for those that want to give them a go. Here they are on screen. So you got infinite air shooter, infinite automatic fire, even if you charge, infinite crash bomber, infinite flash stopper, infinite item 1, infinite item 3, infinite leaf shield, infinite metal gear, and infinite quick boomerang. Give these a go if you're a die-hard fan and see how they work for you. There are actually a bunch of interesting codes that change the appearance of Mega Man as well. These range from LPEIGUGZ, which gives you purple arms for some reason, to YAEIILPO, which just changes Mega Man's colours randomly. I seem to get a beautiful shade of 1988 blue goodness. I kinda like it. There is also a weird cheat that for some strange reason shows birds on the boss previews before your level starts. Enter in your Game Genie PVNALOPX and there you have it, some flapping birds or fish or something at the boss shot. And today I will leave you with one weird NES code, IKAAE. It's kind of a well-known code for Game Genie lovers, as it tends to do strange things to NES games. However, in Mega Man 2 it seems to glitch the stage selection screen for some reason, but it also thankfully stops the music from playing. I've been trying to save you from the sound carnage when I can, but this game has some horrible music when using the Game Genie. Compare this to this sweet, sweet silence. And that's just about it for today, friends. I hope you enjoyed hacking Mega Man 2 with me on the NES. All of these cheats will be put up on supermayhem.com for you to enjoy. I'll leave a link to that in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel with notifications on. Smash that thumbs up button if you can, and leave a comment below about Mega Man, Nintendo, or anything really. I just want someone to talk to. And that's it for today, friends. Bye!
Super Mayhem. Hello friends, Tim here again with another video game countdown type thing. People hacking video games is nothing new. They've been doing it for almost as long as video games have existed. Hacking a game can be taken one of two ways. Either it's in a single player game to enhance the experience, or to cheat past some harder parts of it, or it's in a multiplayer game to make themselves seem better whilst risking a game ban. Some hacking is horrible and some can be pretty fun, so here are 10 of the most hacked video games. Number 10. Pokemon. It may not be a game series people typically think of when it comes to hacks, but the Pokemon community has expanded the franchise in their own way, by creating unofficial games as ROM hacks. These are mostly based on the Game Boy Advance Pokemon era games, and can be found online to play for free. Some are even loaded onto actual game cartridges. Some of the hacked versions of the games are pretty different to the original games. Pokemon Snakewood, for example, is filled with zombified trainers and Pokemon. Number 9. Minecraft. Minecraft hacks for both single player and multiplayer are pretty common these days. People are being banned daily from the servers for hacking. It's no surprise that there are hacked clients of Minecraft which people can download for free. These clients come with different features and are optimized for different aspects of play, such as competing in PvP, X-ray to allow the user to see resources underground, and even ones for griefing. The ESL League for Minecraft actually allows certain hacks such as resource packs, but it still bans plenty including aimbots, and it demands all participants use their anti-cheat software. Number 8. The Sims. Players have been hacking and cheating their way through the Sims series for years. Bringing up the command console and typing in commands to give them more money, or using commands for anything else they want. Using the command console is the most basic level of cheating here, but players can actually download hacks that continuously give them money and lifestyle points. Hacks and cheats can be found online for all the Sims games, which players can use to buy everything they want as quickly as possible. But hey, at least it's a single player game. Number 7. Diablo 3. The PC version of Diablo 3 is locked down pretty tightly by Blizzard, and the game is essentially unhackable for that platform. For the console versions, however, it's a different story. Diablo 3 on the console is filled with hackers. They give themselves weapons and accessories that allow them to one-hit kill any enemy, and bots that farm gold, levels, or items. There are no god mode hacks or gold adding hacks at least, but this can still kill the co-op experience for some people, and limits them to either playing solo or with their friends. Number 6. Garry's Mod. A game based on modding and user creation can also be filled with hackers. There are various game modes and servers which have all been created by users. One of the most popular game modes is a PvP mode called Trouble in Terrorist Town. In this mode there are larger numbers of terrorists and a few traitors. The last team left standing is the winner. Hacks have been made specific for the game mode, such as traitor detectors, that show who the enemy is. And there are also more generic hacks for all game modes, such as aimbots, wall hacks, X-ray, ammo hacks, and more. Number 5. H1Z1. Hacking in this online zombie survival game was a big problem when it was first launched. Hackers would run around with all types of hacks, including aimbots, wall hacks, no spread on weapons, and more. It was so bad that drastic action needed to be taken, and Daybreak Game Company dealt with hackers in a rather different way. They banned them in waves and then announced they would unban some hackers if they publicly apologised with a YouTube video. Very few of them were allowed back into the game, but over 30,000 hackers created videos and only a handful of them were unbanned. Number 4. Call of Duty. This franchise makes millions of dollars every year in sales and has a pro league through MLG, which makes it one of the most successful video game franchises that is currently ongoing. But it's not too surprising that there are hackers here as well. The standard shooter game hacks are available online for every game in the series, and for the majority of platforms the series has been released on. Aimbots, wall hacks, experience boosting and prestige boosting are commonly seen in hackers. Hacking is obviously banned in the pro leagues, and there have been no bans of major players due to hacking so far. Number 3. Grand Theft Auto 5. Playing GTA 5 online with friends is a lot of fun, and even playing solo it can still be enjoyable, until you run into a hacker. Hackers in GTA 5 have a large arsenal of hacks at their disposal that give them endless amounts of money to buy items with, give them the invulnerable god mode, aimbots, wall hacks, and many more. Rockstar are dealing with these hackers the